critical that our homeless services investments and policies adequately help people in our system succeed and transition out to permanent housing. DHS's fiscal year 24 executive budget is $4.1 billion, which is $1.8 billion more than proposed in the fiscal year 24 preliminary budget, and $1.7 billion more than the agency's fiscal year 23 adopted budget. The majority of this increase is the result of the city's response to increased numbers of people seeking asylum who lack housing. While we expect to receive increased funding from the state budget to support the city response, we need greater federal funding that has currently been made available. The executive budget's funding reduction for shelter providers at this critical moment has raised concerns about the ability to provide adequate services, which we will examine in today's hearing. Recent reports have indicated that nearly 3 million New Yorkers, particularly in Black, Latino, and immigrant communities, are struggling to make ends meet. At a time when so many families are hurting and stretched thin, our city must act urgently to ensure the agencies that are our focus today can effectively fulfill their responsibilities. We cannot continue to allow city agencies to fall short in supporting New Yorkers. This council is committed to the health, safety, and well-being of all communities across our city. We know that meeting the needs of all New Yorkers is contingent upon how we invest in essential human services within the budget, and New Yorkers deserve our full support. I look forward to hearing from you, Commissioner Park, and welcome again, and all of your staff about how the agencies will address these grave concerns that impact everyday New Yorkers and the continued gaps in essential services. Thank you very much, and with that, I'll turn it back over to Finance Chair Brannan and Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. Just to note, we've also been joined by Council Members Osei, Stevens, Powers, and Hudson. Just to continue, in March of this year, the Council began its role as advocates for the needs of New Yorkers with a series of hearings on the Mayor's FY23 preliminary budget. Over the month, the committees examined the proposals in the Mayor's plan, questioned the presumptions underlying them, and put forward a response that accounts for the challenges ahead while investing our resources in the key services that will support New Yorkers. Today, we start the next stage of the process by examining the Mayor's executive budget, beginning with the Department of Social Services, covering the Human Resources Administration, and the Department of Homeless Services. I also would like to welcome DSS Commissioner Molly Park and her team. Congratulations on your recent appointment, and thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. HRA's projected FY24 budget of $11 billion represents 10.3% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This represents an increase of $320.4 million, or 3%, from the $10.7 billion budgeted in the administration's FY24 prelim. The net increase comes from several actions, most significantly a $266.3 million increase in Medicaid payments rolled from FY23 to 24, $35 million added for collective bargaining agreements, and $28.7 million added for asylum seeker response efforts. As well, HRA's projections in the executive plan reflect a reduction in agency headcount of 537 positions since adoption of the FY23 budget. DHS's projected FY24 budget of $4.1 billion represents a 3.8% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This represents an increase of $1.8 billion, or 75.3% from the $2.3 billion budgeted in the administration's prelim plan. The net increase is almost entirely due to the addition of $1.8 billion for DHS's asylum seeker response expenses. DHS's projections in the executive plan reflect a reduction in agency headcount of 60 positions since adoption of the FY23 budget. There are a great many topics which the Speaker, myself, and my co-chair, Diana Ayala, and our colleagues will be seeking answers on. My questioning will run towards funding of the subway safety plan, the COVID isolation hotels, the community food connection, and hotel contracts for the asylees. Even in so-called normal times, the size of your respective budgets requires detailed oversight, and right now is far from normal, and the city needs to be sure that your agencies especially are equipped for the year ahead. At the first preliminary budget hearing this year, I stressed the need to invest in our resources so our fellow New Yorkers are meaningfully and actively supported as they build their lives, because this stability affords the economic activity necessary to meet our challenges on the strongest footing. All of this remains true. We have what we need both to meet New Yorkers' needs as well as to save for days ahead, and both must be done to preserve our economy's durability and rebuild into a city that truly works for everyone. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Deputy Speaker Ayala, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Good morning, everyone. I am Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, Chair of the General Welfare Committee. Thank you for joining us this morning for the fiscal 2024 executive budget hearing for the General Welfare Committee held jointly with the Finance Committee. The city's proposed fiscal 2024 executive budget totals $106.7 billion, of which over $15 billion, or over 14%, funds the Department of Social Services, encompassing the Human Service Administration and the Department of Homeless Services. DSS serves the most vulnerable populations in the city, sheltering the homeless and improving the economic well-being of those facing poverty. These services are more vital now than ever, given the record high shelter census and the economic challenges faced by low-income city residents. In addition to several new needs and other adjustments, the executive plan includes PEGs and savings programs totaling $36.2 million for DHS and $50.1 million for HRA in fiscal year 2024. It concerns me that we are cutting the budget for homeless and social services at a time of record high need. I am particularly concerned about PEGs that will cut contracted providers' funding and reduce employment program slots. Additionally, I am concerned about the impact of the state's takeover of Medicaid FMAP savings, which is estimated to cost the city over $343 million each year when fully implemented. The Council's budget response made it clear that protecting housing opportunities, bolstering the social safety net, and serving our most vulnerable residents are some of the Council's top priorities. I was glad to see the administration added funding for source of income discrimination staff at CCHR, City FEPS vouchers in fiscal year 2023, and to ensure families with children have the infrastructure needed for telehealth. I am, however, disappointed to see that the executive plan did not include funding for client services, staffing, and system improvements for benefit programs, a COLA for human service workers, improvements in the PATH intake process for families with children, a baseline budget increase for rental increase, an expansion of fair fares, the legislatively required prevailing wage increase for DHS shelter security, legislation requiring mental health practitioners for families with children in shelters, a baseline increase for HASA emergency funding, housing, or the Right to Counsel program. While the city has truly stepped up with its response efforts to serve asylum seekers over the last year, the escalating costs and how they are budgeted are an area of concern to the Council. The cost estimates from the administration have risen multiple times. Little federal funding has been secured, and the support included in the state budget is far below the expenses the city expects to incur, leaving the city to shoulder much of the cost. With an average shelter stay for all populations at well over a year, the city needs to prioritize moving long-term shelter residents out of shelter and into permanent housing, which will allow it to better serve the recently arrived asylum seekers. I remain concerned about the high level of vacancy rates at HRA, the slow pace in hiring, and the extensive benefits processing backlogs and vital safety net programs, including cash assistance, SNAP, and rental assistance. The agency needs comprehensive planning and a clear path forward on how it will address the staffing and processing issues and prioritize permanent housing solutions such as rental assistance vouchers over the long-term use of costly shelters. I would like to thank the General Welfare Committee for their work in putting this hearing together today. Julia Haramis, Unit Head, Aliyah Ali, Unit Head, Amenta Kilawan, Senior Counsel, and David Romero, Counsel. I would also like to thank my Deputy Chief of Staff, Elsie Encarnacion, and the Director of Communications, Malik Oshamari, and now Commissioner Park. Our council will swear you in.
Thank you, Chair. We've also been joined by Council Members Riley and Velasquez. I'm now going to turn it over to my committee counsel, Mike Toomey, to swear in the witnesses for their testimony today.
Good morning. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council members' questions? Commissioner Molly Park, Jill Berry, Ellen Levine, Jocelyn Carter, Lisa Fitzpatrick. Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to thank Speaker Adams, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Brannan, and the members of the General Welfare and Finance Committees for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to testify about the Department of Social Services, Human Resources Administration, and Department of Homeless Services fiscal year 2024 executive budget. My name is Molly Wasso Park. I am the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Social Services, which is made up of the Human Resources Administration, or HRA, and the Department of Homeless Services, DHS. In my capacity as Commissioner, I look forward to working to further serve the anti-poverty mission of the Department of Social Services. I am joined by DSS First Deputy Commissioner Jill Berry, HRA Administrator Lisa Fitzpatrick, DHS Administrator Jocelyn Carter, and DSS Chief Program Performance and Financial Management Officer Ellen Levine. Every day, DSS supports New Yorkers while also strengthening communities throughout the city. DSS uplifts vulnerable New Yorkers and links them to programs and services that help them more fully participate in the vibrant life of our city. The hard work and dedication of DSS frontline staff and providers makes a real difference in the lives of millions of New Yorkers, and I cannot thank them enough. As the largest municipal social service agency in the nation, DSS HRA helps approximately 3 million New Yorkers each year. At DSS, our mission is to fight poverty and income inequality. We do this through providing essential state and federal benefits and services that are specific and unique to New York City. Cash assistance, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, Medicaid, the Home Energy Assistance Program, subsidized housing and rental assistance, fair fares transit discounts, anti-eviction legal services, and many additional benefits and programs are supports in our toolkit for helping New Yorkers. Our work to prevent homelessness, address unsheltered homelessness, and provide shelter to those who need it is a part of our legal, and more importantly, moral commitment to our fellow New Yorkers. I will first address the executive budget as it relates to DSS HRA. As of the executive plan, the FY23 DSS HRA forecast is $11.7 billion, of which $8.9 billion is city funds, and 12,486 positions, of which 9,799 are city funded. The FY24 plan is $11 billion, of which $8.7 billion is city funds, and 12,132 positions, of which 9,458 are city funded. In the executive plan, the DSS HRA budget increased in both city and total funds in both fiscal years 2023 and 2024 relative to the January plan. There was a net increase of $363 million in total funds and $208 million in city funds in FY23, and a net increase of $320 million in total funds and $334 million in city funds in fiscal year 24. The major new needs and adjustments in the DSS HRA budget include additional funding of $3 million in FY23, $5.3 million in FY24, and $10.2 million in FY25 to provide a total of $12 million this year and $10 million in the following 2 years for the Benefits Access Initiative, which supports 39 community-based organizations connecting New Yorkers to benefits and services at HRA and other agencies. Additional funding in FY23 through FY25 for asylum seeker services in HRA, including navigation center, legal, and interpretation services. A total of $25 million this year and $28.7 million in FY24 will support these services in the agency. $14 million was added in FY24 and in the out years for master lease contracts that provide permanent housing and light touch services for families and individuals exiting the shelter system. In addition, $250,000 was added to provide master lease housing for single-parent households. As Mayor Adams outlined and as OMB Director Gihas testified in March, responding to economic headwinds and fiscal uncertainty has real consequences for the New York City budget. We approach the executive budget request for savings carefully and mindfully. I am pleased to say that we've been able to find efficiencies and savings that we believe are achievable with minimal impact on services to clients. Our savings did not reduce headcount, and DSS continues to prioritize hiring frontline staff to deliver critical services. The DSS HRA city savings, totaling $38 million in FY24 and $47.4 million in FY25, include the following initiatives: consolidation of contracts providing assessment, tracking, and case management of clients engaged in substance use programs outside the agency will save $9 million in 2024 and out. Contract providers and programs throughout the agency will be provided flexibility to shift funding within their budgets to attract, incentivize, and retain quality staff, producing efficiency savings of $3 million in 2024 and beyond. Re-estimate of the subsidized JTP employment programs in the Parks Department and in DCAS and sanitation will produce savings of $9 million in 2023 and $8.9 million in 2024 and beyond. Participants in these programs will be served by other HRA employment programs. A re-estimate of fringe benefit revenue will provide annual savings of $18.5 million in 2025 and beyond. DHS client placements in HPD R-Space units subsidized through housing development financing will reduce annual HRA costs by $2.7 million. And accruals from the phase-in of work requirements paused during the COVID-19 health emergency will produce savings of $8.6 million in 2024 in HRA employment-related services, primarily client transportation. Turning to DHS, the executive plan forecast is $3.5 billion, of which $2.2 billion is city funds, and 1,952 positions. The FY24 plan is $4.1 billion, of which $2.7 billion is city funds, and 1,923 positions. In partnership with a network of service providers, over 95% of the DHS budget is allocated for direct and contracted shelter, intake, and street outreach services. The executive plan budget increased in city and total funds in both FY23 and FY24 compared to the January plan. There was a net increase of $479 million in total funds, of which $515 million in city funds in FY23, and a net increase of $1.8 billion in total funds, $1.2 billion in city funds in FY24. Nearly the entire increase in both years was related to funding added to the shelter budget for costs related to asylum seekers. This unprecedented increase to the DHS budget is due primarily to the $1.78 billion in total funds and $1.2 billion in city funds added in FY24 for the continued costs of sheltering asylum seekers. As a result, total projected costs for DHS shelter and intake increased to $3.1 billion in FY23 and $3.7 billion in FY24 as of the executive budget. We prioritize ensuring that DHS savings avoid impacting our client services or our headcount. Instead, we are providing contracted providers and programs throughout the agency with the flexibility to shift funding with their budgets to attract, incentivize, and retain quality staff, producing efficiency savings of $36.2 million, $29 million in city funds in 2024 and beyond. Asylum seekers are a key issue facing our city today, and DSS has played a pivotal role in serving them. The Adams administration's whole-of-government approach has created partnerships between DSS and the Departments of Education, Health and Hospitals, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, New York City Emergency Management, the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, the Administration for Children's Services, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, and with other agencies to live up to our humanitarian obligations. We have also benefited from the partnership of providers and community organizations who saw the need to assist and quickly mobilized, whether through cold weather gear drives during the winter, opening shelters, or helping meet our new New Yorkers at the Port Authority bus terminal. Our collective efforts have provided crucial human-centered supports in a moment of profound crisis. Our capacity to provide shelter, healthcare, and other services to asylum seekers, many of whom have made perilous journey, says a lot about who New Yorkers are, our core values, and the fundamental rights we stand for. I echo Mayor Adams' call for a comprehensive federal response to this crisis, a humane approach that respects the journeys of asylum seekers and supports our work to help them. At the time of the preliminary budget, I reported that there were 21,841 asylum seekers residing in DHS shelters, and that DSS had opened 94 emergency shelters since the spring of 2022. Our real-time response to the crisis continues, with 28,301 asylum seekers residing in DHS shelters as of May 4th. And we have now opened, well, testimony says 122, but it is actually 126 emergency shelters since the spring of 2022. Since we last spoke about this in March, we have added more than 28 shelters. In March, Mayor Adams released the Road Forward, a blueprint to address the New York City asylum seeker crisis. That blueprint offers a fuller description on the need for federal mobilization in response to this crisis impacting New York City and other jurisdictions throughout the United States. The Road Forward presents a policy pathway that meets the moment we are facing, offering policy recommendations like an expedited right-to-work policy, a declaration of federal emergency to unlock additional funding, and changing the classification of asylum seekers to release resources and assistance. This moment represents both a crisis and an opportunity to demonstrate our compassion, our values, and to simply treat the most vulnerable the way we would want to be treated. At the state level, DSS welcomes key provisions of the state fiscal year 2023-24 budget that recognize the significant challenges New Yorkers continue to face. We recognize the $1 billion in state funding that will assist us in addressing the fiscal crisis that the influx of asylum seekers has created. We will continue to advocate for the state and federal governments to be proactive partners to do more to assist with the migrant crisis. We ask our partners across government to take budgetary and policy steps to alleviate the burden on New York City and other areas of the country in providing shelter and other humanitarian aid to migrants who have fled violence and despair for a better life in this country. While we have acknowledged the challenges and the financial implications for the city cannot be understated, we are also tremendously proud of our staff, our providers, and our partners throughout the city. Together over the past year, we have worked tirelessly to make sure that the asylum seekers coming to us for help have received shelter and support, provided with the care and compassion that guide our mission. At the same time, we have continued to provide the core services on which so many New Yorkers depend. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and we welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm now going to give it to our speaker for some questions. We've also been joined by Councilmembers Brewer, Hanks, and Sanchez.
Thank you very much, Chair Brennan, and again, welcome, and congratulations on your appointment, Molly.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and jump into questioning regarding the hot topic on the news lately, and that is the mayoral announcement on Friday to move asylum seekers upstate. So let's go ahead and get that out of the way and on the record. Well, maybe not out of the way, given my colleagues' questions as well. But as we know, on Friday, the mayor announced a new program to move some asylum seekers to temporary shelters outside of the city, and we'd like some clarity on the plan. I specifically would like to know exactly when this plan was conceived, and how it will work, how much it will cost, and who will be paying for it.
Thank you, Speaker. Absolutely. As I mentioned in my testimony, the response to the asylum seekers has really been a whole of government response. So DSS is leading the 126 emergency shelters that I mentioned in my testimony. The Upstate effort is really a reflection of the fact that this has put overwhelming pressure on DSS and on the city as a whole. We are occupying at this point a large share of hotels in New York City, and that we need to look for strategies that go beyond the city borders. The funding for that particular program is going to run through the HPD budget, so I'm going to defer to them on specific questions about funding. But we are, as a city, we are looking at all of our options because this has become an overwhelming issue for the city of New York and requires this, as I say, whole of government approach.
I'd like to know also, given all of the news that we're getting by the minute, actually, what was the communication like between the administration and other jurisdictions that will be receiving asylum seekers? And what was the response to that communication compared to what we are seeing and hearing on the news?
So again, there was communication. This involved multiple levels of government and multiple agencies. I can tell you that I reached out to my counterparts in the 2 counties where hotels have been identified. I think there are concerns. I do want to really make it very clear for this body and for the city as a whole, right? This is not an abdication of city responsibility, right? The city, this is a proposal where the city is continuing to cover the costs of this work, that we have thought very carefully about how we are providing services to asylum seekers who might be placed out of the city. So whereas other communities, other levels, other governments across the country have responded to this crisis by just shipping people in various levels of political stunts, this is an attempt by New York City to look for opportunities that go beyond the physical boundaries of New York City, but without relinquishing our responsibility to serve those individuals.
Does the leadership in other jurisdictions, as we sit here today, do they actually have a choice in whether or not to receive the asylum seekers from New York City?
There's clearly, thank you, Speaker, there's clearly a lot of differences of opinion on that. My understanding is no, but I think this is playing out in real time, so I think we're all going to see how that works.
Are there other cities, other areas, upstate or beyond, that the administration is currently looking at to receive asylum seekers?
We are looking at all of our options. This has become, as I have testified already, an overwhelming issue for the city. As the public health emergency ends later this week, we have been told that we should expect the numbers to go higher. New York, there are jurisdictions all over the country that have said, I'm sorry, we're full, have shut their doors. So at this point, we are looking at all of our options. Nothing is off the table.
In looking at the expense, what will the per diem cost, the per diem rate for the sites outside of the city be?
Again, I'm going to have to defer to my colleagues at HPD on that.
Are we looking at only adult men, single adult men, or would other asylum seekers be considered at this time?
At this point, the 2 sites that have been identified are focused for single adult men, but this is a very rapidly evolving situation, and we are not taking any options off the table at this point.
And how many people is the city expecting to move out of city shelters?
I believe it is several hundred, but again, I'm going to defer to my colleagues on HPD for the specifics.
Do we have a timeline for the program?
It is, I believe we anticipate for it to launch this week, but again, this is a situation that is evolving rapidly on the ground.
Is it going to be voluntary?
Yes.
And how will DHS decide who leaves the city and who stays?
So this is not just DHS. We are working also with our colleagues at H&H and NYC who are administering the HERCs. This will be an opportunity that is offered to individuals who are currently in the system, and as I say, it's voluntary.
Who's going to pay for the move?
The city is covering the entire cost of the program.
Okay. Is the funding already budgeted then?
It is part of the overall forecast of funding that has been included in the executive plan.
Okay, so for which agencies are there units of appropriation, and what are the budget codes?
So because HPD is the lead agency on this particular initiative, I'm going to have to defer to them on technical questions like that.
What services are we looking at to provide to those who participate in the program, and will legal services be provided, workforce development also?
It's comparable to what is being provided in the HERCs and in DHS sites. So there will be casework, access to legal assistance. There may be some workforce development, but as you know, most of the individuals who have come seeking asylum don't yet have work authorization.
Have the providers been selected already?
Yes, HPD has providers that they're working with.
Okay, was it an emergency contract or an RFP process?
I'm going to defer to HPD on the specifics because they're the one actually managing that.
Do we know the criteria then for the providers that were selected?
So the lead on the program, the lead providing the services is a company called DocGo that has worked closely with the city on some of the COVID response, but I am going to defer to HPD on the specifics because they handled that.
All right. In taking a look at the time frame, we're hearing in the press and other places that 4 months has been the time frame for the program. So if the program is going to be up to 4 months of shelter, what happens to individuals after those 4 months expire?
So the intent is that during the 4 months of casework, that there will be individual plans developed for those people to, connect with communities that they might have elsewhere in the United States, or to put them on the track for work authorization, variety of that will be households, individual specific. If an individual comes back to New York City and they are still in need of services, they will be eligible for DHS shelter.
So realistically, what is our estimation, let's say percentage, of people that will successfully transition out at the end of 4 months?
That's one I think we're going to have to assess. This is a program that is new. We've never tried anything like this before. It will serve people some who have been in the system for longer periods of time, who are closer to that work authorization date. People who are newer to the system are going to be a little bit further out. So I think this is going to be something that we are going to have to just work closely on together and see how it goes.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at some more news. Let's talk about IBO. They've got a lower estimate for asylum seekers, which we're finding out. IBO has done their own analysis of the cost of the asylum seeker response, and they've shared it with us, posted it online this morning for the world to see. IBO's projection is that in fiscal year 2023, the city will spend $1.2 billion, and in fiscal year 2024, the city will spend $1.9 billion for a total of $3.1 billion over the next 2 years. So this amount is $1.2 billion lower than the city's estimates, and IBO's also created a, quote, worst-case scenario, and that forecast is lower as well. That forecast is $600 million less than the city's projections over the next 2 years. So can you explain how the city's projections were derived?
Thank you, Speaker. So let me start by saying I've seen the report. We haven't had an opportunity to sit down with them on methodology, of course, given the timing. But a few concerns that I have just looking at it. First of all, we just DSS have spent approximately $555 million this fiscal year alone. So the costs are very high. And what we are seeing is a rising intake of asylum seekers into our system. Just a couple of weeks ago, we were seeing about 200 people a day come in, which is already a relatively high baseline. Last week, several days, we exceeded 500, getting close to 600. And as I mentioned, we have been told that when the public health emergency expires, that we should anticipate those numbers to go up substantially. So I think there's a gap there, I think, that maybe doesn't account for those rising costs. And then on the financial side, it's not clear to me whether or not the IBO has taken into account the fact that there is a lag in spending from what they can see in FMS, right? We are going out, we are incurring costs in very real time. That is being done sometimes in advance of contract registration, given the urgency of the need, and certainly the way all of our contracts work, providers need to invoice and then we reimburse them. So to the extent that IBO is extrapolating from what they can see as liquidated funds in FMS, there's always going to be a lag built in there. And lastly, we have fully exhausted all of the normal resources of our system, right? We at DSS, but also all of the other agencies involved in this, are out doing a host of emergency procurements, bringing in resources that are atypical to the system. Those incremental contracts tend to be more expensive than what we would have. So the costs at the beginning of this emergency, even when they were high, are lower than they will be going forward because we are continuously stretching the bounds of what we can do. So again, we will be talking further with the IBO. We will certainly dig in with them on methodology, but those are some initial concerns that we have.
Okay. Can you tell us what assumptions the city is making about census growth?
Yeah, I mean, we are assuming that census continues to grow with rates that are relatively similar to what we have seen, accommodating some of the spikes that we have seen and building in some increase for the end of the public health emergency. We can certainly follow up with you on more specifics there.
And what assumptions is the city making about shelter exits?
Thank you. Shelter exits are incredibly important to us across the board, separate and apart from this particular asylum crisis. It's something that we focus on very closely at DHS. We do about 200 subsidized placements a week now for our DHS clients, and we are always looking at ways that we can push that number. I can tell you we are on track for a record-breaking CDFA-HEPS year. We are rapidly pushing on the emergency housing vouchers that came from the federal government. So permanent housing affordable permanent housing is an incredibly important strategy for DHS as a whole. Most of the asylum seekers are not eligible for any of our housing resources based on their immigration status. So while permanent housing placements is a huge strategy for overall census management and for addressing the issues facing individuals and families in shelter, it is a lesser part of our response to the asylum seeker crisis.
Can you tell us how the city's overall projections were derived?
Thank you. The overall projections are derived by OMB, so I'm going to defer to them on most of the details. But again, it is at a high level. It is based on looking at both actual spending and incurred expenses to date, and relative to projections about how many additional individuals are going to come to the city, and extrapolated from there. But we can certainly follow up with more detail.
Okay, so the specifics you're saying are going to come from OMB?
Yes, but we will certainly happy to help with that.
Okay. What are the per diem rates estimated for each population type?
Sure. So overall for our asylum sites, our average per diem is $256. That, I just want to be very clear, that is a DHS average per diem. It's not for asylum sites as a whole. For DHS more generally, the average per diem for single adults is $136. For adult families, it's $172, and for families with children, it is $188. The primary difference between the standard numbers for DHS clients and the asylum sites that I just mentioned is that the asylum sites are almost entirely in commercial hotels, and the real estate costs there are expensive.
According to the PMMR, fiscal 2022 per diems for regular DHS shelters were what you provided. Are the per diem rates estimated the same for each of the budgeted years? And if not, what are they projected to be for each year, and why would they differ?
I think I'm following the question. If I don't get it right, please let me know. So we do factor in some moderate growth in per diems. There are costs that increase. Typically, for example, rent goes up on most of our contracts every 3 years. We have built-in rent escalators. So there are other costs like that increase. So we do see growth in per diems over time. Incremental costs, incremental shelters added are sometimes more expensive than the older real estate that we've had in our control for a longer period of time. The asylum seeker projections do include an escalator factor as well.
Okay. I just have a couple more questions, and I'm going to turn it back over to the chair, the co-chairs. In the executive plan, DHS added $260 million in fiscal year 2023 for increased costs of non-asylum seeker shelter operations. IBO has estimated that when accounting for non-asylum seekers only, DHS is currently over budgeted for shelter operations in fiscal year 2023. and has been since at least the preliminary plan. How is the $260 million calculated, and what was the breakdown by shelter population?
So I have not seen that IBO analysis, certainly need to dig in on that, and which we will follow up with you on that. But I can assure you that we work very closely with OMB to add funds to the DHS budget in real time to align with need, and that we need that $266 million to align with current costs. Part of the reason that the DHS budget is adjusted on a year-over-year basis is to avoid any overfunding. Again, I think potentially one of the discrepancies there is that there is often a lag between actual liquidations out of the city system and when costs are incurred, given the nature of the reimbursement process.
So would you consider that to be the cause for the increase in funding and trends of funding, the lag?
That may be that is potentially the difference between our analysis and IBO's. Again, because I personally haven't seen that IBO analysis, I am just speculating. We will certainly dig in with them. What we are seeing is that costs of shelter are rising, and that we need that incremental funding in order to meet our costs and our providers' costs.
How much is currently budgeted in fiscal year 2023 for non-asylum seeker shelter costs? And how much has been spent to date?
Sure. Let me pull those numbers, just a minute. So for fiscal year 23, the overall budget, OTPS budget, is $3.3 billion, of which about a little over $700 million is asylum specific. With respect to spending to date, I'm going to need to get back to you on that one.
Okay. I'm going to go on to one more topic, and then I promise I'm going to let my colleagues jump in here. We spoke during the last hearing about notification for shelters, and you and I have had some communication as of late on that. So I wanted to come back to an issue that I brought up during our last budget hearing, the preliminary budget hearing. When new shelters have opened in my own district and not receiving sufficient notice or information about the locations adequately far in advance. And as you know, in one instance, I was informed the day after a site off, and it was actually more than one instance. And during the preliminary hearing, you let us know that that your team would reach out to local electeds and the community board to let us know when that happens, a minimum of 30 days in advance of the conversation. But typically, it is substantially more than that, and those were your words. We know, Commissioner, that is certainly not the fact. You know, in my case, and I dare say some of my colleagues in this hearing this morning, and I'm sure that you will hear their accounts as well. After we spoke at the last hearing, the notification issue happened to me once again in April, and another notice was sent to my office that did not include clear information about the type of site or when it would be opening. So can you remind us once again of what the notification process should be for regular shelter sites?
Right. Thank you, Speaker. So yeah, let me clarify, and I apologize if I was not clear in the earlier hearing. There's two very different processes for regular shelters and for emergency sites. So for a regular shelter, it is at least 30 days in advance, and I stand by my typically substantially more than that. For emergency shelters, it is a very different timeline. We have been doing them, days, sometimes hours, simply because we are faced with this massive emergency. There was one notification that I did for a council member who's here today, where literally I was texting at 10:30 at night. Thank you, council member. That is not how I like to do it. It is not it's not what the agency stands for, but we are facing an unprecedented humanitarian emergency, and we are really responding in real time. So we will absolutely commit to continue to improve the quality of the notifications to make sure that we are providing as clear information as we possibly can. For the emergency sites, it is going to be a very narrow window because we are, as I say, opening in real time. For the regular pipeline sites, it will be at least that 30-day, and I can assure you typically much longer than that. Our number of notifications for regular sites has been quite small relative to the emergency pipeline because the asylum seekers have been so all-consuming.
I think that's what I was going to ask. As far as in your perception right now and in real time, what is perhaps the percentage of regular shelter sites and compared to emergency sites and their notification? What are we looking at today?
We do have a robust pipeline of regular emergency sites. I think overall, there's about 90 sites in the pipeline, but those are going to open over the next several years. These are our, again, regular shelters, as compared to, we've done 126 emergency sites since last June alone, and are opening, at this point, sometimes 2 a day.
And just remind us once again, and this will be my final question, what information should be included in those notifications, either for the regular or for the emergency site?
Right. For an emergency site, we are letting you know the population, the number of beds, people to be served, the provider, and any information that we have on the time frame. It is a fairly brief notification. Again, I know we've spoken about some that were less than clear, and we are committed to working on making sure that the communication there improves. On a regular notification, it's going to be that same information, but we can get more into the services that are going to be provided, anything that is unique about it. There is typically much more information about timeline. It is a longer timeline. We also start talking about community meetings, things like the community advisory board, things like that. So they are similar, but the regular shelters are a little bit more involved because they have that longer runway.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it back into the hands of Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Speaker. We've also been joined by Council Members Ressler, Juan, Farias, and Brooks Powers. Commissioner, I wanted to follow up on something that came up in the Speaker's questioning. It's the first time I've heard HPD involved here. When was the decision made to get them involved in the quarterbacking of the asylees?
Thank you, Councilmember. As I've testified both today and at other hearings around the asylum seekers, this is a whole of government response. There are probably a dozen agencies at this point who are involved in problem solving, and that list grows on a daily basis because we are really looking for all the creative solutions that we can come up with. I don't want to speak for my sister agency, but HPD does run a sheltering program, so they have some expertise, so we've been working with them. The city has been working together on problem solving here.
But it's the first time I've heard them mentioned. They're really being brought in now to assist with the Upstate asylees?
They are also operating one of the HERCs.
One of the HERCs?
Yes.
Okay. Something I picked up in your testimony that was concerning, obviously the PEGs and the agency vacancies are a huge concern for this council. You said that you've been able to find efficiencies and savings that we believe are achievable with, quote, minimal impact on services to clients. Could you describe minimal impact?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. We understand that anytime there are reductions, that it takes some time to to absorb them, and that I don't want to pretend that any reduction was arrived at lightly. We appreciate the very significant fiscal challenges that the city is facing, and so we tried to take a thoughtful and deliberate approach to absorbing reductions. We were looking for places where we could leverage technology to provide services more efficiently, where we felt like the programs weren't performing in the way that we wanted to in some places, where there were changes in the way that service delivery is happening so that we could achieve some savings. And then with respect to the pass-throughs to the providers, which is frankly one of the places where we really spent a lot of time thinking, paused very hard on that one, and did not enter into that one lightly, but that recognizing that providers know their budgets very well, that they have individual ideas for identifying efficiencies, and that giving them more flexibility to reallocate across budget lines can potentially help them in the long run. We think that overall the impact on clients will be relatively minor. Again, understanding that none of this is taken lightly.
And what would you say is more of a challenge, the PEGs or the staff vacancies?
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't know that I can rank them in that way. I think they're both real challenges. But I think on the staff vacancies, we have been doing terrific work as an agency to address that. One of the statistics that the team showed me recently that really stuck with me is between Q4 of calendar year 2022 and Q1 of calendar year 2023, we had a 98% increase in our number of accepted offers. So it will, that will take a little bit before that is actually reflected in our vacancy rate, because we need to onboard people, but we are doing terrific work as a whole to bring people on board, and I'm really encouraged by that. I think we're starting to see that progress.
In the meantime, how are you making do? Are people working overtime?
Our staff are doing tremendous work. Yes, we have a lot of people working overtime. I am very grateful to the agency's frontline staff for all of the efforts that they are doing. We are doing some strategic redeployments around the agency to make sure that we are getting people to the areas of top focus. We are investing in technology support so that we are able to do our work as efficiently as possible. It really is an all hands on deck effort to make sure that we are doing the best job that we can to provide core services.
In any of those hirings you mentioned, are you hiring more eligibility specialists?
Absolutely. A large focus is on the cash and SNAP processors so that we can make sure that we are addressing that particular backlog. We are focused on those who are doing rental assistance, caseworkers for individuals with HIV/AIDS. So we are really prioritizing frontline staff. Excuse me for a moment.
Sure. Is everyone okay? We'll take a 2-minute break.
Thank you.
You want to take a minute?
We can keep going.
You sure?
Yeah. Actually, if we could,
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
well, thank you.
Everyone, please settle. Everyone, find a seat, please. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, certainly hope your colleague's okay.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the flexibility. I
Of
appreciate
course,
it.
come on. Okay, I want to ask a bit about, in the state's FY24 budget, they propose a state takeover of the city's Affordable Care Act, the FMAP, the Federal Medicaid Assistance percentage, meaning the state would keep the federal FMAP savings and no longer pass them through to localities that have been receiving them since the implementation of Medicaid expansion under the ACA. Have you been able to confirm with the state that this proposal is included in the final state budget? And if so, do you know how that's going to work?
To the best of our knowledge, yes, it is included in the state budget. It's phased in, over 3 years. Beyond that, there is still a lot of details still to be determined, but it is something that concerns us significantly as well.
Has the state indicated how much of that 74 million, I believe, is from the city?
So overall, about the total is about 343 million for the city.
Are we aware of any other changes being made under this plan that would impact the city budget?
Not at this time, but this was passed relatively recently, and we are still certainly digesting all of the details.
And has HRA done an assessment and review of the cost implications of this proposal just yet?
It's something that we are working with OMB on. Certainly, if the full reduction goes through, it's a significant reduction to the city's budget, and we will have to work with OMB to figure out how we absorb it.
But the number you're working with, at least back of the envelope, is about 350 million?
Correct.
Okay. The COVID-19 hotel shelters and anticipating the end of their FEMA funding, with the public health emergency coming up later this week, with the end of the public health emergency coming up later this week, it's our understanding that FEMA funding will no longer be able to support the COVID-19 hotels. Is that correct?
Again, we are still working with colleagues to make sure that we are fully understanding all of the implications, but I do want to just take a step back, if I may. At this point, we have very little in the way of COVID hotels. I believe we have one site that we are using for isolation and quarantine. Obviously, hotels were a very large portion of our COVID response. We moved most people back to congregate settings some time ago. At various points in time, we've had more isolation and quarantine space. Given where we are with respect to the trajectory of the disease right now, we have a relatively light need for that, so we have scaled that back substantially.
So you're saying there's only one hotel shelter left that handles COVID patients?
Specifically, DHS isolation and quarantine sites, yeah.
And what's the final FY23 budget for those hotels?
We'll have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. Okay. In keeping with the hotel contracts for the asylees, so in January, it was announced that the administration entered into a $275 million contract with the Hotel Association to house at least 5,000 asylees. You indicated at the preliminary budget hearing that this arrangement would make contracting easier for emergency shelter providers, and we wanted to learn a bit more about that contract. So can you tell us how many emergency shelter locations are currently under that emergency contract?
It is approximately 82, but let me confirm and we'll get back to you on that one. Just to explain the contract a little bit more thoroughly, so we have this master contract with the Hotel Association for New York. They are working with us to identify hotels, to help to vet them, and then the funding for those hotels will flow through our contract with HANIC. This brings two primary benefits to us. First of all, it helps share the workload of identifying, vetting, making sure that a hotel has appropriate certificate of occupancy, things like that. So this has put an enormous burden on our staff. So having HANIC play some of that role is very helpful. Second of all, the fact that we are flowing the funding through that for the hotels, which is a major piece of the cost of the emergency sites, flowing it through the HANIC contract rather than through individual providers means that individual providers don't have to be negotiating hotel rates. They don't have to be dealing with hotel payments. If there is if they have a cash flow issue, if there is a hiccup in registration, if there is, or simply just the invoicing process, they aren't on the hook for the hotel component of that. So it's helpful for both us and our providers.
Are the per diem rates set at the same level for all the shelter locations?
So there are multiple components to the per diem. There's for the emergency site, for all sites, there's real estate costs. For the emergency sites, that is typically a hotel rate, which we negotiate out they're fairly consistent, varying very slightly based on geography. And then there's the costs of other services, the social services, food, security, things like that. That will vary somewhat depending on population served, layout. A site with a lot of exits and entrances is going to need a little bit more security than a site that has, 2 doors. So there is some variation, but they're relatively consistent for the emergency sites.
What is the per diem rate under the contract, the average rate?
So the average for the sanctuary sites is $256. That is specifically for DHS emergency sites.
And why would what I'm trying to understand, I guess, is why would there be such a fluctuation, depending on the different agencies? Why would that change so much?
So I can speak specifically to DHS processes. I can't speak more detailed to the HERCs because I'm not in the weeds on that in the same way. But I think we have different. As we are responding to the emergency, we are bringing different tools to the table. Mm-hmm. DHS has a history, obviously, of operating shelter and working with shelter providers. So our staffing has largely been provider-based. We are absolutely using temp contracts. We are using the National Guard. We are using agency volunteers working overtime because this is such an enormous challenge. But we are largely following our traditional shelter model of using not-for-profit providers. In some of the other sites, which are both substantially larger and also a fully emergency response, don't have the same exact precedent to follow. It's different kinds of staffing models and things like that has led to some variation in cost. Again, I can't speak to the specifics on the HERCs, but I think what I would take as sort of a bottom line takeaway is that emergency response is just tremendously expensive. This was, as I mentioned when we were talking about the IBO report, as we exhaust our normal tools and everything we do has to be an emergency procurement for resources that are not normally part of our system, those incremental costs go up.
And is the emergency asylee per diem rate different than the per diem rate for the typical DHS shelter?
Yes, it's higher than a typical DHS shelter. That is largely driven by real estate costs. Most of the emergency sites are in hotels where we're paying a per night negotiated room rate. We're not paying, what any of us would pay if we were just booking a hotel room, but it is still relatively expensive as compared to our typical shelters where we have either a 9 or a 30-year contract, so that the real estate costs are contained somewhat that way.
And for something like the Upstate proposed shelters that HPD is handling, what would the per diem rate be there?
I'm going to have to defer to my HPD colleagues on that.
Okay. I mean, yeah. So we're being told, we haven't seen this letter, and I guess you can confirm or deny, but we're being told that a letter was sent out basically to all agencies asking to explore if there's any space in any city building that could potentially be used for asylees. Is that true?
Yes, council member. As I've talked about, this really is a whole of government response. We are looking at all of the tools that we have in our toolbox and making sure that we're using making effective use of city real estate is an important part of that.
Okay. So there was a story about the old police academy facility on 20th Street where several migrant families with children were housed in the former NYPD training facility over the weekend. And now there's an article saying that this was in apparent violation of longstanding rules prohibiting the city from sheltering kids in a congregate settings. So I guess what we're trying to understand is completely appreciating the emergency of the situation, and we can't just create a perfect environment to house folks on an emergency basis, but how is something like that being taken into consideration with an all-hands-on-deck letter for the city to find? I'm sure there's vacant city space. It doesn't mean that it's a place that that would make sense to house human beings.
Of course. So two pieces there. Let me start by addressing the police academy. That is a site that the city is using as emergency response. It is intended as essentially overflow space, so that when we have spikes in the numbers, that is a place where people can be. It is not designed as a long-term placement for anybody. And we are coordinating closely with the other agencies so that we can ensure that we find placements for anybody who is there, whether they are single adults or families with children. On the larger conversation about evaluating city spaces, it's the first step is to identify places that might have potential. The second step is to evaluate and assess them and determine whether or not they actually can be made viable. I've been through rounds of this already. There will be rounds to come. I can certainly assure you that not every space that is proposed can be made viable.
And what are the costs for something like the training facility, the NYPD training facility on 20th Street? What are the costs related to that? If it's not an outside vendor, what's the cost? What's the city charging itself?
I'm going to have to defer on that one, both because that one is certainly not running through the DSS budget, but also this is something that we have stood up relatively recently, and I think we are still assessing all of that.
So that particular one was run through which budget?
I anticipate that it will be through the NYSM budget, but I do think this has been very much an emergency response, and there are still details to be resolved here.
Okay, I want to ask, and I have my co-chair and a lot of colleagues that have questions, but I want to ask about the community food connection. Sure. So the HRA's Community Food Connection, CFC, is formerly known as the EFAP, Emergency Food Assistance Program. It provides an array of essential food items to emergency food providers. In our budget response, the council called on the administration to increase and baseline the budget for the Community Food Connection Program to $60 million. Additionally, the council has called on the CFC to engage in an outreach and education campaign to ensure that smaller community-based providers, who especially those who have begun operating since the onset of the pandemic, are enrolled in the program. What we're seeing is there's a lot of emergency food pantries, whether they were that popped up during COVID. Certainly COVID might be in our rearview mirror, but the food insecurity is absolutely still here. Has HRA made any changes to CFC in response to the council's budget response? And if so, can you detail any of those changes?
So I'm going to start my response and then pass it over to my colleague Jill Berry. So we have robust funding in place through FY24. The budget does drop off in FY25. We're in conversations with OMB about that. There has been a steady increase in the number of food pantries and community kitchens that receive funding. It is currently at 673, which is up from about 550 just a few years ago. So we have seen a steady increase. This is the only program among all of the different levels of government that fund emergency food use where the application is open year-round. So providers can come to us at any point. But Jill, anything you want to add?
Because the concern here is that if we all acknowledge that, while COVID might be in the rearview mirror, COVID food insecurity is certainly seemingly here to stay for the time being. But what we're seeing is the understanding is that the budget is a bit over $55 million for FY23 and 24, but then it drops to $25 million in FY25, which is half of what it is now.
Yeah, and as the commissioner said, we're going to work closely with OMB to look at what the funding should be for FY25. But to address your question about what we're doing for some of the smaller pantries and making sure that pantries who maybe haven't traditionally been part of our program can access it, we gave a number of grants this year just recently. Some of them were specifically expansion funding. So for two things: one, to allow those smaller pantries who don't currently receive CFC funding to partner with some larger organizations to start to build their capacity, and also to have some more mobile operations to bring the larger pantries' food and infrastructure to the smaller locations.
Okay. And what is the actual spending on CFC thus far in FY23? Can you tell me that?
We'll need to get back to you on that number.
And if CFC providers need more food, what is the process and the time frame to get approval to order more food?
So all the food budget was allocated to all the providers for the entire fiscal year. We recently conducted an exercise where we reallocated some pantries were underspending. We did a reallocation to shift those funds around to make sure they're all spent, and we'll do the same exercise again later this month to make sure that all pantries who need food have access to food. We also have a rolling application, so we are constantly taking in new applications for new programs, and we have some funds set aside so that we can bring on new pantries on an ongoing basis.
But can a small local food pantry that might have been born out of a mutual aid program apply and get funding from you guys?
Absolutely. We do require that pantries have some certain key criteria. It also includes you have to have funding from another source. But we work closely with new pantries who are just coming on, who maybe don't have any government funding. We work collaboratively with them and some of the state and other funding sources so that we can provide that funding at the same time so that they can meet that requirement of having at least two sources of funding.
Okay. My last question is going to speak to the subway safety plan and some of the end-of-line services. The FY24 executive plan added an additional $22 million in FY23 for the subway safety plan. Will this need be ongoing? And if so, are we going to add the funding to the baseline?
Thank you, Councilmember. This is another one of the places where we work very closely with OMB to realign on a year-by-year basis to make sure that the budget matches needs and our commitments to providers. So we will continue to monitor that.
How much has been spent thus far?
Again, I'm going to need to get back to you on that one.
Since the start of this administration, how many new drop-in centers have opened?
One.
And where is that?
It's on 14th Street in Manhattan.
And how many beds are there?
So drop-in centers don't have beds, just.
Sorry, I'm talking, sorry, the low barrier beds.
Oh, sorry. Okay, different
Sorry.
question.
Yeah.
So we have opened, since the start of this administration, I believe we've opened about 500 low barrier beds in different locations across the city.
Okay, so as far as end-of-line outreach services, I have an end-of-line station in my district at 95th Street in Bay Ridge on the R line. The outreach that's being done there is really not working. There's still many unsheltered individuals congregating on the trains and in the station primarily before rush hour, 5, 6 a.m. I haven't seen a big improvement in the last year since this significant investment was made. Could you provide an update just overall, not just, I don't necessarily about my district, but overall how the end-of-line services and street outreach efforts are going at end-of-line stations?
Sure. Thank you for that question, council member. This is some of the hardest work that we do. It takes a long time. We are starting to see dividends from that investment. We've had, since the start of the end-of-line engagement that was announced, we've had almost 318,000 engagements. We've had more than 4,600 clients check into placements. That can be a placement in shelter, safe haven, stabilization bed. And we have about 1,300 who are still in those placements. This is an effort that, with a typical client, it can take many months, sometimes hundreds of touch points before an individual is ready to come indoors. It is very common for somebody to come in and then exit and then come, but they might be more likely to come back the next time, right? So it is something that because we're talking about individuals who frankly have been failed by every level of government and probably more than once, what we see is that it's a real trust building exercise that takes a very long time to do. So, absolutely there is still work to do, but we are seeing real progress from that work.
Okay, I'm going to hand it over to my co-chair, Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala.
I appreciate it, Chair Brennan. Commissioner, I hope that the colleague is doing better.
Thank you.
Is she okay?
I hope so, I believe so.
I see the
well,
staff behind
yeah.
you shaking, yes, in the affirmative, so good. So in the executive budget plan, the plan included a baseline peg on nonprofit providers contracts starting in fiscal year 2024. The peg value is $36.2 million annually for DHS and $3 million per year for HRA. OMB has indicated that providers must identify 5% savings in their contracted expenditures, and in exchange will be permitted to use half of that amount for staff retention. While providing additional flexibility for provider expenditures is important, it does not make sense to cut homeless and social services at a time of record need. Providers that I have spoken to do not believe that this program can be implemented without permanently reducing services. Is this concerning? It is very concerning that the services may need to be cut when the census is at a record high and climbing. How would the implementation of this PEG work, and how would the required savings amount be calculated for each provider?
Thank you for the question. Let me start by saying this was not a reduction that we took lightly. DHS in particular, as I testified earlier, overwhelmingly we spend our money on DHS staff and on contracted providers. There's virtually nothing else. And as you know, we took reductions in the agency headcount in January. So when we needed to participate in the executive PEG exercise, understanding the very significant fiscal challenges that the city is facing, we felt like we had to look to the providers. In the past, in previous years, when we have done really targeted, you will cut X, The feedback that we have gotten from providers is that they know their budgets better than we do, that they know their operations better than we do, and that it is more appropriate for them to have some flexibility on how they are going to actually achieve the savings. So that's what we look to do here. The reduction that has been passed through to providers is 2.5%, so substantially less than the full PEG amount of 4%. If providers choose to go beyond and identify additional savings, that is funding that they keep to reallocate within their budget so that they can have some additional flexibility. We are working on implementation plans now, consulting very closely with our internal finance team, and we'll be talking with providers as we develop those plans.
Has this ever happened before? Have we had a situation where providers were asked to make cuts to their budget?
Yes, absolutely. There have been situations where there have been reduction to provider contracts. I don't know that we've ever paired it with flexibility in exactly this way, but yes, it's not unprecedented.
Okay. So providers have indicated that at times they were part of the contract that have underspending, but that it's not because they don't have a real need for the funding. Rather, it is because the terms of the contract offer little flexibility and don't allow them to take much needed budget adjustments. Why are contract terms so inflexible? And will providers be afforded any additional flexibility under this plan in addition to the ability to use the 2.5% for staffing purposes?
Thank you. There are a couple of factors that I think shape our contracts. First of all, DHS in particular is a very heavily regulated space, right? So there are staffing ratios that are come to us from the state. So we always have to make sure, and will continue to make sure, that we are adhering to those staffing ratios. We also, several years ago, went through what we termed our model budget exercise, where we tried to set up essentially template budgets for providers for shelters of different types. So, there's not that we're comparing a single adult shelter to a families with children shelter, but that for all families with children that there is a certain level of consistency. We wanted to do that for a few reasons. It helped with provider retention, right? Because you don't have an opportunity. You have less of an incentive for a staff person to be forum shopping and hopping from provider to provider, but also, knowing that, a client is assigned to a given shelter based on, who has vacancies on the day that they come in, plus some combination of their particular needs. We wanted to make sure that essentially luck of the draw process resulted in something that was consistent for everybody walking in the door. So we do try and keep some level of consistency across the different shelter budgets. That being said, we've heard a lot of requests for flexibility. So what we see here is an attempt to both adhere to the spirit of consistency across shelters while also recognizing some need for flexibility.
Yeah, I'll tell you that I'm really concerned about this one because, 2.5% seems like a very minimal amount, but for nonprofits that are already underpaid and understaffed and under-resourced, is significant. And we did see throughout the beginning of this crisis, when we were touring, the speaker and I actually toured Bellevue, and we toured a couple of other locations as a result of complaints that we had been hearing from shelter providers and residents that they didn't have access to milk, they didn't have access to diapers, they didn't have access to food. If they did have access to food, the food was, maybe like a very small, meal, right, that, of course, abided by the calorie count, but people were still hungry, and the providers just didn't have, the resources to give more. Whereas whereas DHS had that flexibility within their budget, right? So we go to the PAF center and we have an abundance of diapers, and if you want a second or third milk, you're obviously welcome to it. And if you're hungry and you want 2 or 3 packages of meals, you can have those. So it was a really obvious difference between the nonprofit sector and what the city was able to provide. And I get the complexity of, the situation, but I just wonder if it would have been more, if it would have made more sense to try to renegotiate the contracts with the hotels that are charging pretty significant rates and, allow the nonprofits to remain harmless.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that feedback. I, want to reiterate that this is not something that we arrived at lightly. Understand the challenges that it presents. Just to respond to a couple of pieces there with respect to the food, we have worked very closely with our providers to make sure that people have, that there is adequate food. I was at one of the Asylum sites recently, and it was between meal times, but there were, baskets of fruit and a fridge is full of sandwiches. There is food available for people when they need it, and that is not going to change. With respect to the hotel rates, without giving away secrets on the record, because it does help us with our negotiations, I can assure you that we actually have been able to keep to quite competitive rates for our hotels, and they are, while it is expensive relative to our typical real estate, which is locked in at 9-year contracts, we're not paying full market rate hotel prices.
Okay. I'll come back to that. If a provider does not have OTPS underspending and does not have vacancies that they can eliminate without eroding legally mandated services, will nonprofits be required to do layoffs?
We're not looking at layoffs, and we will certainly work with providers to figure out how to implement the PEG or adjust accordingly.
And I'm sure this is more of an OMB question, but are you aware of any attempt to try to fast-track payment of contracts? Because one of the other issues that we're very well aware of is the fact that our nonprofit sector is, usually not only underpaid, but they're not getting their contracts in time, and many of them are in financial crisis because they're taking loans left and right in order to be able to make payroll.
Yeah, thank you. It is something that we are very focused on. First of all, making sure that provider contracts are registered promptly. We're working very closely between the providers, the DHS staff, the DSS ACO's office, all of the oversight agencies and the controller to push that. I can assure you that City Hall is very focused on making sure that FY24 contracts are all in place. We're reporting out on a weekly basis there. And then with the invoicing process, we've done a lot of work to try and make sure that invoices go as smoothly as possible, because even once a contract is registered, right, all of the payment is done on a reimbursement basis. So we are seeing, I think, at least on the margins, some level of improvement. I think actually the increases for regular shelter budgets that we talked about earlier do play into that as well, because the third piece of making sure that we can pay providers promptly, right, we need to make sure the contract is registered, we need to process the invoice, and then there needs to be budget authority available to make the payment. So that is going to be an important piece as well.
Yeah, critical for many of our providers. Providers with unionized staff have expressed that they will not be able to meet this PEG. Collective bargaining agreements govern work rules, including caseload, so eliminating positions and reassigning work to others may not be an option. Additionally, because salaries must be consistent across programs and titles, and because vacancies and accruals can vary significantly within any one provider or organization, adjusting pay for some and not others isn't an option. Has DC 37 and other unions been made aware of this initiative, and what was their response?
I have not spoken to DC 37 about this, given that it is the provider's relationship with the union there, so I'm not sure it would be necessarily appropriate for the agency to insert directly in that respect, but we will certainly work closely with any provider who has concerns and make sure that we are implementing this in a way that is appropriate.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. It was reported in the New York Times yesterday that Jordan Neely, the man in mental health crisis who was killed in the train last week, that Chair Brennan mentioned, was on the DHS top 50 list for unsheltered homeless individuals. This means that he was known to DHS and had contact with street outreach workers on several occasions. What exactly, who maintains the top 50 list and who has access to the list?
Thank you. Let me start by just stating, first of all, that what happened to Mr. Neely was a tragedy. My heart goes out to his family. I am not going to comment on his case or the situation on the record. I think it would be just inappropriate from a privacy standpoint. More generally, DHS works very closely with healthcare partners, outreach organizations, and others to focus on clients about whom we have particular concerns. It is a very it's essentially a case management tool where we are doing collaborative case management to identify all of the resources that we can bring to the table. But again, I'm not comfortable speaking more specifically about Mr. Neely's case.
I mean, we're not asking about any specifics regarding his case. I'm using him as an example. If an individual is on the list, right? First of all, is this list private?
This is essentially what we're talking about here is internal to agency and with the contracted outreach providers, intensive case conferencing, right? So we are working together to identify individuals about whom we have particular concerns and identifying all the resources that we can bring to the table, right? Who has healthcare resources that might be appropriate, who has housing resources that might be appropriate, and how do we connect the client to those resources? It's varies significantly because individual circumstances vary significantly. It's certainly not a published list.
Okay. But if an individual is identified, any individual, I'm identified, I'm on the top 50, what does that mean? Who's contacting me? How quickly does that mean that I'm transitioning between, living on the street to identifying, suitable housing?
The concept of the top 50 is a way for us to focus this interagency collaborative case management and do it in a way that is meeting the needs of very, very high need individuals. But those is true for not just for those who have been identified for this particular form of collaborative casework, but for all of our clients. People are coming to DHS in moments of trauma with very unique client circumstances. So for particularly this group of very, very high need clients, there is no formulaic pathway to stability, right? So for some people, it might be via a healthcare route. For other people, direct connection to housing might be the right solution. We see people, and again, I am not speaking specifically about any case, but for who with really significant physical health care needs, and what they actually need is a nursing home, and that might be the best option. So I can't answer it because the intent here is really to do the most human-centered collaborative casework on very challenging cases.
And does that collaboration extend to, outside of the boundaries of DHS? Do you work with NYPD? Do you work with, DHS, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene? Do you work with health and hospitals? I mean, there's just so many, I can go on and on and on, so many different agencies that, unfortunately, touch on this issue, and I've seen very little coordination. And I've shared this before because this case really bothers me because Jordan is one of many individuals that unfortunately are on our streets, in our subway stations, who have not and will probably never receive the level of care that they need. We are in a desperate need of inpatient rehabilitation beds in New York State, in New York City, and the state has been very purposefully moving away from that model for many years, and I think that they get off the hook a little too easily. Because I think that a lot of this, if you look at the history, right, of the number of beds that we've lost throughout the years and the trajectory, right, leading up to, the moment in time that we're in, that there's a correlation there. And, I've had interactions with some of these agencies, I won't mention names either, because I want to protect the integrity of the organization. But I've had interactions with a lot of these agencies that are contracted through DHS to provide services to individuals with mental health issues, and there isn't really the level of intense care planning, at least in my opinion, my humble opinion, that I think the situation sometimes merit, and I need to say that and get that really off my chest, because I haven't slept well in days, and I don't know how anybody could, because this could have been avoided. And not only Jordan, but people like Jordan, people forget that individuals with mental health issues, severe mental health issues, are usually on the receiving end of the violence, but they do have the propensity to get violent too. And so I think about all of the people, commuters, right? People that are going to work, people that are minding their business, that come, that have been, hit over the head or pushed, and these things could have been avoided. They could have been avoided. And then what happens is that these poor people end up in jail because nobody treated them to begin with. Nobody offered them the services that they needed. That level of interagency, coordination was not adequate, was not there at all, and now they end up at Rikers, and God forbid, as in Mr. Neely's case, deceased, and I just don't know how, in this society, in a city that is so rich in services, that we're still, allowing this to happen.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember, for those sentiments. I certainly hear you. This administration in particular is very committed to breaking down those silos, right? So we absolutely do have DHS, all the health agencies, the state increasingly, so OMH is also at the table, right? We are bringing all the resources together to work through this intense case coordination on particular cases. It is very much client focused, so it is on specific individuals, because it really does require this intensive planning around and discussion of the needs of particular people, right? These people's lives are complex, that they're not going to be fixed by a data match, right? So it is about getting the clinicians to the table to really think through about what individuals need. There was an announcement just about a month ago that HUD has awarded us money to support this work, so this is something that we're going to be able to expand. I'm very pleased about that, because I do think that you're right, this interagency collaboration and looking about how we can bring all the resources to bear is an incredibly important part of serving clients with really complex and interconnected needs.
Yeah, and I hope that includes consulting with family members, because when I look at all of the cases of reported suicides at Rikers, cases, like Mr. Neely's, cases like, my own brother, the common denominator is we try to get him help. We try to get him help. And if you look at each individual case, you will see that they have come in contact with every single agency on the face of the earth, and they still fell through the cracks. So we're doing something fundamentally wrong. And until all of the stakeholders are at the table, we're not going to get this right. And I just want to say to the administration that words matter, and the way that we talk about unhoused individuals matter, in the way that we point them out and victimize them yet again because of their situation. That matters. We cannot be a city that is pointing the finger at the neediest, right? Because we don't want to see it, because it bothers us. These are people that need help, and we should be doing better. So shame on all of us, and that, and I include myself in that. All right, I'm gonna move on to a couple of questions regarding issues that were not addressed in the budget. The prevailing wage issue for the security, that was a law that was passed, and we still have not seen those funds baselined.
That is another place where we are coordinating with OMB to add funds on a year-by-year basis, so fully implemented for FY23, and we will adjust the budget going forward.
But is there any intention to baseline these funds?
We're collaborating closely with OMB to adjust our budget as needed. I'm going to have to defer.
Yeah, it's a law, so I don't, we could add it every year. We could just add it to the budget because it's going to have to go there anyway. The city's nonprofit health and human service workers have been significantly underpaid for years, and this workforce is predominantly comprised of women and people of color. That has kept the city afloat throughout the pandemic. The wages of these workers has remained stagnant despite the rising cost of living in the city. While the fiscal year 2023 adopted plan included $60 million in baseline funding for HHS workers, and allocation does not fully address the pay inequities in this sector. Additionally, I have heard from many providers that they have yet to receive last year's increase. How does DSS expect nonprofits to continue to hire and retain staff when comparable city workers and private sector jobs pay better? And what is the delay in distributing last year's workforce enhancement?
Thank you, Council Member. We are rolling out the contract amendments to allow for the payments of those workforce enhancements. So that is steadily underway, but it did involve amending every single contract that we had, so that there was a non-trivial process to go there. But absolutely, with frontline workers are the backbone of what we do, and it is critical that we get those funds into providers' hands. So we are prioritizing that. With respect to larger conversations about pay rates, I think that is something that can be discussed as part of the larger budget negotiations, but it's outside the scope of DSS specifically.
Do you know what percentage of providers have already received any of this fund?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. On HRA, the Right to Counsel law, spearheaded by the council, provides access to free legal services to all tenants facing eviction proceedings, and is a key program to addressing housing stability in the city. Eviction filings in the city increased significantly over the past year, as has the demand for Right to Counsel services. But the program's contracted providers do not have the capacity to fully meet the current need. Additionally, on February 21st, 2023, Local Law 20 of 2023 was enacted, extending full legal representation in evictions or termination of the tenancy proceedings in housing court for any person who is 60 years of age or older. No funding has been added to the budget to support this expansion, which will be effective in early fiscal year 2024. In the budget response, the council called on the administration to add $70 million to Right to Counsel to ensure that all eligible individuals can obtain legal services. Nothing was added to the executive plan. Without the additional funding, how does the city expect to meet the requirements of all Right to Counsel legislation, including the expansion to seniors, and prevent increase in evictions and homelessness, which is much more costly to the city?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are incredibly proud of the Right to Counsel program. It is a flagship initiative of DSS. It's one that has been copied by jurisdictions all over the country because we know it is a really important program. We're working really closely with OMB to realign our budget to make sure that the Right to Counsel program is fully funded for all of its obligations. As you note, it wasn't funded in the plan at this time, but we anticipate that we will be meeting all of our legal obligations next fiscal year.
Okay. Do you know what challenges providers have expressed with hiring, retention, pay parity, and other things?
So this is a challenging labor market. It's a challenging labor market, I think, for everybody, for the for-profit sector, for not-for-profits, for government. It is something that we have heard from our legal service providers. What we have seen recently is that vacancy rates have been going down. We're working very closely with them to monitor that. We're making adjustments as we go along. For example, we're rolling out a hotline so that more of the brief assistance can be handled through a centralized hotline rather than take up on-the-ground attorney time. So we're looking for creative ways that we can work with our providers to maximize resources.
Are you aware of any providers that have stopped taking new cases, even if it was just temporarily?
No, as to the best of our knowledge, no providers have stopped fully taking new cases. The balance between full representation and brief advice may have shifted in certain ways, and so that's something that we're monitoring really
Are
closely
you
with.
sure? I mean, I feel like I've heard here from some of our providers on the record that they're not able to take on any new clients because they don't have the workforce to meet the demand.
Again, I think has been some shifts between what is brief advice versus full representation, and so that may be part of the discrepancy, but we will certainly follow up with our providers and ensure that what I just said is accurate.
Okay, I'm gonna just try to move and jump around here a little bit so that I can allow for our colleagues to ask questions. But regarding the, okay, so this is a DHS question on mental health. On March 14, 2023, Local Law 35 of 2023 was enacted, requiring DHS contractor shelters to hire mental health professionals to provide on-site or telehealth mental health services at families with children's shelters. DHS is required to maintain a ratio of at least one full-time mental health professional for up to every 50 families with children. What will the new need for funding support specifically, and when do we expect this to be baseline in this year's budget?
So we're still working on our implementation plans for this. Most of our sites have most of our families with children sites have social workers on site. And so there may be ways that we can meet the required ratios without substantial new needs, but we are doing a site-by-site assessment so that we can ensure that we are in compliance with the law.
Okay. And what type of mental health services will families be able to access, and how will they be funded?
The mental health services will vary depending on individual families' needs. It could include in-person care. It could include telehealth. It may be oriented towards children. It may be oriented towards parents. The requirements of the bill are fairly broad, so our intent is to make sure that each family is getting connected to the services that is most applicable for them.
In the adopted plan, $14 million in city funding was added in fiscal year 23 for a benefit access pilot program. In the preliminary plan, $4.9 million was rolled from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. In the executive plan, a portion of the funding rolled into the preliminary plan was rolled back to fiscal year 2023 again. Additionally, just over $10 million was added in fiscal year 2024 and 25, and $2.7 million was added to fiscal year 26. What is the portion of funding being rolled back to fiscal year 23, and why does the funding decline so much in fiscal year 26?
So we can probably get back to you with some of the details, but I think there was a small rollback of funding to 23 because we're actually incurring some costs this year on launching the program, so we just need to align the budget with the actual spending. I believe that the budget stays relatively constant, but the amounts added vary because what had been put in the budget previously also varied. So the goal here is to create a relatively steady funding stream. But we can get back to you with more detail on that.
Okay, and the funding of this program was not baseline. Is it expected to continue in the out years? And if so, when will funding be added?
I believe it is funded through 2026. Is that right? Okay. And then we will, to the extent that we need, the out-year budget is still being developed beyond that.
All right. And of the $14 million that has been allocated so far, how much of that is budgeted to CBOs?
I believe the majority, about $10 million, is specifically for the CBOs.
Okay. Is it possible so that you could provide to this body a breakdown of what the remainder of the budget is allocated towards by expense type?
Sure, we'll follow up on that.
Okay. Will the city be able to claim any state or federal revenue to support this initiative?
At this time, I believe it is fully city-funded. If there are opportunities for claiming, we will certainly take advantage of them.
Okay, and my final question, in the executive plan includes an additional $279.9 million in fiscal year '23, comprised of city, state, and federal funds to support the increased need for benefit payments to cash assistance clients. How is this amount calculated, and what trends is HRA seeing in its cash assistance caseload?
Thank you. We are seeing very rapid increases in the number of, in the cash assistance caseload. Just to start with that, hold on, I have some statistics here. Relative to pre-COVID, our cash assistance caseload is up 43%. What we have, the drop-off of income supports that came with COVID has led to really rapid increases in applications. So for the period of 2019, applications for April relative to 2023 applications for April was up 53%, right? So there is significant demand for cash assistance. The funding formula depends a little bit based on which type of cash assistance that you're talking about. So for families with children that are within their initial 5-year period, that is largely federally funded. For single adults, families that have exceeded 5 years worth of cash assistance, that is largely city funded. So overall, the cash assistance budget is just over 50% funded, but that is the aggregate of a number of different funding formulas.
What is the full cash assistance budget for fiscal year 2023?
Let me pull that up.
And how much has been spent to date?
Just a moment. Got that.
The cash assistance budget for FY23 is $1.97 billion. About $1.4 billion has been spent to date.
Okay. Does HRE expect additional funding is going to be needed in future years? And if so, will they be baselined?
We're going to monitor that really closely with OMB. The trends for the last year or so have been quite different from the trends more recently, or slightly further back from that. So it's something that we think is appropriate, and OMB thinks is appropriate to look at utilization and demand, and to adjust on an ongoing basis.
Okay, Councilmember Caban had to leave, but she asked me to ask this question, so I will ask this question on the record for her. The preliminary budget included $1.2 million in baseline funding starting in fiscal year 2024 to provide micro-grant assistance to domestic violence impacted clients with the aim of helping them maintain safe and stable housing. This funding supports efforts consistent with the legislation passed by the council and the mayor's housing blueprint, expanding a pilot run by the mayor's office to end gender violence based on the high level of need amongst domestic violence victims and the rate of expenditures during the and the violence ENDGBV pilot in the budget response. And the council called on the administration to increase baseline funding for this program by an additional $3 million for a total of $4.2 million, but nothing is added to the executive plan. Could you please describe how this program will operate?
So DSS is a fiscal conduit for NGBV, so I'm going to need to defer to them on their operational plans.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'll turn it back to Chair Brennan.
Thank you. Speaker?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before they leave, we must greet and acknowledge our 5th graders from PS 376Q in Bayside School of Excellence. We see Councilmember Palladino up there. Welcome to City Council Chambers. Welcome to the People's House. We hope that you enjoyed your tour today. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Commissioner, quick question, then we have a whole bunch of questions from my colleagues. With regard to the subway safety plan and the mental health evaluations and the involuntary removals, understanding it takes often dozens, if not 50, 60, 70 times before someone builds trust to engage to get someone off the street to take shelter and services. But are any of those attempts sort of, or the number of attempts, is there any number that's sort of inherently baked into when an involuntary removal might be necessary? Like, how many times do we offer services before we decide that someone might need the services but not be able to make that decision on their own?
Thank you, Councilmember. It's an interesting question. There is not a formula. It is the decision about whether or not somebody is a danger to themselves or others is based on very much point in time situations, and so yeah, there's no formula.
Okay, questions from my colleagues. We have something from the speaker first. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, just two trains of thought, and I didn't want to let this go by. We were made aware of the NYPD Academy gym over the weekend, housing, being used as a congregate shelter and housing children. Was this a mistake, and have they been moved?
Thank you, Speaker. The Academy Gym is serving as essentially an overflow site as we are seeing spikes in asylum intake, that it is there to make sure that everybody has a bed whatever point in time that they are coming into New York City. We are working with the staff managing the NYPD site and identifying the families, and they will move to alternative placements. That's true for everybody who passes through that facility. It is intended to be only a short-term placement.
Can we get a little bit closer to short-term, as there are children involved, and we know that that is not something that is approved by the state?
We anticipate that we will be moving those families in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Okay, thank you. Something else that I'd like to bring up also, I don't know if it was mentioned, the hotel conversions to permanent housing, something that I personally am excited about, and I'll just say this for the record, that the council has continually emphasized the need for permanent housing solutions and called on the administration to prioritize the creation of new affordable housing over the creation of new shelters, of course. In other parts of the country, converting hotels to permanent housing has proved to be an effective ways to reduce homelessness. We're talking about converting, not creating more shelter systems within hotels. We're talking about true conversions. But the city hasn't prioritized this approach, but last week it was announced that a Hilton near Kennedy International Airport, this happens to be my district, in District 28, would be converted into permanent housing, with a third of the funding coming from a state program and 60% of units reserved for people struggling with homelessness. That's something that we're very happy about. Has DSS explored similar housing solutions? This approach would be cheaper for the city in the long term compared to operating so many shelters, and would provide greater stability for individuals facing homelessness. We think that this is something that's very feasible, and again, I'm very proud to welcome this into District 28 in my own district. So what are your thoughts on that? Is the city looking to do similar programming?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for your support of the project. We are actually a big piece of the financing structure for that project. We got left out of the press coverage, but we are deep in it.
That's why I wanted it on the record.
Thank you. So one of the things that I am really excited about is HRA has had a contract for several years now, known as a master lease, allows not-for-profits to lease housing and turn it into permanent housing for individuals or families coming out of the shelter system. The traditional version is structured like a regular social service contract, so 9 years, relatively short term. One of the things that we have done is adapt it to be a 30-year project-based rent contract, so in some ways similar to a Section 8 project-based contract, and so that turns it into something that not-for-profits can finance off of, and that is what is happening in the JFK project. This is yeah, I feel like I'm using the phrase whole of government a lot. This is another one that it's got a lot of cooks in the kitchen. It's us, it's HPD, it's HCR, it's HDC, but we are all really coming together. I think it is going to be a tremendously exciting project, and I would love to do more of them.
I second and third what you just said.
Great.
We need to take a look at this across the city. I happen to think that this is going to be a phenomenal new thing that we need to take a look at citywide.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chair.
Okay, questions from council members, starting with Councilmember Schulman, followed by Councilmember Carr.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. So the executive plan includes $200,000 for the Mayor's Office of Food Policy, which is budgeted within HRA's budget. Additionally, one position was added in the executive plan to the Mayor's Office for Food Policy. What will the new funding be used for? What is the new position added?
We're going to have to get back to you on that one. This is another instance where we're serving as a fiscal conduit for another agency.
Okay, so with that, if you're going to get back to me, what is the total OTPS budget for MOFP budgeted within HRA's budget, and what's the total number of positions budgeted through HRA for MOFP, and what is the PS budget for them?
We can certainly circle back with you on that.
Okay. And I also, by the way, I just want to piggyback a little bit on the emergency shelter info. Once it's established, is there an opportunity to get more information like healthcare, education? Those are the big pieces when we have people moving into the asylum seekers moving into those shelters.
Absolutely, we're always happy
And
to.
working with the council members.
Absolutely.
Okay. The executive plan includes $774,259 in baseline savings starting in fiscal 2024 relating to Get Covered NYC. As chair of the Health Committee, I'm very interested in this. How are savings calculated and what do they relate to?
So at the risk of sounding a little bit like a broken record, we also serve as a fiscal conduit for PEU. So we will get back to you on that one. For better or worse, DSS supports a number of the smaller agencies around the city, but our ability to speak to their programs.
Okay, so I have a funny feeling you're going to say the same thing about the next question, but let's see. The executive plan includes a rollover of $266.3 million in city funding from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2024 related to HRA's Medicaid expenditures. Can you explain what this specifically relates to and why the funding is being rolled?
Yes, this one is certainly our budget. I'm going to turn it over to Ellen Levine.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a reestimate just on the timing of payments for Medicaid initiatives. The timing's based on the amounts that are approved by the federal government, and that's expected in next year, not this fiscal year.
Thank you. Okay, and my next question, and I know I'm running out of time, so it's a little bit of a long question. So in 2019, the council successfully negotiated the launch of Fair Fares, a program that offers a 50% city subsidy of public transit fares for city residents with incomes up to 100% of the federal poverty level, regardless of immigration status. To date, over 280,000 people have enrolled in Fair Fares, but there are many more low-income individuals with limited resources who rely on public transit and are not eligible for the program. In the budget response, the council called on the administration to expand eligibility for fares to city residents with incomes up to 200% of FPL. The council estimated the expansion would require an additional $61.5 million of baseline funding to bring the total baseline budget for Fair Fares to $136.5 million. Additionally, the budget response noted if it turned out that the uptake rate for the expansion of Fair Fares is greater than expected, the city should allocate the additional funds necessary to cover the cost of providing Fair Fares to all eligible applicants. Nothing was added to the executive budget to address this request. Has the administration estimated what such an expansion would cost, and if so, how much?
Thank you, Councilmember. We very much value the Fair Fares program. We think it does terrific work. We have heard the feedback around increasing the income limit. We have a range of estimates around what it would cost. It is a significant cost to increase it to the higher income thresholds. I think we can certainly follow up with you offline on what the cost estimates are. I don't have them with me, but we do think that can be that should be a part of the overall budget conversation.
Chair, I have a few questions related to that issue. Can I finish them?
Sure.
Thank you. Is the number posted online, which was over 286,000 as of last Friday, the current number of active users or something else?
Yes, that's the right number of total enrollment. Not all of those individuals are actively using the card.
What is the monthly application volume and what is the approval rate?
71% approval rate. I don't have the monthly application volume, but we can circle back with you on that.
Okay. And can you provide a breakdown of the fiscal 2023 $75 million budget by expense type?
Sure. The vast majority of that is used for the benefits themselves. A small amount is used for the staff that administer it and for outreach. And as well as mailing the cards and things like that, but it is, the amount of the OTPS, the non-benefit cards is a few $1 million relative to the overall budget.
And what's the actual spending been thus far in fiscal year 2023, and can you provide a breakout by expense type?
This is a fully city-funded program, and I believe we're on track to spend the full $75 million.
Okay, and my last question is when will Fair Fares be added to the Omni system?
We're working very closely with MTA right now, and at the point that MTA converts fully to Omni, we will be ready.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Chairs. Congratulations, Commissioner, on your appointment, and I want to express my appreciation to your Staten Island and Intergov teams on their accessibility since the migrant shelter crisis began, and you've had shelters operating in my borough. I want to talk a little bit about the right to shelter. I think it's been the subject of intense interest over the years, and I think the position of the administration has been that the right to shelter extends to those individuals who are coming here as part of the migrant crisis, but that's not a position that's been embraced by other jurisdictions in the state. So I was wondering if you could explain to me why the right to shelter applies to those who have no prior history of residency in the city or even the state.
Thank you, Council Member. Let me start with the very significant caveat that I am not a lawyer, so I will do my best to answer those questions, but again, I'm not a lawyer. So yes, the right to shelter, as it has been interpreted in New York City, encompasses everybody. That was true before the asylum seeker crisis began. There is slightly different. There's an eligibility process for families with children and for adult families. The same eligibility process does not apply for single adults. The right to shelter exists because of litigation that was brought specifically in New York City. It is based on an interpretation of the state constitution, but the cases were specific to New York City. So a comparable right to shelter, separate and apart from residency history, doesn't currently exist in other parts of the state because a comparable court case hasn't been brought. Again, I am not a lawyer, so please take that with a large grain of salt.
Understood, but I think it's fair to say when that consent decree was signed, I think it's a series of consent decrees actually, nobody contemplated a crisis on this scale and that the city would ever have to accommodate such a large number of individuals and families at a specific period of time. So now we have 3 emergency shelters in my district. The 4th was just opened in Councilmember Hanks's district that had from time to time been used for New York City homeless previously. So we're at a crisis point where we're expending a significant amount of money, and by the way, I'm inclined to agree with your estimates because it's always safer to assume they'll be higher in government, and at the same time, a diminishment of our resources for the existing New York City homeless population, not to mention the burdens faced by the New York City Education Department, shortage of ESL teachers, and the list goes on and on. So I guess at what point do we have an exit strategy for this current situation, especially given that everyone seems to be indicating the crisis is only going to get worse?
Thank you, Councilmember. I absolutely agree. This is unprecedented. I think, when we talk about exit strategy, at the end of the day, I think we need to be looking to the federal government, right? New York City cannot control immigration policy. I see this, many of my colleagues see this really as the situation that we are in right now as a breakdown in federal immigration policy, and for us to get to actual long-term resolution, I think we all need to be raising our voices together to push for a true federal solution.
I agree with you. And just finally, if you could get us the dates for the commencement and conclusion of any emergency shelter contracts in the borough, if you have that handy now, I'd love to hear it. If not, I'm happy to take it.
I don't have it, but we'll follow up.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, we've also been joined by Councilmember Ung, and now I'm going to turn to Councilmember Barron for questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner number one, I am very, very upset about the unequal distribution of shelters in communities of color, particularly black and brown communities. There was a Fair Share Act or policy in 1989, charter revision, said that you cannot oversaturate in any given communities. Yet, when it comes to black and brown communities, we're oversaturated. 14, 15, 25 shelters in the Bronx, 25 shelters. In Bensonhurst, that's predominantly Asian and white, I believe there are none. In Bay Ridge, predominantly white, Asian, none, or very few, if any. I believe there are none. I want to know why. Are you aware of that? And how many shelters have been built in Bensonhurst and Bay Ridge and Brooklyn, and how many in East New York and Brownsville and other black and brown communities in the Bronx? You are violating, the agency is violating the Fair Share Act over and over again, and it obviously doesn't matter that we have a black mayor because it's irrelevant. The racist policy of oversaturating must stop, and I want to know your commitment to that, and are you aware of that? Secondly, why are we calling it savings? These are cuts. These are budget cuts that are occurring, and the justification by the mayor for the agency cuts is that he has a fiscal challenge, that we don't have enough money. Yet, there's a projected 2-point-some-odd billion for 2023 and another 2-point-some-odd billion for 2024 in unexpected revenue, $4 billion. The entire agency cuts, I believe, is about $1.9 billion. That $4 billion can be used towards that. The asylum seekers, he's bloating that cost, I believe. I believe the IBO is closer with the $3 billion, and $1 billion is coming from the state, so that makes it only $2 billion. So you have $2 billion for that, $2 billion for the agencies, and you got an unexpected $4 billion, and plus there's $8.3 billion in the reserve account. There's no reason for these cuts, and please, most commissioners, stop coming before us and saying this is not going to hurt services. That is not true. That is not true. These are going to hurt services in just about every agency, including mental health. I believe Jordan Neely should be alive today. Should be alive today. He was failed by the system and killed by a vigilante. Daniel Penny, not charged to this moment. I believe that we got to work harder, and it's unconscionable and unacceptable that we have the kind of money in this city going to agencies, and then when it comes to black and brown communities, we're oversaturated, and the shelters in our communities, they don't have a strong, permanent housing plan. It does not exist. I don't care what you say at papers or at these hearings. They don't have a workforce development program to train the people in the shelters to do work and get work and seek jobs for them. And they definitely are not dealing with mental health services in these shelters. They are warehousing us. They are warehousing homeless people and just throwing them in there and then allowing these hotels, and I agree with the speaker, the hotel conversions should be for permanent housing, not more shelters. We don't have to have this problem. And I know this is for HPD, but and the city council, we should not give another single subsidies to housing developers who don't include 30, 40 to 50% for the homeless. They're getting free money. When we get it from the government, it's called welfare. When they get it, it's cute, subsidies. Well, either we all on subsidies or we all on welfare. They're getting welfare money, free money, and not providing affordable housing. These are my concerns. I believe that they can be addressed adequately with the funding sources we have, and I would like for you to address that, especially letting me know a list of the shelters that have been built. And as far as notification is concerned, I got called last week to tell me tonight, the same day, there's going to be asylum seekers in a hotel in my district. How about that for notification? Something wrong with that, and it has to stop.
Thank you, council member. Let me try and address those issues. So with respect to distribution, it is something that we are extremely focused on. You're, of course, 100% right that there is differential representation of the shelters across the city. As we are citing new longer-term shelters, it is something that we pay very close attention to, making sure that we have sites in every district, every community board, every council district. So we aren't finished with that process by a long shot, but there is actively work happening. As I noted, our notifications on some of the longer term sites.
Before you get to notifications, excuse me for cutting you, there are differences. This is racist. There's no differences, it's racist. Do you have any shelters in Bensonhurst or Bay Ridge?
We are actively citing in every single district. Some of those notifications we have been focused on the asylum response, but there are notifications that are pending for districts across the city.
Commissioner, I did ask you a direct question. Do you have any shelters in Bensonhurst or Bay Ridge?
There are districts that do not have shelters now.
Is Bensonhurst and Bay
Councilman
Ridge
Barron, we're
one
not
of
doing
those?
this. We're not doing this.
No, you didn't say that to no one
I got
else.
20
Every
other- I
time
got
it
20
comes
other
to
council
me,
members.
You become concerned about time, but others
I got
you
20
just
other
let
council
talk.
members. This is not how we run it. Councilmember Powers.
Do you have any shelters? in
Councilmember Barron,
Bensonhurst
your
or
time
Bay?
is up. Councilmember Powers.
So you shouldn't do this because you don't do this to other people.
I got
You do
20
this when
members
you
who
don't
have
like the
questions.
question.
Councilmember Powers,
Well,
thank you.
make sure you do that equitably. When other people are asking questions, they can go on, but when you don't like my questions, all of a sudden, time becomes an issue.
I will follow up with that. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for your testimony. I want to start by saying I think this is about to explode, this whole entire situation, and I think with the use of the police academy, I have some questions about that, but with the IBO's differential, I think it's still right to aim high here on the cost. I think this whole situation with the migrants is going to explode, and I think we need to be properly budgeted for it. I had a couple questions. I live and represent an area right down the block from the police academy. I'm getting a lot of questions about it. Wanted to follow up on your statements. I saw something you said that said 24 to 48 hours. You believe people are moving out of there. Is that correct?
So yes, the intent is that this is a short-term overflow facility, so the initial people who were placed there have already been moved out, and we're working closely with the NYC team that is operating the site on a day-to-day basis to make sure that there is a flow of placements.
And how many individuals are in there today?
I don't have that number right now.
Okay, there are children in there?
There's been a lot of conversations that have been happening while I'm sitting here, so I don't have the most up-to-date information. There were some families with children who were placed there.
So
yes.
there were some, we're still not sure if they're there.
It is happening in real
Okay,
time.
I understand.
And
I understand.
here.
Okay. The council member, the chair, Brandon, asked about the subway safety plan and what's the threshold until somebody might go from voluntary offer of services to involuntary, and I heard your answer. But how many involuntary transfers have there been done under this administration?
We'll circle back to you with that number. I don't
Do you have any estimate of that?
It is, I'm going to circle back with you on that number.
Okay, I'm going to follow up because I feel
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
this is going to get lost. So do you have any data for like the last month or the last year?
It is the vast majority of the transports that either our outreach teams or police or others do. It's more than 80% of them are voluntary. You know, even when somebody is being transported to a hospital, it is typically a voluntary request
Decision
for
they make.
services.
Okay.
So the involuntary is something that we use in when it is absolutely necessary. It is the exception rather than the rule.
Okay. Police Academy, I believe, was used because there was a call to ask city agencies if they could, if there were buildings available or space available. Are there other buildings, city buildings being used right now or planning to be used for housing asylum seekers?
There's a lot of things under consideration. The teams were going out all weekend to assess different sites. I honestly don't have the most up-to-date, because it is happening in real time, on whether or not there are other sites opening imminently, but we are looking at all the things and all the options in our toolbox because this is such a significant issue.
Okay. So the police academy is open, I know, very quickly, and totally understandable. And I've got a lot of questions from constituents right out of the gate, and then I'll have one question on this. So just notice, and particularly where you might foresee another building being used, very helpful, so that we councilors can talk to our constituents and explain what's going on. Helpful to have information about the short-term use, but I didn't have that until today. The last question I wanted to ask is just agency purview. HPD is operating some of these shelters. OEM and Health and Hospital seem to be operating some shelters. You guys are, I'm still confused about which agency takes the lead on a different shelter here. So, like, how does HPD become the lead on one? I think the Upstate ones might be HPD versus you guys taking lead. Like, how is that decision made, or what is the reason that one would take the lead over another?
Sure. Let me first just address the notice, and this gets to the questions about notices raised by Councilmember Barron as well. The notice on emergency sites is incredibly short-term. It is not for lack of trying, but because we are opening sites in real time. We will absolutely seek for ways that we can provide more notice, but it is a place where it is very challenging. On the jurisdiction, we've got a lot of agencies at the table. We are collaborating very closely. For the first, many months of this, DHS was the agency as the lead sheltering agency for the city. As I mentioned earlier, we've opened 126 sites thus far, and we continue to open on an almost daily basis. But we, like every other agency, have core responsibilities that we need to make sure that we are meeting. So the decision was made to bring more agencies to the table to spread the workload. Is given the significance of the issue, it really is whole of government, but I would say it's done on a more collaborative way than formulaic.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councilmember Caban.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for taking our questions. I wanted to start with the Housing Stability Microgrants program. And I know that Deputy Speaker had asked a few questions about it, but I want to dig a little bit deeper on it. The pilot project dispersed around, and first of all, I want to sing y'all's praises, because during the peak of the pandemic, a program was stood up very, very fast. It was life-saving. And to be able to build on that is a really exciting thing. But the pilot project dispersed about $500,000 in 2 months, stopping because the funding ran out, certainly not because the demand ran out. And we currently have, I think, the exec budget includes $1.2 million in baseline funding, which the baselining is incredibly important. I want to acknowledge that. But the 1.2 falls really, really short. I know the council responded with an increase to $4.2 million in a budget, which is certainly a good start. But I also think still that's not near enough. And advocates and providers are wisely calling for a $6 million investment. And the figure's based on some math, and so I just want to lay that out for the record as well. It's based on the DV shelter population of 4,109 total households, 481 single adults, 3,628 families, with a 15% admin set aside and at about $2,000 per grant. And so $6 million would enable the city to potentially reach more than 2,500 households, which equals more than 50% of the families and single adult survivors in shelters, plus some survivors who are not in the DV shelter system for a whole myriad of reasons. And so I wanted to ask you about what your experience with what the current need is, where you see a gap, describing a little bit around sort of the grant administration, but also, like, do you agree that the number should be larger than that, or that the need exceeds that 1.2 that is proposed to be baselined? And then my next questions, which I'll follow up with, have to do with the DV shelter system, and I just want to point out again that this could go a very long way in alleviating the burden on our shelter systems and interrupt survivors who are leaving dangerous situations who ultimately go into the shelter system, which is the majority of folks that are in our family shelters.
Thank you. I wish we could take credit for the program that you applaud. We are a fiscal conduit for NGBV, so they are the ones who designed the program, administer the program, and are going to be in a better place to speak to your specific questions. We really do pass that through to them. I'm sorry.
Well, what about the numbers needs? I mean, do you acknowledge that sort of the 1.2 million that's baselined here does not come close to meeting the need?
Again, because we are not actually involved in the administration of the program, I don't feel like I can speak on behalf of my colleagues.
Chair, can I ask one additional question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And just moving, because it is related to the domestic violence shelter capacity, I won't give a bunch of background, because I know that I want to be respectful of folks' times, but there were several Tier 2 DV units that were slated to open over the course of calendar year 2022. Are all of those planned units now operational? And, if not, why, and when will they be open? And what's happening with replacing the 74 lost emergency DV beds?
So right now, HRA is on track to add 94 additional emergency shelter beds, and as well as 105 transitional units by the end of fiscal year 2024.
Now we have Councilmember Riley, followed by Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for testifying today. I just have a few questions. In the preliminary Mayor's Management Report between FY22 and 23, the timeliness of SNAP application has tremendously fell downwards. Though it is partially attributed to the workforce development matters, it is also evident that information and data is not being efficiently processed. Many constituents have contacted my office requesting assistance with issues such as their city FEPS renewals not being marked as received in a timely manner, and being put at risk of program expulsions, case closures for missing documents on emergency SNAP benefits, failure of the city to administer payments to property owners for city FEPS, and more. Even when my office assists in submitting documents on behalf of the constituents, resolutions can often take months. So with that being stated, how can the city significantly invest in modernizing and streamlining of public assistance applications? And how can we deepen invest in digital infrastructure to ensure that any agency, but especially a lifeline agency such as HRA, doesn't face frequent severe outage?
Thank you, Councilmember. You raised some very serious issues that are of real priority for the agency. So with respect to starting with SNAP, our SNAP timeliness rates have improved. There is a long way to go, but they have improved. What we are doing, we are very focused on hiring, have brought in a number of eligibility specialists over the last several months. We are investing in technology. We are working with the state on on waivers so that we can smooth out our recertifications, and overall just looking at all of our processes to figure out any place where there are bottlenecks or ways that we can do things more efficiently, that we are doing it. Something that we are very, very focused on that, and I think really, again, we're not done yet, but have really turned a corner on SNAP processing. With respect to City FHEPS renewals, aware that there were some moderate processing delays there too. We are rolling out a new system overall for City FHEPS processing, referred to it at various points in time in front of this body as both current and the landlord management system, same thing, two different names. I think once that is fully in place, the process will be significantly streamlined. There have been some hiccups involved with rolling out new technology. So just last month, we were able to find some auto renewals that needed to happen, made some significant, did a significant number of renewals on an automated basis for City FHEPS, which I think should address some of the barriers. But it's also a place where we're really focused on hiring and making some process improvements.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, may I ask 2 more questions? Commissioner, I'm going to ask 2 more questions, but just if we could do a real quick answer for the base of time. The city has ambitious plans to scale up restorative funding to agencies over the next couple of fiscal years. This is some welcoming news. For us to be financially sound positioned to deepen such investments in the future, we must make sure that we are treating our present wounds to stabilize our city and our economy. How will HRA ensure that we are not only meeting our benchmarks, but excelling to provide more expansive services in New York?
Thank you. That's a big question to answer quickly. And we are certainly going to aim big in terms of providing services to New Yorkers. We know that we touch more than 3 million New Yorkers a year, and it's really critical that we do that well. So it is investing in technology, filling our vacancies, and thinking about ways that we can innovate in providing services that aren't just meeting Band-Aid needs, but that actually help families and individuals grow out of poverty.
Thank you. And lastly, the Administration for Children's Services has reported sharp declines in service levels during the COVID-19 pandemic. Amongst the biggest challenges faced by child welfare staff is the issue of time constraints, due in large parts to the sizable caseloads, which limits the time caseworkers can spend with families. What research was conducted to improve processes, and what method is being used to reduce caseloads, increase service levels, and provide the needed supportive staff to New Yorkers in need?
So I'm going to have to defer that one to ACS. I think they're up next.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Stevens, followed by Brewer.
Hi, Commissioner. How you guys doing? I know you guys been doing great. It's a long day of testifying. But I just have a couple, well, before I even ask my questions, I just want to make sure that I'm associated with Council Members Barron's questioning and frustrations. I am one of the council districts that is oversaturated, and I know you guys have been doing some work around trying to provide more equity, but just understanding why he's so frustrated and why our constituents are so frustrated, because for them, they don't see the equity in it. And then when we hear things like fair share, it's only a fair share in certain communities. So I just want to make sure I'm associated with that. But I do know you guys are trying to rectify that, but it is years of rectification, and folks are rightfully so frustrated behind it. And so any information you have about expediting in districts where there are no shelters and 0 shelters will be really important. And hopefully at next hearing we'll have those numbers, because I think that, you know, people in my community, as you guys know, are extremely fed up. So just thinking about what that looks like and how do we make sure that there's true equity around the distribution of shelters. But my question that I have today is around youth and these vouchers, and really just trying to get to the bottom of it. And so now that the shopping letters for all of the DYCD City FAPS pilot vouchers have been issued, can you please confirm that the youth in the DYCD runaway homeless youth system do not have the ability to be issued City FAP vouchers while they are still in RHY programs?
So let me, thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to give you the DSS perspective on that.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
DYCD.
No, I've already asked DYCD, so I'm looking for your perspective on this.
So we're working really closely with DYCD and with OMB on the flow of vouchers for DYCD clients. It's my understanding that they have been largely focused recently on making full use of their emergency housing voucher allocation. They got a quite large EHV allocation as part of the city's overall package. And then there's additional city FHEPS vouchers that are available, but because of the large allocation of EHV, that has been the focus thus far, and that we will adjust.
I'm sorry, what is this large voucher allocation that we speak of? Because that's not what I'm hearing.
Okay. The emergency housing vouchers were a federal voucher stream, right, that were created as part of the American Recovery Act.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Right.
Yes.
So DYCD got...
Yeah, they got a couple, but the system that was taking them has been closed already, so they don't have access to that anymore.
Right. So, but the focus has, because they were able to use EHV vouchers to get so many of their young people placed, that was the focus, and we are now pivoting to the city FHEPS, and that we'll collaborate with both DYCD and OMB going forward.
What does that, I'm sorry, just one more. And what does that collaboration actually look like, and how do we expedite this process? Because currently, as you know, this is a huge issue, and I'm not really understanding why one city agency has more access to these vouchers than another city agency, and why are both systems not given the same access and affordability to ensure that people are able to move into homes and not shuffling them from shelter to shelter?
And thank you. Shuffling is certainly not the goal here. I think the intent is to really understand how it works for young people to be using the city FHEPS vouchers, and that started a little while ago, but because of the focus on EHV, we have a little less information. But now that they are fully using, or moving towards fully using their city FHEPS allocation, we will be in a position to, again, with DYCD, with OMB, to look at how vouchers are distributed to that population.
Thank you. This is very helpful, and I would look forward to having additional conversations about this, because it's been very frustrating on not really understanding why our young people are being denied this. So look forward to being part of those conversations that you're having with DYCD and DHSS. Thank you.
Okay, of course.
Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. I'm glad you're in charge, Commissioner. I assume we're not going to have a tent in Central Park. Do you have any update on that?
I'm not aware of a tent in Central Park.
Okay. In terms of, I've been talking about working papers, and I think I've given up specifically. I assume that we'll get working papers maybe after the election next year, and I know that there's some 150 days, 180 days. I'm really up on working papers, but in between, because I don't see them coming for the asylum seekers. I want to know about the ID NYC, because every piece of ID helps in terms of people being able to navigate this crazy city. So we wanted to know, the agency anticipates the implementation of the upgrades combined with historical underspending. We hope that it will work. The executive plan reflects city funds saving $1 million in 24, and then it goes on to 5. I guess I'm less interested in savings than trying to figure out how we get people ID. What is the amount that is being allocated, and what is your hope to get improvement so that they can, in fact, be allocated to everybody, but particularly the asylum seekers? It's just not happening now, just FYI.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're very much committed to ID NYC. The budget for the program is in the neighborhood of $15 million a year. We do anticipate that we'll be able to achieve some savings there because we're rolling out new technology, particularly focused on our online application. But we are issuing IDs now. There's more than 2 million people who have them, and we're issuing them every day. So
But what's the backlog? Because what happens is I'm trying to get them. I have 7 shelters. I work hard with these families. We can't get them.
So the wait time for an appointment right now is about 45 days, but there's also walk-in appointments at a lot of our benefits access centers, and then the turnaround time is once after the appointment is just a few days.
Okay, we'll keep talking about that one. Next, the taxpayer ID number, known as a TIL. I'm trying to think of how we can get not just asylum seekers, but obviously New Yorkers, jobs. Now, I understand you're not supposed to have a job. I got it if you don't have papers. However, people are working. So is any effort by the city to try to get people the taxpayer ID number? Is that something that's on your agenda for those who are asylum seekers?
Thank you, Councilmember. That's not something we DSS have been working on, but we're happy to follow up with our colleagues and see if there's other efforts going on.
Okay, some of the nonprofits are doing that.
Okay.
Next is for the job training programs. I understand that there were some cuts. There were savings in 2.4. I guess I'm really concerned because the Parks Department in particular, and you mentioned that in your testimony, that's a great program. They got people jobs. So what is it that you're advocating for New Yorkers to get jobs? What's your plan for those who are in your shelter to get jobs?
So
because it needs more money.
Thank you, Councilmember. So our focus is really on programs that result in long-term, high-quality, good-paying jobs. So we have protected the programs where we're pairing with CUNY, where we're supporting people in education, where we're training people for particular job training tracks. What we found with some of the parks work is that those tend to be short-term, seasonal while somebody is in the subsidized placement, but that they very rarely translate into longer term work. So that is why we took some reductions there. It is on the margins. It remains a fairly robust program.
Okay, so can you get us, not necessarily today, last year and this year, how many people you expect to train, how many people you expect to get jobs, and what the funding is for those programs?
Absolutely.
All right, and then just finally, just during the summer, you're going to have a lot of young people who are not in school, who are asylum, not the New Yorkers necessarily, because they do have some opportunities for income. What are you going to do, whether it's summer food program, because people aren't going to have any food otherwise, they've been in school, now they're not. What's your plan for the summer? I don't know, I got 500 kids at least, maybe more, in the hotels that I have across the city. What's your plan?
So just to clarify specifically with food, and thank you, Councilmember, that the majority of the asylum seekers are in hotel settings, and because even families, and because the families there don't have kitchens, we're providing 3 meals a day. That will continue.
I've seen the food. I think I prefer summer food, I'm just telling you. And also activity. Okay. Sitting in the room is not going to cut it.
No, I hear that feedback, very important feedback. We will coordinate with our colleagues at DOE and DYCD and come up with a plan.
You'll let us know when that plan is available as soon as possible, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Chair Ayala and Madam Speaker. It's good to see you, and congratulations, Commissioner Park, and good to see you, Lisa and Jill and Ellen. I hope that Jocelyn's okay. I just wanted to ask firstly on headcount. HRA, DSS as a whole is very much, HRA in particular is one of the agencies I have most confidence in. But you can't do your job if you don't have the staff. And I'm a broken record. I ask you all the same questions every time you come here, but I'm going to keep going. I think it was 2 hearings ago where the administrator acknowledged that the headcount at HRA had not been this low in her 38 years of service in the agency. And I believe that we're still facing the same reality. The exec headcount for FY24 is 12,132, down approximately 900 positions from FY23 adopted. And we went through the city record data from earlier this year to look at how many folks are being hired and how many folks are leaving HRA. And according to the data that we reviewed, 194 individuals were hired in the first 2 months of the year, but 195 people left the agency. So we saw a net reduction in the staff despite the presumed hiring efforts that this administration has claimed to be making. So what is the current headcount at HRA? Or actually, let's do HRA. What's the current headcount at HRA? And will you commit to sharing monthly updates with the council on the headcount at the agency so that we can evaluate your progress in hiring?
Current HRA headcount is 10,334.
10,334, wow.
DHS, if you'd like it, is 1,777.
It is It was not long ago when there were 15,000 headcount at HRA alone. The rapid decline that we've been experiencing at this agency is totally unacceptable. And I really do hope that as you prioritize the many challenges that you all face in providing services to the most vulnerable, we prioritize headcount first and foremost. We need people on staff to be able to provide work to people in need. So would you be willing to provide monthly updates to the General Welfare Committee on the headcount at each agency?
We're happy to work with you on the best way to convey information. I want to make sure that before I promise something under oath that our data systems can actually support it, but we're happy to work with you on information. I do want to chime in on overall headcount. Absolutely, we have vacancies that we need to fill, and we are prioritizing hiring. And we have seen significant upticks in the number of people accepting offers and being onboarded. That being said, the agency isn't necessarily in exactly the same place as it was a few years ago. So, for example, the number of Medicaid clients who are processed by HRA has dropped substantially because people transitioned over to state Medicaid through the exchanges.
I'm tight on time. I do appreciate it. I know there have been technology upgrades. I also heard you say that we heard a 43% increase in people who need cash assistance since pre-pandemic, and that our case processing time on food stamps is still far too slow. So we do need staff. We need more staff. We have wildly inadequate numbers of staff. I believe in the ability of the team that you and Lisa are leading to do the work, but not if there aren't people to do it. So I just want to, if I may, ask one more question on right to counsel. So currently funded at $92 million, but 461 is the required to meet. 461 million is the amount that we've determined is required to meet the full need. Do you believe that the current funding for right to counsel is sufficient to provide an attorney to everyone in need? I'm deeply concerned about the lack of compliance with the right to counsel law and the fact that we are failing to provide attorneys to so many people who are qualifying for for attorneys in housing court that lead to unnecessary evictions and then, of course, ultimately fill our shelters.
Thank you, Councilmember. We are very proud of the Right to Counsel program. It is a flagship program and something that we are investing in significantly. We're working really closely with OMB to make sure that the funding is aligned appropriately and that we're meeting all the needs. I would question a bit the idea that we are failing to provide services. The majority of people who are income eligible, vast majority of people who are income eligible are receiving an attorney. There's also, there is certainly room to do here for adjustment.
According to the data we reviewed, only 34% of tenants received an attorney in the first week in February of this year, down from 55% in February of 2022. So we're seeing a significant reduction in the number of tenants who need attorneys to stay in their homes year over year. That is scary, and it means more evictions, and it means growing census in our shelter system.
So that doesn't actually align with our data, so maybe we should talk offline and make sure we're in the same place.
You know that I am always happy to chat with you. I do appreciate your service. I'm pleased that you're in this role. I was the council member you referenced who got a call at 10 o'clock at night about the new migrant emergency shelter. We are, of course, are here to support people in need, and we'll have already visited the site. We'll continue to welcome them. But I am much more concerned about the congregate model of single adult shelters and want to see a greater approach on safe havens and for that to be applied more broadly across our district and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, now we have the Majority Whip, Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Thank you, chairs. Really quickly, and hi, Commissioner, and to the team. I know my colleague had brought up fair fares. I had 2 questions on that, but I'm going to ask all my questions because I want to make sure I get the answers for them. As far as fair fares, does the administration believe that the current standard extends eligibility to enough New Yorkers? What provisions are made in this budget to improve outreach and increase the program's utilization? I also want to touch on the FEPS program. There have been a number of reports over the last year of tenants being removed from their homes because DSS has not paid city FEPS vouchers on time, even as tenants that rely on city FEPS vouchers are paying their portion of the rent. The executive plan includes an additional $160 million in city funding for fiscal year 23 to meet the actual level of demand for city FEPs. But there was no baseline budget increase made pursuant to the council's proposal, and the budget in fiscal 2024 and in the out years remains well below recent actual spending. How specifically does this budget help DSS more effectively administrate the City FEPS program? And then the final area is regarding the asylum seekers. As you know, we've had many conversations. I will like to attach my comments to Councilmember Barron in terms of the need for greater equity in the sheltering system, because we have not seen fair shares as it pertains to shelter sightings. We have not received proper notification. As I mentioned when we spoke last week, I was just learning that 2 shelters about a month or 2 ago that was placed on Beach 21st in Far Rockaway were actually asylum seeker shelters. But even when it was cited, we did not get from that notification what the population was that was coming into the district. And New York must create and provide sufficient housing as we work to address the asylum crisis, especially for our most vulnerable populations. And there is an acute need for shelters in response to the ongoing asylum seeker crisis. However, all New York's communities share the responsibility to help our neighbors and find shelter. Can you talk about how the administration is ensuring that new shelters are being equitably distributed throughout the city neighborhoods? Does the city prioritize equity as a goal as it considers where to distribute shelter sites? And if so, how do you do that? And what provisions in this budget are made to ensure equitable distribution of sheltering capacity citywide?
Thank you, Councilmember.
Oh, one last thing, I'm sorry. How many council districts are without shelters citywide?
Thank you. A lot there. Let me do my best. If I miss something, please let me know.
I will.
So with respect to fair fares, we've certainly heard the feedback about income eligibility. It is expanding to higher income levels does come with a significant price tag. I do think it's something that should be addressed as part of the overall budget negotiations with the administration. But we do take outreach to current eligibility standards very seriously. It's something we do it in conjunction with council members. We do it in conjunction with the MTA. We're out at events. We're promoting it through Access HRA, sort of a host of different measures so that we can try and get the word out. If you would, we'd be happy to collaborate with you on outreach if that would be in your district, if that would be helpful. City FEPS renewals, there were some processing delays. It's something that we've been really focused on. We did a batch of...
Sorry, really quickly, before you move on off of fair fares, what provisions in the budget is existing right now to improve the outreach? So I understand that we can work together, but in the budget, how is the administration supporting that need for that outreach?
So within the overall $75 million for fair fares, the portion of that is allocated to costs other than the actual transit subsidy. So that includes the personnel that run the program, postage for mailing the cards out, and then I think it's about $2.5 million a year for outreach, and we're always looking for new and creative ways that we can use those funds to get the message out. Good?
Yes.
Okay, great. City FEPS, there were some processing delays. It's something we've been really focused on addressing. We did a substantial batch of auto renewals to make sure that we are capturing everybody that we can and getting those renewals in place. In addition, it's an area where we've been doing a lot of hiring and some process reengineering to make sure that the work goes as smoothly as possible. With respect to the budget, as you've probably seen, the City for HEP's budget has gone up quite rapidly in recent years. That's a combination of increased utilization and rising rents. So we work on a year-by-year basis to make sure that we're adding, with OMB, to make sure that we're adding the amount that is appropriate for that year. So the funds that you saw are to get us through this fiscal year, and we'll work with OMB to adjust going forward. With respect to notification on asylum sites, it is very short. I wish that was not the case, but we are really very much working on in real time on these emergency openings. But I hear the feedback about the content of the notifications, and we will certainly look at ways that we can improve that. Housing creation, I am entirely with you that we need more housing. We are actively looking for ways that DSS can collaborate with the housing agencies to do more housing development. One of the things that I'm particularly excited about is that we're working with our housing partners on some hotel to housing, permanent housing conversions, and we're looking at ways that we can continue to expand the role that social service dollars play in affordable housing development. And with respect to shelters, longer-term shelter siting, so not the asylum sites, but the longer-term equity and distribution across the city is absolutely a focus. We are, as we build our pipeline, one of the things that we look at is what is there and how do we make sure that we are getting sites in every single district. You don't directly see that in the budget, right? There isn't a shelter siting equity budget line that I can point to, but one of the reasons that costs for shelter have continued to climb outside of the asylum seekers is because we are siting shelters in districts that never had them before, right? So we have a shelter on 57th Street. We're opening a shelter in Soho, right? I'm just pointing some examples of districts that have not had shelters historically. The real estate costs there tend to be expensive, so you see climbing shelter costs, but we are committed to that. We are absolutely putting our money where our mouth is to make sure that we are siting shelters across the city. There is work to do, certainly, before it is equal across every district, but we are making progress in that direction.
But when you put one shelter in Soho, but then you have 13 in another district, that's not equity, right? And so before coming back to these districts that are saturated, I feel the administration is failing to identify those sites to make it more equitable. The administration last year committed to not coming back to districts that had been saturated before, making sure that other communities were sharing the same burden of the sheltering. And what I'm finding also is that even when we get the shelters, we are not getting the proper social service support for them. And as a result, you see a lot of things that are spilling into the community, impacting the community, but it's because they're not getting the services they need. So with the shelter sightings also, does the budget take into account the services that need to be coupled with it, besides just placing bodies in shelters? Because they need mental health services, they need workforce development, as has been said earlier, and I don't see that being prioritized either.
Thank you, Councilmember. Absolutely, all of our long-term shelters have wraparound services. What those services look like varies depending on what population is being served, but there is core services around case managers, housing specialists, that is at every site, and then depending on the population, there might be on-site mental health care, there might be a focus on employment services, there might be childcare if it's a families with children site.
That's not what I'm hearing from the residents, because when they're in my community, they become my constituents, and that's not the readout that I'm getting.
Okay. certainly, I know I owe you some information as part of that offline conversation. Let's talk about the specifics. It is certainly on DHS's responsibility to make sure that we're doing adequate oversight, and if we need to be doing follow-up, we will make sure that happens.
Thank you, Chair. And my one last question on the record. I have a moratorium with the administration to cease new shelter sightings in my district. Is that still active? Yes or no?
We are not placing new long-term sites there. We are in an unprecedented humanitarian emergency, and at this point, we are looking at all options across not only the city, but frankly the state, for how we are placing emergency sites.
So does that mean that the moratorium is still in effect for my district?
We are not placing new long-term shelters there.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon, right? Yes, been a couple of hours. Good afternoon, everyone. Commissioner, congratulations on your appointment. Very excited to be working with you in this new capacity and with the entire team. I first just wanted to join in the remarks of maybe 3 or 4 of my colleagues here, including Speaker Adams, who have been talking about the timeliness rate at the agency, your response that SNAP and cash assistance applications are up, and all of that to say that, I just want to join in my colleagues saying that, when we reach out to you directly because of a constituent issue, that's a problem. We want to make sure that HRA, DSS, that you are staffing, and I joined the administration on a hiring hall in my district, which was a huge success. We had 800 people roll through, and presumably a lot of hires. Just want to be a partner in making sure that the agency is staffing up, because we can't have people going hungry and not receiving their benefits in time, and all of the snowball that happens with those. So my question today is about the rental supplement program, New York State rental supplement program. So in last year's budget, the state increased the state FHEPS rate to match city FHEPS, but did not provide for state funding to cover this increase. In December of 2021, the state allocated $68 million under the rental supplement program to the city, and then later indicated that it must be used toward the state FHEPS rate increase. RSP provides funding to supplement rental costs for low-income individuals, regardless of their immigration status, which is something that, of course, this council has been speaking with the administration about in terms of city legislation. Many longtime city residents who are undocumented and in the city's shelter system are ineligible for housing assistance and vouchers, leaving them perpetually stuck in the city's shelter system. In the budget response, the council called on the city to use any outstanding RSP funding after covering the cost of state FHEPS rate increase to support the creation of a program to provide rental assistance vouchers to undocumented city residents, but nothing was in the executive plan. So a couple of questions. One, how much of the $68 million has been spent to date and on what? 2, how much does the city expect to spend in city fiscal year 2023 to cover the state FHEPS rate increase? Next, what is the estimated annual cost to the city of state FHEPS rate increase? Next, and how much funding under RSP does HRA anticipate would remain and could be used toward vouchers for undocumented individuals? Is such a program being developed? And finally, are there any other pathways HRA is exploring to provide vouchers for those who are undocumented? If so, please detail.
Thank you, Councilmember, particularly for highlighting one of the significant area of frustration for us, right? This clawback of RSP funding was applicable only to New York City, right? So it is really the city, or the state singling out New York City to take away funds that we absolutely need to be able to serve undocumented households living in the shelter system. So it remains something that is a priority for us to try and reverse, and would certainly welcome your support in that process. In the meantime, we are working with the state on a program to be able to use the funds that aren't necessary for state FAHEPS to be able to roll out a program. We have to do it in accordance with a plan as approved by the state. That process is ongoing, and there isn't funding that will come to us until we have an approved plan with the state, which is why you don't see that in the budget. But we are working on it. Those numbers are under negotiation, but we will certainly circle back with you when we have final plan.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Councilmember Farias?
I've been waiting so long, I was wondering when it was going to happen. Hi everyone. Just some quick questions. I wanted to touch really quickly on a letter that I had sent over to you, Commissioner, in February on behalf of myself and co-chair Farrah Lewis for the Women's Caucus. We had Local Law 5, which at that point was Intro 1085B, passed at the end of 2021 that will require the Office of Civil Justice Coordination to establish a 2-year-long pilot program to provide free legal brief assistance and full legal representation to domestic violence survivors in divorce proceedings. We sent in a letter just to request some specific data and questions. We haven't heard back yet. And you know, we do have some larger issues in our communities, especially with the increase in migrants. So just wanted to see if you had any updates for me and when I'll be receiving response.
Thank you, council member, and apologies for the delay that it arrived just as I was transitioning over, and it was an issue that I needed to get up to speed on. I think we will be in touch shortly. I think it would be helpful if we could sit down and have a conversation.
That'd be great, so I'll have our teams reach back out. And then I just have some questions from the long amount of testimony that you've provided us so far. Are the employees providing social services to the asylum seekers within the shelters unionized? Are they union members?
So the services provided to asylum seekers that's coming in a variety of different ways. In some sites, we have providers on the ground who are directly providing services. They are going to, whether or not those employees are unionized, is going to vary provider by provider. I will say we've had a number of small and new providers really step up and provide extraordinary service in this moment of crisis. Because we are opening sites so very quickly, in some cases, although there is a provider attached to the site, they're not on the ground and providing services yet. In those cases, we have services provided by a mix of city employees who are, of course, unionized, National Guard, and so that's a different situation, obviously,
Sure.
and in some cases, temps.
Okay, do you have the percentage breakdown of like who are temporary or who's 1099, who's within a union, things like that?
I don't have that right now, but we can see what we can do and follow up.
Yeah, that would be helpful. And then in terms of management of movement of any unionized staff to emergency sites, how are we managing that? Is there like daily assignment? Are there permanent transfers?
So the agency staff that are working in the asylum sites right now are working voluntary overtime.
Got it. And is the agency fulfilling the requirements of the transfer clause and the collective bargaining agreements and speaking with any of the unionized reps?
Because it's all voluntary overtime, we're not. I think we're outside of that process. We're not transferring people.
Got it. Okay. And then you mentioned earlier the right to work policy. Is that just our regular standardized right to work, or?
Work authorization for asylum seekers? Sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly.
So I believe that's when you mentioned it, like that there was a right to work policy, and I wasn't sure if that was directly related to our DSS, HRA, DHS staff members, or if this was around. I see some head shaking. Do you want to chime in?
So just to make sure that I may have misspoke or might be misunderstanding, but the asylum seekers largely do not at this point have work authorization. It takes some time to get work authorization, so we are working with them. We're helping them to connect to the legal services providers who can help with that application, with that process. But if if as I consult with my colleagues, it turns out I've misunderstood the question, we'll certainly follow up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, we've been joined by Councilmember Joseph, and to close us out, Councilmember Williams with question.
Last but certainly not least, thank you so much for being here and fielding all of our questions. I had a question about the SNAP and cash assistance benefits. We know that there's been significant delays in comparison to previous years. So are you able to tell us how many overdue SNAP and cash assistance applications are there currently?
Sure. Hold on. Let me pull up those numbers. Let me start by saying, as I'm pulling them up, that this is a place where we see quite significant fluctuation depending on the point in the month and other factors. So that being said, these are numbers as of May 2nd. We had 1,908 overdue SNAP cases. That's a combination of applications and recertifications. On cash assistance, it is 39,232. We are...
I'm sorry, 39,000 in the backlog?
Yeah, this is absolutely an agency priority. We are staffing up very rapidly. I can tell you, just as an example, in this particular program, particularly on the cash assistance, we brought more people on board on May 1st than we did in the entire month of March, right? We are full, it is a full court press to onboard staff. We are investing in technology. We are working very closely with the state on additional regulatory waivers. So this is something that, it would be too many if it was one household, and this is substantially too many. It is something we're taking very seriously, but it is an enormous priority for the agency.
So 1,098 on SNAP and 39,000?
It's 1,908, 1908 on SNAP, 39,232 on cash.
Do you have an average fiscal impact on the clients?
So at the point at which the benefits are processed, they'll get it retroactive to the date of essentially application. Eligibility for cash assistance. Thank you, Administrator. Certainly time matters. Retro doesn't help when you need to pay a bill right now, but the value of that varies depending on the household size and how much benefits that they're eligible for.
Okay, the next question I have is on the asylum seekers and the new office, Asylum Seeker Operations and the Road Forward. Are you able to share with us which city agency this new office will be located in and funded? Will it be under DHS? Who will lead the new office? Going forward with the role of DHS and HRA, what would the role be in DHS and HRA? And even the emergency management that's not here, what role would they play in the response efforts? And will DHS continue to administer the emergency shelter contracts and oversee operations, or will that responsibility be moved to the new office?
Thank you. So with respect to exactly where it's going to live, I'm going to have to defer that one. It is not within the DSS umbrella, and I think some of those decisions are still being made. I absolutely anticipate that this is going to remain a whole of government effort with a lot of different agencies at the table. I fully believe that DHS will remain a key player in this, but as sort of a theme running through many of the asylum conversations that we've had this morning, there's a lot of coordination work that needs to be done. It's a lot of effort by a lot of different people, so I think having that centralized role is going to be extremely helpful.
I don't have any more questions, just a comment and wanting to also attach my district and concerns to that of Councilmember Barron, Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers. I know I'm on a whole thread with you and the speaker around shelters, specifically in the Southeast Queens community. As a whole and a collective, we really don't see borders in Southeast Queens. So when you look at our collective 3 council districts, it really is quite egregious, the number of shelters we have, and disproportionate to other council districts. So thank you so much for your testimony and answering my questions.
Of course, thank you.
Okay, we have Deputy Speaker Ayala for final questions. Oh, and we've been joined by Councilmember Narcisse.
I have a final question, just because on Friday, I believe, we started getting calls regarding some eviction proceedings at Breaking Ground, and I was just wondering if you had any information on that. So there were 200 eviction filings since January of 2022, mostly for late pay or non-payment of rent. 80% of those cases are non-pay eviction filings, and this is obviously a single supportive housing building in Times Square, actually the Times Square Hotel. So have any resources been designated to help or?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. We take the stability of our clients very, very seriously. The return to shelter rate for individuals placed in subsidized housing is very low, and we absolutely want to keep it that way. We're communicating closely with Breaking Ground. They overall have a very, very low eviction rate. I think it's 0.14%, something like that, across their portfolio. So I think this is not a finite, end conclusion. This is a part of a process, and we will work with them and with the clients.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Narcisse, you have a question?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. Mr. Brennan and all the team that's here, thank you, and a good afternoon. On the legal aspect of things, one of the most pressing needs for the asylum seeker population is legal assistance. What new legal services for asylum seekers are contracted through HRA? What is the budget for each?
Thank you, Councilmember. HRA is collaborating closely with agencies that are providing a variety of services. So there is funding in our budget that is designed for legal services, but that is MOIA, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, is taking the lead on that. In addition, the state has funding for legal services for asylum seekers, and we will work closely with our state partners to ensure that those services are effective.
So you don't know the budget?
There's $1 million this year for legal services. Again, MOIA is the lead agency there.
Got it. Are there any pending or planned RFPs? Please detail. What previously existing contracted legal services does HRA administer that support asylum seekers?
So the Department of Social Services has an RFP out on the street right now for to find an entity or entities to do sort of a combination of light touch casework and some legal assessment to survey the asylum seekers, find out where they are in the legal process, and help them to connect to the right services. So that is something that we are trying to bring on now. And then within our larger, not asylum specific, but within our larger legal services, there is funding and resources available for immigrants. Again, this predated this particular asylum crisis.
Okay. What is the budget for each? Has it increased over the last year?
So the budget, the FY24 budget for immigration legal services is a small font here. It's about $27 million in HRA's budget. I'm going to need to get back to you on the history of that funding stream.
Okay, please do. Is HRA or OCI tracking the number of asylum seekers who receive legal aid? If so, how many?
I can't answer that question, I'm sorry. I don't have that information.
You don't have it. So, Chair? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you and your team so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll hear from ACS.
Thank you. Okay. So now, all those that were answered already, because I know
The whole list is not
Yeah.
answered. No. You're kidding me, right? For this whole list, there's more questions than people can ask. No.
Oh my God, okay.
I was just
So
trying to keep track.
the thing about they should have done, they should have highlighted, because I told Richard that, to highlight the most important
I've
pressing
been
one.
telling everybody ones to ask.
Okay,
I've been whispering in everyone's ear.
yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want this?
Yes, please, because I put it on note. Oh, the last one is yours.
Oh, I wrote some stuff on this. I'll find you another.
Let me rewrite it on there, what I wanted, and then I'll give it back to you.
That was my copy. That's what.
Yeah, oh, no problem.
Can everyone settle down and take a seat, please? Settle down.
Good afternoon. We're now ready to begin the second executive budget hearing of the day, focused on the Administration for Children's Services. I'm Justin Brannan, Chair of the Committee on Finance, and I'm still joined by my colleague, Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, Chair of the Committee on General Welfare. I want to welcome ACS Commissioner Danhauser and your team for joining us today to answer our questions. ACS's projected 2024 budget of $2.72 billion represents 2.5% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This represents an increase of $27.5 million, or 1%, from the $2.7 billion budgeted in the administration's FY24 preliminary plan. The increase comes from $41.6 million for additional personal services-related funding for DC 37 collective bargaining and workforce enhancement, and $11.4 million in revenue realignment for detention revenue. ACS projected budget reflects a growth in headcount of 6 positions, all within the Child Care Services program area. My questions today will largely focus on federal and state budget risks, as well as funding and the workforce for child care. I'll now turn it back to my co-chair, Diana Ayala, for her opening statement.
A little enthusiasm for ACS. Wake up, everybody, wake up. We've been here for a long time. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, Chair of the Committee on General Welfare. We will now hold the committee's joint hearing on the fiscal 2024 executive budget for the Administration for Children's Services, or ACS. Thank you to Speaker Adams and Finance Chair Brennan for their leadership and their partnership throughout this budget process and during this hearing. A reminder to those watching that members of the public are invited to testify on Wednesday, May 24th, and that you may visit the Council's website, council.nyc.gov, to learn more. Welcome back to Commissioner Danhauser. Our work continues to protect and support New York City's children and families. ACS is the city's lead agency on child welfare, and the work that it does lies at the intersection of poverty, racism, mental health, housing instability, and the availability of community-led resources. We must be laser focused on building the infrastructure of care, compassion, and treatment that is needed to help families thrive. ACS's fiscal 2024 executive budget is $2.7 billion, an increase of $27.5 million, or 1% from the preliminary budget. The increase is the result of 2 main actions: $33.5 million of personal service-related funds as a result of the DC 37 collective bargaining, and $11.4 million of detention revenue realignment. Following a program to eliminate the gap in the preliminary plan that reduced interagency vacancy, the executive plan further includes 6 initiatives to save $41 million in fiscal 2024 and in each of the out years, including a $7.2 million peg to the special child care funding voucher that will eliminate all current, sorry, my glasses are a mess. I need new glasses. I want to eliminate all current baseline funding by city tax levy. I want to ensure that the PEGs do not impact programs and services provided by the agency, and would like to hear the administration's plan to assist affected families with transition to state-level child care block grants and ensuring the benefits are continued. I am disappointed to see that other child care investments that the council called for in this preliminary budget response did not get funded in the executive budget. This includes $9.2 million for SCCF vouchers to support low-income families and $10 million for Promise NYC to provide child care services to undocumented children and their families. As the number of families seeking asylum arriving in New York City has risen, the need for Promise NYC has only increased. The executive plan did not fund these programs, but further eliminated the current baseline funding of SCCF entirely. The executive budget includes noteworthy swaps of $102 million in state and federal funding for city funds in fiscal year '23 due to revenue realignment. Additionally, we are awaiting information on how $7.6 billion over 4 years in state funding for childcare will be rolled out in the city. I hope to hear more about how the funds will maximize available dollars and fully invest in children's services and childcare, even as federal and state funding shifts. Finally, ACS's capital commitment plan for fiscal 2023 through 2027 totals $476 million, $48 million less than the preliminary capital commitment plan. 60% of funding supports construction projects at 2 secure detention facilities, and I look forward to hearing about when these educational, recreational, and programming spaces will be available to detained youth. I kindly request the Commissioner please keep his testimony to 10 minutes so that we can hear the council member questions. In addition to the topics above, we hope to discuss other issues such as alternatives to detention, foster care, and family court. I would like to thank the committee staff who have helped prepare this hearing: Ostrid Chan, Finance Analyst; Aliyah Ali, Unit Head; Amenta Kilawan, Senior Counsel; David Romero, Counsel; and my Deputy Chief of Staff, Elsie Encarnacion. I will now pass it back to the Council to continue our hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ayala. Now we'll have committee counsel swear in our witnesses.
Good afternoon. You raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Jess Danhauser?
I do.
Wynette Saunders?
I do.
Margaret Pletnikoff?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Brannan, and members of the Council General Welfare and Finance Committees. My name is Jess Danhauser, the Commissioner for the Administration for Children's Services, and I'm pleased to be here today to testify about the impact of the fiscal year 2024 executive budget and to share updates about the work we are doing to support New York City's children, youth, and families. I'm joined today by Wynette Saunders, our first Deputy Commissioner, and Margaret Pletnikoff, the Deputy Commissioner for Finance. ACS remains committed to building a city that is more safe, just, and equitable for children, youth, and families. Despite the need for ACS to be efficient and implement a 4% CTL budget reduction to help the city maintain a balanced budget, ACS is continuing to build on our progress and will continue to be able to do so without negatively impacting the services and supports we provide to families. My testimony today will focus on our progress and the thoughtful decisions we've made to reduce spending with the least amount of impact for New Yorkers in need. Keeping children safe while supporting families is our core mission. ACS's Child Protective Specialists respond to nearly 60,000 reports accepted by the New York Statewide Central Register of alleged child abuse or neglect each year. In each of those instances, ACS's CPS are required to assess the safety of the children and, when necessary, connect families to supports or services. In 2022, ACS sought court intervention in 8% of the investigations, and 3% of the investigations led to a child's removal and placement in foster care, both significantly down from pre-pandemic levels. Child welfare work is nuanced and complex, as every family situation is unique. CPS needs support, training, supervision, and manageable caseloads to be able to make quality assessments. We are regularly hiring and training new classes. 122 new CPS started this February, and we have another class of 130 new CPS starting this month. This is essential so that we can maintain caseloads well below the national standard. ACS's caseload average is approximately 10, while national standards range from 12 to 15. Our CPS are highly trained individuals, and we have enhanced our training over the past several years based on lessons learned through our comprehensive quality management processes. Our new simulated training site for child welfare workers provides CPS training in mock apartments and a mock courtroom, which gives CPS a more realistic sense of what it's like to conduct home visits during investigations and interview parents of children. At the sites, parents and children are played by actors who role-play elements of actual cases that have come to our attention. We also deploy staff development coordinators in child protection borough offices to bridge the transition for new staff from initial training to practice, and coaches to support supervisors and managers to help them reinforce the extensive training programs. We've also expanded our coaching and quality assurance efforts through ASAP, which examines child safety practice during open investigations involving children at elevated risk of physical or sexual abuse. The quality assurance team reviews open cases in real time and collaborating with child protection staff when safety interventions are needed, and providing coaching to CPS to help strengthen casework practice. I want to introduce our new Deputy Commissioner for Child Protection, Joan Cleary, who is with us today. Joan, for the past several years, has been leading our Brooklyn West office, has been a leader in growing CARES, and she started last Monday after the retirement of William Fletcher, who's been with the agency for 37 years. At the same time that we've expanded and strengthened our coaching and quality assurance mechanisms in high-risk cases, we're working with Deputy Mayor William Asylum on a citywide strategy to reduce the number of unnecessary child welfare investigations and replace reports where appropriate with upstream family supports. We believe this is how we can reduce the number of families experiencing the formal child protection system, prevent child maltreatment, and help families feel comfortable and safe enough to ask for and receive help. A key component of our work to narrow the front door and reduce unnecessary calls to the SCR is educating mandated reporters in the ways to provide support to families without making an unnecessary report to the SCR. This past summer, ACS worked with the New York City Public Schools to revise their annual training, which we then jointly provided to staff from over 1,800 schools. The training focuses on helping public school staff understand the impact of making a report, the need to focus on objective facts and be aware of implicit bias when deciding whether to report, and how to access resources available to families citywide without making a report. Later this week, I am meeting with the superintendents to reinforce this important message. We're also tailoring and expanding this work to other city agencies with mandated reporters, such as the Department of Homeless Services, and we are working more closely with medical staff. We are also continuing to expand CARES, our non-investigative child protection response to low-risk cases referred to ACS from the SCR. From 21 to 22, there was a 72% increase in the number of CARES responses. In March of 23, we created 2 more CARES units, so we now have 48 CARES units, and we anticipate creating an additional 16 units by the end of this year. In CARES, specially trained child protection staff assess the safety of the children and then partner with family to identify their needs, empower them to make decisions that address their needs and the needs of the children, and connect families to appropriate services, all without the need of a formal child welfare investigation and determination that will remain on someone's child protection record. ACS contracts with community-based nonprofit providers for both child welfare, prevention, and foster care services. I want to take a moment to thank our provider partners for all the work and their staff do on behalf of New York City's children and families. With regard to prevention services, we've been taking important steps to move services upstream so that families can access the services long before there's a need for a traditional child welfare response or intervention. After surveying thousands of families who participated in prevention services, the 2022 Annual Family Experience Survey once again that families were overwhelmingly satisfied with the services. Approximately 94% of survey participants said they were happy with the prevention services their family received, and 90% said they would recommend the services to a friend or family member. ACS currently contracts for approximately 12,500 child welfare prevention slots. There's no wait list, and families in need can be connected to services in their community. As proposed in the executive budget, ACS has conducted a comprehensive assessment and are re-estimating to be able to realize a savings of $3.2 million in CTL, $8.5 million gross, through a careful review of utilization rates and spending patterns. ACS looks forward to continuing to work with our foster care and residential providers as we enter into new contracts July 1st. The executive budget includes $47.2 million for ACS to fund the increased foster parent and adoption subsidies to the new rates, which will be, while appreciated, remain an unfunded mandate from the state. This past year, we have continued to see our work on behalf of children in foster care move in the right direction. Over half of children entering foster care are placed with family or close friends, and the percentage of youth in care placed with kin continues to increase and is now 45%. In addition, the number of children in foster care is at an all-time low, and the percentage of children in foster care who are long stayers has decreased. In FY23, ACS was able to leverage additional funds to support strengthened foster care services. Service enhancements included the launch of a new trauma-informed training for foster parents and the integration of parent advocates into our enhanced family foster care program, along with workforce enhancements for our providers. We've also seen a great deal of success in our implementation of initiatives aimed at improving outcomes for youth in foster care, such as Fair Futures and College Choice. In FY23, the Fair Futures program has already served a total of 3,451 young people, ages 11 to 26, a significant increase from under 3,000 served in fiscal year 22. And actually more recent numbers suggest we have now hit over 3,700. Of the youth served in FY23, 2,200 were coached, including an additional 262 youth in the older age range of 18 to 26-year-old, which actually, as of this week, is over 400 young people in that age. To date, in FY23, Fair Futures funded over 400 additional staff to provide coaching, mentoring, and support to youth. Launched in July 22, College Choice enhanced ACS's support for youth in foster care attending college by giving youth more flexibility and options. As part of College Choice, ACS pays for tuition and room and board fees that are not covered by financial aid at whatever college the youth chooses to attend. ACS also provides youth with $60 per day to cover food and other living and college-related expenses while they are attending school and for up to 6 months after graduation. Youth also receive coaching, tutoring, and career counseling from the New York Foundling and/or Fair Futures. There are currently 300 youth in college and accessing College Choice benefits, up from 200 last year. We're happy to announce that we currently have 25 youth graduating from college in May. We remain focused on keeping children safe by ensuring their families have the resources they need to thrive. Much of this work is done in collaboration with other city agencies, as meeting the needs of children and families really does take a village, or as the mayor says, a city. Since our last budget hearing, many of the first 9 new family enrichment centers have opened the doors and have also begun working deeply with community members. We're so pleased with the community collaboration and engagement we've seen with these new FECs, and we're excited to watch them grow into the community treasures the 3 original FECs have become in their respective neighborhoods. These past few months, we've also made important efforts to prevent unintentional childhood injuries related to cannabis-infused edibles and window guards by focusing on education and outreach to families and child-serving professionals. Following an increase in the number of children being treated in New York City emergency rooms due to unintentional exposure to cannabis-infused edibles, which are often made to closely resemble popular brand name candy and snacks with nearly identical packaging, ACS launched a new safety campaign aimed at educating caregivers on the need to keep cannabis-infused products locked away and out of reach of children, and to call the NYC Poison Center if they suspect that a child has eaten something containing cannabis. The week of March 20th was National Poison Prevention Week, and we collaborated with partners to host information and resource fairs, including at a licensed cannabis dispensary. At the fairs, we shared information about the risks and symptoms of poisoning in children, offered guidance what to do if a child's been exposed, and provided lockboxes to make sure that families had the resources they need to protect their children. We know that access to childcare is essential for families. This past year, we've made tremendous progress in increasing the number of children receiving childcare assistance, including for the first time ever for undocumented children through FY23 funding for Promise NYC. We have dramatically expanded the number of families getting help for childcare. Today, compared to a year ago, 11,000 more low-income children are enrolled in care with the support of a voucher. And we are working hard to ensure families living in the highest need areas understand and can access the full range of childcare options. This is why we focused outreach to the 17 community districts across the city with the highest poverty and highest unemployment. Since Mayor Adams announced his childcare blueprint this past summer, the number of low-income children in these CDs using a voucher to attend childcare has increased by 126%. We have also taken steps to stabilize childcare providers by working with the state to increase the maximum reimbursement for providers, and then we made it easier for providers to apply for the higher rates. So far, over 4,000 New York City childcare providers have been approved for higher rates. We also streamlined the process for childcare providers to sign up to serve children receiving vouchers, substantially reducing the amount of paperwork involved. We hope efforts like this will increase our partnership with providers and in turn give families more options. Working with our city partners, we also made it easier to apply for child care assistance by making the child care application the first city service application available through the new My City portal. Through My City, families can apply for child care assistance available through multiple agencies and easily upload their supporting documents. As part of the executive budget, ACS is able to realize $7.2 million CTL savings by moving eligible families from FCCF city-funded vouchers to federally funded CCBG vouchers. Importantly, the eligibility requirements for both SCCF and CCB vouchers are the same. ACS is committed to providing young people across the juvenile justice continuum with opportunities and skills they need to thrive. We've continued to see tremendous progress in the past few months. Despite the increase in the number of youth in our secure detention facilities, we are seeing the number of incidents decrease. At the end of April, the Nunez Monitors, a group of juvenile justice experts that ACS voluntarily agreed to work with in support of our reform efforts, released their most recent report on Horizon and found that ACS has made strides in reducing the rate of violence at Horizon. The monitors recognize our new and stronger leadership, the significant reductions in youth violence, and the substantial efforts to improve facility function and provide an array of programs to the youth. We are taking important steps to increase the staffing levels at both Horizon and Crossroads, and in the first quarter of FY23, we brought 78 new YDS on board. While the census in security detention is higher than last year, detention admissions are actually down 18% since the implementation of Raise the Age, and 2022 admissions were lower than 2019. This increase in census is largely due to the increased length of pre-adjudication stays in detention, often due to the complex legal cases many of the youth are facing. While we have a long way to go in our work there, we are seeing progress. Since our last budget hearing, we issued recommended awards for 2 important programs that will help connect youth to programs and services aimed at helping them thrive. First, with the alternative detention contracts moving from MOC-J to ACS on July 1st, ACS selected Cases for Manhattan and the Bronx, Justice Innovation Center for Queens and Staten Island, and Good Shepherd Services for Brooklyn. These new contracts will strengthen the ATD programs by adding a court liaison to connect with young people in the courtroom, develop individualized supervision plans tailored to each youth's needs and goals, offer workforce development internships and stipends, and connect youth to Fair Futures coaches and support. We also recommended Children's Village and Bard College for awards for our new workforce development program. Through these new contracts, the providers will offer career exploration, work readiness, vocational and education training, college access, and life skills for justice-involved young people. These contracts also include the expansion of Fair Futures to youth in detention. The executive budget proposes to continue to right-size the close-to-home placement system for youth sentenced to placement by the family court. ACS will realize savings of $3.9 million CTL in FY24 and $4 million in the out years by closing one of our limited secure placement sites. The site has a capacity for 16 girls, but has not served the youth for over a year. Its closure will not impact our ability to ensure safety for young people in the community. ACS is also required to reimburse the state OCFS for the cost of juvenile justice placements of adolescent offenders and juvenile offenders in their facilities. ACS regularly has a large annual surplus of these allocated funds, so the executive budget produces to reduce these funds by $7.1 million, continuing to leave us with over $15 million should we need the funding. In FY23, we estimate reimbursing the state for the placement of 75 youth. The executive budget for fiscal year 24 proposes to fund ACS at $2.72 billion, including $856 million of city tax levy. This includes $104 million in new needs for fiscal year 24 to fund the increased rate for child care providers, about $57 million, and foster parent adoptive parent subsidies, $47 million. The executive budget also includes the funds for ACS to meet the collective bargaining agreement between the city and DC 37. Many ACS staff, such as CPS and YDS, are hardworking members of DC 37, and we're grateful to the mayor, the Office of Labor Relations, and DC 37 for their recent contract agreement that recognizes their critical work. Like most city agencies, ACS's FY24 PEG target was 4%, or approximately $33 million of city tax levy in fiscal year 24, and baseline thereafter. ACS took a careful and thoughtful approach to identifying efficiencies and other ways to reduce our budget in a manner that would not have a negative impact on the children, youth, and families we serve. In addition to the reestimates for prevention services close to home, OCFS placements, and SCCF vouchers previously discussed, ACS has also proposed to reduce our budget for DCP Family Court Mental Health due to historic underspending and the Cumberland Substance Use Disorder Program, MOU, which was not being used by ACS clients. In conclusion, I want to thank the staff of ACS and our provider agencies for the work that they do each and every day on the behalf of the children, youth, and families of New York City. While this executive budget required ACS to look closely at our spending, I'm confident that our proposed budget for fiscal year 24 will help us to continue to move ACS in the right direction as we support children and families. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. One thing I picked up on in your testimony, it says here, ACS has also proposed to reduce our budget for DCP Family Court Mental Health due to historic underspending. Can you explain to me what that means?
Sure. So there was a program in the family courts where families could have evaluations for mental health treatment. Working with their attorneys, often they did not want to use that mental health provider. They felt like it was our provider, and so there's been underutilization, and they're getting those services and evaluations elsewhere, often with the support of their attorney. So there's just been historic underspending, and it's just bringing it down to that level.
So the families felt it was biased in some way because it was provided by ACS?
That's our assumption, and the working with the attorneys, we've been able to get those evaluations in a different place.
Okay, childcare funding. What estimate does ACS have for how much additional funding, including through the childcare block grant, will eventually be reflected in the FY24 budget?
So we're working off the assumption that the state has dedicated an allocation of $4 billion over 4 years. So we are in the process of expanding voucher enrollment rapidly. As I mentioned in my testimony, we're up over 11,000 families in low-income vouchers. It's about 1,300 a month, 11,000 children. About 1,300 children more a month is the pace we're on right now. So we're expecting to be able to expand that significantly.
So do we have a ballpark estimate for how many more families you think we'll be able to provide vouchers to with the expanded requirements?
Our hope is to be able to get to about 40,000 using low-income vouchers.
Got it, okay. The child care workforce, the FY24 state budget utilizes $500 million in underutilized federal funds to create the Workforce Retention Grant Program. What estimate does ACS have for how much additional funding will eventually be reflected in the budget as a result of that support?
Given the way this has been done historically, we expect none of that to come through ACS, but that the state has typically invested it directly in the workforce. The workforce for ACS really is around, what we can do is really work on making sure childcare providers are getting rate adjustments. And so we have improved the rates of 4,000 providers this past year and are working with other providers, about half, to make sure that they are benefiting from the rate adjustments that the state made. So it's two separate, the $500 million, we're still waiting to understand from the state, but typically they've made those investments directly. But for us, childcare, we just do the voucher part of the program and the rate setting for providers. So
how would that funding affect hiring and hiring efforts and retaining current employees?
So most of that is done through, all of that is done through the Department of Education, so I'll defer to them on that. For the child care providers, so these are family-based providers, we can only imagine that it's going to be very helpful. Many of them have gone through the process. We streamlined the process. Those rates are really key to having their small businesses thrive. So we've been really, really reaching out to them to make sure they have what they need.
What has been the bigger challenge for ACS, the PEGs or the vacancies?
I would say the vacancies. I think we are very focused on hiring. We're very focused on understanding our staff's experience, making sure that we're going through processes to listen to them. I regularly do town halls in detention. I've been out to all of our sites. What I hear from staff is that they love the work, that they would appreciate a little bit less on onerous around things like documentation. So we're really trying to look at how to simplify some of the processes that we have and have made some progress in that regard. We've got a lot of really, really dedicated staff. And so we're seeing some progress in detention this fiscal year. We have a net 41 YDS. We're also seeing a lot more special officers come on. We've got classes of 122 in February for CPS, 130 this month. We know that the core of this is making sure that our staff have the experience and support that they need. So we're also making sure leadership is active and available to staff and responsive to them.
The state controller released a report that estimated it would cost ACS about $120 million a year related to the termination of the 4E waiver. what are the anticipated gaps, and how does the administration plan to use city funds to backfill those expenses?
So we're constantly working with this in OMB. They added some money earlier this year to our fiscal year 23 budget to cover that. They have been clear that they're going to cover it, and there's not going to be an impact to foster care services. It's an ongoing analysis, in part because it depends on the eligibility of families. It's based on a very old standard at the federal level. And it's also driven by the census of children in foster care, which has continued to come down. So we are regularly updating that analysis and in conversations with them.
The Close to Home initiative, the state budget proposes Article 7 legislation that would make the initiative permanent. However, there was no funding included for its operation. And I understand the state budget eliminated all funding for Close to Home for the city since 2018, I believe.
Yeah, it's a real disappointment.
So what's the plan there? How do we fund that operation?
So there is some federal dollar in there, and the rest is city tax levy. We really think that the state should be carrying a piece of that responsibility. We are, in this budget, taking down one site. So we've had underutilization of the Close to Home program, which is a good thing. We have about 12 children in our limited secure program, and so this budget brings us down to about 50 capacity. We always want to make sure we have the capacity for young people, but over the past couple years, we've been bringing down that capacity to be more in line with the census.
That over to Deputy Speaker Ayala for questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so my first question is regarding Promise NYC. So we know we launched it earlier this year to provide much-needed child care assistance to low-income families and undocumented children. Accessibility to appropriate child care is critical to families who are often just one missed paycheck from homelessness. ACS includes $10 million for this program in fiscal year 2023 only. How many families are currently benefiting from this funding as of May 2023, and what is the target number of children enrolled by the end of the fiscal year?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Promise has been a major success. We were thrilled to be able to get it up and running quickly with community-based providers. At the outset, the target for Promise NYC was 600 children. We have reached that number and eclipsed that number. And so we've paused on enrollments, and we are in discussions with OMB about how important this program is.
Okay. How much of the $10 million has been reimbursed?
We estimate by the end of the year for the 600 plus children that are enrolled, it'll be somewhere around $7 million.
$7 million?
Yes.
Okay. And since the preliminary budget, have you had conversations with OMB to expand Promise New York NYC in fiscal year 24?
We are in ongoing conversations with them, yes.
Do we know for how much more funding? Or how much more would we need?
We are discussing that with them. We're looking at the projections. Obviously, we are thrilled that we were able to get so many children enrolled quickly. And, you know, it took a little, it started at the very beginning of last fiscal year. Because of federal rules, we had to go through our community-based organizations, which ended up being a real blessing. They were able to enroll families very quickly. So we're looking at those numbers and understanding from the providers how many other additional families were reaching out.
That's great. Do families apply for Promise directly through ACS or with one of the contractors?
Through one of the contractors.
Okay. And in the council's budget response, the council called on the administration to baseline the $10 million for Promise NYC. Why is this funding not included in the executive budget?
Simply because of the realities of the fiscal picture for the city. We think it's an important program, but obviously we've had to make very difficult decisions, and we're in ongoing conversations with OMB about this.
Okay. I mean, I get it, But again, as I stated in the beginning of my questioning, many families unfortunately depend on this, right? And to be able to be self-sufficient, to be able to work, to be able to pay rent. And so in the long run, it may seem, in the short run, it may seem expensive, but in the long run, it's actually cost efficient to the city if we're keeping, families out of the shelter system and off, of public benefits if they don't need them. Okay, close to home. The PEG programs reflecting cuts to the agency's budget total $41 million in fiscal year 23 to right-sizing close to home beds, which the council has previously called for. The executive plan cuts 16 beds in close to home at $4 million in fiscal year 2024 and beyond. The remaining 250 beds, although the census is less than 50. Are there additional savings that can be made in close to home, and what's the estimate?
So we are able to save from the 16 bed reduction. We're able to make an additional cut. Earlier this year, we brought down some NSP. So close to home is both our non-secure placement and our limited secure placement. So we have been reducing from over 200 on the NSP side to 171. And on the LSP side, we're going from 66 to 50. LSP has 12 kids in it right now. We always have to have capacity, so we are being a little bit cautious, but we are also in the process of an RFP, which we intend to launch this spring to providers, and we're in the process of looking at that very question with OMB about what the size and structure of that should be.
Okay, am I reading this correct? Does it cost $4 million to keep the 16 extra beds?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
What's in these beds? Like, what are you offering? That's a lot of money.
Yes.
Will ACS consider adding those savings back into the better community-based prevention programs like alternatives to detention?
We are excited to be taking on the alternative to detention programs and launching the workforce component of the work. So it is not a direct reinvestment, but we are always looking for ways to move funding upstream.
Do you have an update on the close to home RFP?
We are going to be releasing it this spring and having conversations with OMB right now about it.
Would you be able to share how many providers would be awarded?
We have not made that decision yet. We're trying to determine the exact capacity and assess what the right balance is between ensuring we have that capacity and moving some of those resources further upstream.
Okay, that makes sense. ACS will generate a savings of $8.5 million in fiscal year 2024 and the out years through right-sizing the preventive slots of the preventive services program. Additionally, the preliminary mayor's management report showed that preventive services slot utilization was trending downward. Do preventive services include mental health counseling, and how do parents know that they can access these services voluntarily?
So some of them do. It depends on the type of prevention. So we have a cadre of preventive slots that we call family support. This is general case management. We also have a series of evidence-based family treatment services that provide mental health supports. We also have a program that focuses on families that are struggling with mental health and substance abuse challenges. Right now we have a contract capacity for 12,500 slots. We're currently using about 8,000 of that. Much of that is due to the pandemic, but we're doing an analysis to see where there's been some chronic underutilization. We may have, oversaturated a particular community or undersaturated another. So our Division of Prevention Services, Policy Planning and Measurement, and Finance teams are looking at the best way to bring down about 400 to 500 slots. So we would still have an additional 4,000 unused slots. We are seeing that preventive providers are enrolling more families in the past few months. I think some of that's bringing on more workforce, and we're working with them to provide lots of flexibilities to move further upstream to get to families, as I was mentioning earlier, before an SCR call. So all that combined, we think it's safe to bring down some of these slots in chronically underutilized areas while continuing to try to expand the number of families we're serving there upstream. If we get to a position where we had a wait list or anything like that, we could certainly work with OMB to reconsider that, but we do not right now. We are trying to make sure families are aware that, that they can access preventive voluntarily. It's a key feature of our system that dates back to an advocate's settlement, and families can not only access them voluntarily, but it's a very different oversight than a family who's accessing them through a formal child protection investigation.
Okay, so, but mental health services are part of the programming package, right?
They are. Do you
Sorry, know
Leslie.
that does that include, because I know you and I have had this conversation many times about the postpartum psychosis, and is that part of the program as well?
We've been doing training for all of our staff on postpartum depression and psychosis, the whole range of anxiety and depression disorders after pregnancy. So we are making sure that everybody has a skill set in that. There's not a dedicated program, but we are working with providers who are expert in that, working with our health and hospitals to make sure that we can identify it and treat it.
Okay. There used to be a VNS program that went to the home when you were like a first-time mom or a mother and, in need of additional resources. Does ACS work with that program?
We do. We have a referral process where we refer families to the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and then step away so that families feel comfortable in accessing them. We're looking at ways to continue to expand referrals to that because it's a key partnership. We also have our own set of homemaking and home-based services that is in our Division of Prevention Services, and those can be supportive in such a circumstance as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think this is a vital resource. Regarding workforce development, what's the current caseload per worker at ACS?
Assuming that you're referencing Child Protective Services, it's a little over 10.
10 cases, okay. And what has ACS done specifically for workforce development?
So we are focused on a whole range of initiatives. We are obviously thrilled that the mayor's office and DC 37 came to an agreement that affects over 4,100 of our staff. So that is a major investment in the hardworking staff at ACS. We're also looking at a variety of ways we can support them, provide for lots of opportunities to, if they have an experience where they need trauma counseling, where they need support, we are making sure that we're providing that. As I mentioned earlier, we're also looking at a process to try to simplify some of the processes and documentation requirements to really focus on the child and family needs in front of them. But from a series of recommendations over many, many, many years, we've created a pile of things that workers have to sort of work through. I don't think it improves our practice. In fact, I think it's a detriment to it. And so we've been working over the past year to simplify many of those. Our new deputy commissioner is very committed to this, having been running a borough at the ground level, and is going to bring some great ideas to that as well.
Is ACS providing any mental health services or support to staff?
We do. We provide through a provider, a contract provider. We provide offer after any type of major incident. Our staff trauma supports. Some of them access them through that. We also, through our EAP, have a wide range of services. And so depending on, we also can do group trauma counseling if folks have been through something together. So we are always looking to offer that. Many of our staff would rather access it privately, as you could understand, and so we support that as well.
So they're volunteer, right? You have to be willing.
That's right.
Okay. That's interesting because I see every agency does it very differently. We had a hearing a couple of years ago with NYPD and FDNY on this very issue, right? The issue of supportive services, medical and mental health, and the way that the fire department does it is that immediately, like when there's a traumatic event, there's a group of folks that are like all up in your face at contact, right? And so that resource is immediately available to you because we understand, right? Like that we have a tendency of I guess, not really taking the work that we're doing, right? The trauma enforced by it as seriously as we should, right? We think that we can kind of, we'll get over it, right? Like, we'll pray on it, but the need for mental health services to really help process what we saw, what we felt, right? How do we move forward in a healthy way is really important. And I think that the FDNY, for some reason, does it the best out of all of the city agencies, but I think is a model that should be replicated because, truth be told, right, your staff is coming into contact with some really heavy-duty cases. And I've said many times before that I don't know if that I would, emotionally be able to do that work. I'm stressed out and drained just thinking about it, right? It's a lot, and I think it's a necessary investment.
Thank you for that, Deputy Speaker, and we'll certainly look at the FDNY to see if there's something we can learn from it. We do it through the New York Society for Prevention to Cruelty to Children. They are the rapid deployment, and we've seen it be very helpful for some staff. You and I have also talked about the kind of culture we're trying to build at ACS around psychological safety, the culture of blame very quickly without careful analysis and assessment is something we're working to undo. We know that that can make our practice, it can affect our practice, can affect the way we treat families. So I take it as important to not only for the good of our staff, but to our mission, that we are being really thoughtful in how we assess when something goes wrong and learn from it and go deep, but making sure that our staff understand that we're not going to make quick blanket judgments. Most often, these are system challenges that we have to solve. So I really appreciate our staff, and we are trying to make sure that they understand that it's a new day in that regard.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Regarding new needs on childcare, the executive plan adds $57 million in fiscal year 23 as a result of the state market rate increase for childcare providers. Approximately 4,000 providers will benefit from this funding. What is the breakdown by borough and demographics? Do you have that information?
We can get you that breakdown. I don't have it with me today, but it is 4,000 providers, as you mentioned, and we'll get you that breakdown.
Okay, and can you provide an update on what we can expect in fiscal year 2024 and how much funding may need to be added to cover the changes in the rates?
We're doing that assessment with OMB, so the cost here, much of it is CCBG. So there's for certain vouchers for the mandated population through HRA, for the child welfare population through ACS, there is a city tax levy cost, and that is the cost that is being added here. For the low-income vouchers, which we're really working to expand, it does not have the same cost because they're more fully supported by CCBG. So we're doing that analysis of lots of it will have to do with what kind of vouchers grow. So we don't see this skyrocketing, but at the same time, we are looking to get more and more providers through the rate increase process. So we're doing that analysis with OMB.
Perfect. Okay. And regarding the executive plan adds, this is on foster care, the executive plan adds $47 million in fiscal year 2023 as a result of the statewide settlement increase for foster parent stipends and adoption subsidies, and increased maximum state aid. How many families or children would be benefiting from the statewide settlement, and what and when was the MSAR being increased?
So it's about 7,000, a little less than 7,000 children in foster care, and about 11,000 between adoption and kinship guardianship rates will be have been impacted by this. So it went into effect, I believe, last 2023, last July. So this was a state settlement of a lawsuit to increase the rates, which was great. The bad part is that they didn't add any money into the block grant to support it. So this is why have to put additional funds into this.
Okay. I have two more questions on capital. The 5-year plan calls totals $476 million, of which $275 million is dedicated to the secure detention facilities. What is the cost-benefit analysis that ACS undertook to establish this level of support for capital projects?
So this is to make sure that we are expanding both capacity and programming room. When Raise the Age happened and ACS began to serve 16 and 17-year-olds in secure detention, there was an initial investment to prepare those buildings, but they really need full renovation. So this is Horizon and Crossroads that we're talking about. So we're working with DDC to draw up those plans, make sure we go through all the processes to begin to build space on site, so that then we can create not only the additional programming, but some additional bed capacity as well.
Okay, so that's, I mean, I was gonna ask you, when do you expect it to be completed, but it sounds like you're very preliminarily, in conversations now.
We are. We're hopeful, we're pushing it as fast as we can because it's very important for the young people there, but these processes.
Okay, and then finally, the fiscal year 2021 preliminary plan increased capital budget of $7.9 million for the consolidation of Fort Brooklyn Division of Housing Protection Offices into one of 12 Metro Tech Centers. It seems that this project is ongoing in fiscal year 2023. What is the current status of it, and did ACS purchase new properties or facilities for this project or utilize existing resources?
It is complete, so we're fully in Metro Tech. I don't know the answer I believe it was within existing resources, but it was before my time, so I'll have to get you an answer to that question.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Caban for questions?
Yes, thank you. I'd love to kind of pick up on a line of questioning from the Deputy Speaker, and thank you for your testimony and for taking questions, and also reference a little bit of your testimony. So specifically Promise NYC. And again, I know that I have done it in the past, but just want to commend y'all on the work that you've done on that front. But in your testimony, you pointed out, very accurately, I might say, that access to childcare is essential for families. And then you continued by saying that this past year, we've made tremendous progress, increasing the number of children receiving childcare assistance, including for the first time ever for undocumented children in FY23 through the funding of Promise NYC. Can you go in a little bit more detail on why this constituted such a contribution to such tremendous progress, and sort of lay out some of the specific benefits of the program and outcomes?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. So Promise NYC was, as you mentioned, the first time ever that families with children who are undocumented had access to childcare support. We had to create a way in which we could have families access that support, because federal rules don't allow government to pay directly for subsidy in this area. So we worked with our Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs to identify criteria which we could do a procurement on and help and identify the right local CBOs. We identified 4 CBOs, La Comena, NIMIC, Chinese American Planning Council, and the Center for Family Life. And they began at the end of last calendar year to enroll families in childcare using subsidy. We saw that there was great demand for the program, and using community-based organizations, which is not a surprise, families trusted them and were able to turn to them and access childcare.
And I guess my next question is a pretty simple one. The executive budget includes $0 for Promise NYC, and so what impact would an allocation of $0 have on the program and the families that currently rely on it?
So the families have childcare subsidy through the end of June, and it would mean the elimination of that support starting July 1st. Okay,
and last year, $10 million was sufficient for, or this past fiscal year, 600 families for 6 months of Promise NYC, essentially. I know that the organizations that you mentioned, they had to stop enrolling before the full period was over because they hit the monetary max, and that the need, the number of people that were eligible far outpaced what the services that were able to be provided based on the budget provided. And given that we need 12 months funding this year and our recently arrived asylum seekers have grown the need for Promise NYC, would it be fair to say that we need at least $20 million to keep this vital program operational?
We are in conversations with OMB about that and what the need is and any way in which we can help meet it.
And Chair, if I could take a few seconds to wrap up. Again, I have been blown away in a good way on what we've been able to accomplish, what this agency was able to do in partnership with the organizations on providing this child care. And you had also said in answer to Deputy Speaker that we're talking about simply the fiscal realities and we have to make difficult decisions. And with all due respect, I think this is an easy decision. $20 million accounts for 1/5 of 1% of our budget, and we know that getting parents childcare, getting children childcare means getting parents to work, which means staving off all of the risks that come with economic instability, whether it's homelessness or a bunch of other things. We criminalize homelessness, we criminalize economic precarity, we criminalize immigration status, and so this is a tiny investment with just immense gains on the public health and safety front, and it's a matter of equity, racial equity, immigrant justice when we talk about providing that access that other children currently get access to. And I know that this is not your decision, but our budget is a moral document. It has been said a million times over, and we could give 1/5 of 1% of our budget to this incredible program that you have just touted about and you're right, or we could keep giving billions of dollars to policing and incarceration. I just think it's a no-brainer, but I thank you for continuing to advocate for its continuation and expansion.
Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. And obviously, I have some questions about family court. Thank you for coming to the hearing about that. I know you talked about mental health and that you didn't need to spend more because you were sort of putting the mental health programs in the court to whatever was needed. But it's a $4.3 million cut, as I understand, to mental health and substance abuse in the coming budget. So I'm wanting to know, how will that impact the work of your attorneys? How will it impact just the staffing that oversees these services? Obviously, I spent quite a bit of time in family court in all 5 boroughs recently, and in the Children's Center. So I am concerned about this because it was very apparent to me that mental health and substance abuse are certainly issues that have to be addressed. So how are you going to address that?
Thank you, Councilmember. Without a doubt, we need support for mental health and substance abuse. So these are 2 distinct programs. One is the mental health evaluations that were happening in family court. In that program, there's been underutilization, and we're just bringing it down to the spending. So we offer that service. It has not been used. Our hypothesis around that is that families would like to get access to mental health evaluations outside of the court system, outside of what they perceive as ACS, and many of them are getting support from their attorneys, the institutional providers, to access that. Will continue to be a program. If it turns out that more is needed in that regard, we can always revisit that.
But why not take the 4.3 and allocate it to what is needed, which are mental health services and substance abuse, instead of cutting? Because there's no question that they're needed. Maybe not the evaluation, but as you said, the real programs.
So through our prevention services, we can offer some of that on the family counseling end. And we've got clinical consultants in our child protective offices who help to access, so they are experts in substance abuse, experts in mental health counseling, and so they work with our providers, with our specialists to access services. On the substance use side, that was a partnership with H&H that, with one site in one location at Cumberland, that too was not utilized, and so those services are key, but we wanted to make sure it's accessible citywide, and those consultant contracts which are with Jewish Board and with the Child Center of New York, are helping us access those services.
Okay, I mean, I think you know, and we will be getting more letters from us, Oversight and Investigation, to ask about the issue of more services, because the lawyers and the judges say over and over again, they just don't have enough places to send the individuals who need these services. They're not there. And I would assume that that would be something of concern to you, right?
Indeed.
Okay. The Children's Center. So I know that there is obviously a need for capital, so I want to hear about that. But also, your housing there, you're supposed to have 24, 48 hours, much longer durations. Can you tell me about the cost of staffing there, what other kind of staffing needs, program and budget, and what's going on with the capital need?
Sure. And First Deputy Commissioner Saunders, the Children's Center reports directly to her, and she's done an amazing job. So I'll say a few words and then ask her to add to that. So the cost of the Children's Center on an annual basis is a little over $30 million. We have been able to reduce the population at the Children's Center year over year about 15%. By increasing placements, by reducing the number of children coming there in the first place, because we're accessing kinship before children are coming to the Children's Center. It still fluctuates anywhere between 50 and 80 young people at any given time. We have on-site nursing, on-site mental health services, on-site programming. It is not the place we want children to be, so we are constantly working to reduce that, and I've seen some movement in that regard, and I'll ask First Deputy Commissioner to say a few more words.
Sure. Thank you so much for always keeping the Children's Center on your radar. I really
It
appreciate
is very
the
much on
support.
my radar because my judge friends think it's not going well. I'm just letting you know.
Well, I'm happy that you are keeping it on your radar because we need all the support that we can get from all of our stakeholders. So, you asked a question about capital. Did you want to hear about what that capital will cover?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
Okay, so it will cover infrastructure upgrades, such as HVAC and the expansion to electrical wattage, but it will also cover enhancements to our waiting area, to our visitation space, to our nursery. Also, we will be building an additional entrance for young people to enter. Really focused on trying to make sure that the space is trauma-informed and supportive to young people as they enter and exit the Children's Center.
Okay, so that's around 15 million, I think, is what you might be budgeting for. All I'm saying is, obviously, there are still challenges in terms of the young people being there for a longer period of time. I also want to mention that there is this Family Court Working Committee, Commissioner. I think you mentioned that you're not part of it. We've been in touch with them. Are you part of it, the Williams Commission? There is a Family Court Working Committee.
I am not personally. I'd be happy to participate in any way.
Okay, because it seems to be it does exist. And then finally, I want to thank Stephanie, because everybody's fabulous, but she's really fabulous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. She sure is.
Councilmember Williams?
Thank you. I have a question about family court services. So I guess following up on Councilmember Brewer's point about what services related to and how would it be impacted, the $4.3 billion. Yeah.
So those services, the $4.3 million, was dedicated to mostly mental health evaluations via the family court. They've been underutilized for some time. We're obviously bringing fewer families to family court, down about 40% since 2019. But in addition, families have not been accessing it, electing to access those services in other ways. So this is just bringing it down to current spending levels, and we'll continue to assess.
Okay, so the PEG just doesn't affect staffing that oversees the services?
It does not.
Okay, cool. The next question I have is around OCFS hearings and clearing the names of parents in the state central registry. Do you know how many parents are on the registry?
I don't. So parents would be on the registry if there was an indication of abuse or of maltreatment. Obviously, we are working hard to expand CARES because this has been a problem for many families. And so I can get those numbers for you. I'm sure they're in the tens of thousands.
Okay. And is ACS always represented by an attorney at OCFS hearings?
We are represented by our Office of General Counsel, and I assume you're referring to fair hearings?
Yeah, so also another question is how many fair hearings was ACS assigned to in the past year, and how many hearings did ACS settle, which is present no evidence on?
Let me see if we can get those numbers for you.
Okay. The question I have, the last question I have is in regards to family enrichment centers. I know you've spoken about it in previous hearings, but if you could just give more details on the different programs that are immediately available at the FECs and how parents and community members will be outreached to and engaged, and how much funding will go towards outreach.
So thank you for that. So we are in the process of expanding from 3 to 30. So there are 9 that are actively, some have just opened, some are opening. There will be a series of grand openings over the course of the next weeks and months. Before the FEC staff even find a site, they are reaching out to community members, they're reaching out to local leaders to identify folks who want to get very involved with the development of the Family Enrichment Center. So they're identifying what programming, which we call offerings, will happen there. They're identifying what the name of the site will be, how it will focus, what partnerships in the community it will hold. At all of the Family Enrichment Centers, there's something called parent cafes, which just are kind of like parent, it's like a book club for parents, where people are focused on really creating community. One of the things that I think the Family Enrichment Centers does best is combat social isolation, which we know is something that can be harmful to families. So it's a real collaborative effort between the community and each FEC. Many of them end up focusing on some advocacy. Many of them have particular provider relationships their services. Many are working with food pantries around basic needs and meeting other basic needs.
And do they have specific funding for outreach?
So in the initial year, we put additional money, I think it's $100,000 for them to focus on outreaching. So they get an additional $100,000 during that first year to do that.
That's for each center or all of the centers?
Each center. It also includes it's sort of startup costs, anything that relates, but they spend a lot of that on the outreach.
Chair, I have one more question. It's about the field offices. And I remember asking you a question about this before, but do you have any other amendments to previous comments or thoughts on the agency's goals in making changes to the field office? We noted that there is $1.4 million for field office is removed from the executive capital plan. Why is there a decline? And do you think that community members would have difficulty reaching ACS with a smaller footprint?
I believe that's just a change in the assessment of the cost. We are absolutely focused on this. We're particularly focused on this in the Bronx, moving our Morris Park Avenue site to Bartow and trying to make that a more beautiful site. We're also looking at the other part of Brooklyn, our Brooklyn East, to identify consolidation opportunities and beautification opportunities for those sites.
Thank you, and I hope you look at the Queens field office.
Yes,
my
Archer
mom worked
Avenue is
there, and
also-
it looks exactly the same as it did 30 years ago. It is not a pretty building, so hopefully.
We are also focused on Archer Avenue. It's a little bit behind the other
Thank
two,
you.
but it is absolutely focused.
And I know EDC has a project there as well, but okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Stevens.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Just have a couple of questions. The PECS program in the executive budget includes a $7.2 million baseline reduction in funding for special child care vouchers beginning fiscal 2024. ACS plans to shift the eligible SCCF vouchers to the child care block. Can you explain why the baseline funding was cut? And I'm just going to ask another question. So in terms of eligibility, what is the difference between the vouchers funded by special child care vouchers and child care block vouchers?
Sure. Thanks, Councilmember Susan. So this program was created in a time where we had a very long wait list, where there wasn't access to child care vouchers, and so the city put in additional resources. That has changed. We've cleared the wait list of 35,000 children, and now are open citywide for applications through CCBG. So we are the eligibility criteria is the same between SCCF and CCBG, and so we're going to be working with families to help transfer from SCCF to CCBG. So this is will be a CTL savings, and we'll work to get families to continue in childcare.
What percentage of SCCF vouchers or recipients would be ineligible for CCBG?
We're hopeful.
And what would you do to ensure that those benefits will continue in the future if all baseline funding is eliminated?
So there are about 770 children who are enrolled through SCCF. We're going to be reaching out to them very soon, as of this week, to help them to begin to make that transition. Since the criteria is the same, we're hopeful that a large proportion of those children can remain enrolled. So
what happens to the small proportion that you're saying that might not be eligible? So what does that look like?
Well, we'd have to look at that. The eligibility is the same, so I don't think there's going to be a large proportion of that. But we'd be happy to give the council ongoing updates and have meetings as we reach out to families and see if there's something that we don't anticipate.
Okay. What other changes to expanded child care is HCS advocating for with the state and federal government? How much is the budget requested, if any? And then one more question. In the council's budget response, the council called on the administration to add $9.2 million for SCCF vouchers administered by ACS. Why is the funding not being included in the executive budget?
So on the SCCF, that's the same, just trying to move from CTL to federal dollars as to maximize the federal dollar. On the point of the state, we are advocating for them to delink the hours that are authorized for childcare from work hours. Parents do a lot of other things than work that they need childcare for, and we think has been hampering families' flexibility. We also, in the out years, which is very important, we know the state's plans for the next few years, but as we rapidly expand the number of children who are enrolled with vouchers, when we hit a cliff a couple years out, we really want the state to continue to make investments that they've made for the next couple of years. So funding needs get particularly acute as we go out, so we are advocating with the state to continue to make investments in childcare.
And just the last question I'd asked around because I know you guys are saying SCFF vouchers are the same as the child block, but it's no additional money being added to that. So could you talk a little bit about like what funding might need it as we are shifting or I guess collaborating the two programs?
Yes, so we have, we're still waiting for the state allocation for this year, but we're confident from conversations that we've had from them, we have room to grow on the low income side from where we are today, around 18,000, which is up from 7 to over 40. So we have significant room to grow in the budget. We'll have to see exactly what the allocation is that's provided to us, but we're confident for this year we can just continue to enroll as fast as we can, families and children in the low income vouchers, and we'll have the resources to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. Deputy Speaker Ayala asked some of my questions as well as Councilmember Brewer, because I did have questions about close to home and mental health, but I did want to quickly just share, and then I'll ask you my question. Hopefully you all could think about this a little bit differently. Underutilization shouldn't automatically mean a cut. You should think about recalibrating or pivoting to another alternative as opposed to cutting. Because if you think that you're going to have another conversation later, it's going to get more challenging and complicated to put it back in the budget.
So I just wanted to quickly just share that. So as co-chair of the Women's Caucus, and we have a large majority of women that lead the council right now, we're calling for equitable pregnancy outcomes. And I know that the Deputy Speaker spoke about this earlier. The Nurse to Family Partnership, while ACS is just a pass-through for this particular initiative, I wanted to know if there was any way you could provide a report on the impact and the outcomes of families served, so that we can know if 1.8 suffices what's needed for FY24.
Thank you, Councilmember. It's a great program. I think all of the home visiting programs are so important. First, let me assure you that we are always looking at ways to reinvest if there's underutilization into other programming. We've done that in a number of areas, and so that's a point well taken. We can work with our colleagues at the Department of Health to look at that. They administer those programs, so we can see what data we can collect. We are always looking at ways in which, if we can, as I was talking about earlier, reduce the number of unnecessary investigations, it's another place we'd like to think about how do you use some of that dollar to reinvest in not only our workforce, but in additional services.
We would appreciate that report.
Okay, I'll see what we can do with them.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Ressler.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Chair Ayala. Oh, I'm looking for my glasses. I found them. Now I can see you. Commissioner, nice to see you. And First Deputy Commissioner Saunders, from your days at DOC, I've always had a lot of admiration for you, so it's good to see you. And I want to thank the whole ACS team for your hard work. You guys have a tough job, especially Stephanie. It's good to see you. I don't see Jill or Tova. I don't know if they're hiding somewhere, but they're my ultimate go-tos. I am going to ask about a topic that Stephanie probably predicted, which are vouchers, building on the questions that my good friend, Councilmember Stevens asked. So I just wanted to affirm, Commissioner, that you said that the waiting list is down to 0 and has remained at 0.
Correct.
Well, that's a great accomplishment.
Thank you.
I mean, I think it would be awkward if I gave you a round of applause, but I'm verbally.
You could give it to Liz and her staff.
They deserve it. They really do. So that's great. And just want to affirm that as a result of the additional state funding we have through CCBG, we've taken down $7.2 million in CTL funding for the SCCF-funded city vouchers. Does that mean that there's no longer a city contribution to these vouchers? We're relying entirely on state and federal funds?
There's a city contribution for, it depends sort of which door families enter. So if they're coming through the mandated, what we call the mandated, if they're receiving public assistance and getting childcare because they're working, that population has come down for obvious reasons because of the pandemic, because of work rules being suspended. If that population increases, there's a 25% city tax levy contribution in that. There is not any in the low-income vouchers. The child welfare population, which we have focused on trying to get families who are in a child protective investigation or prevention, child care over years, we've used a match with the state prevention to be the offset for that cost. We're also working on that population for families who've been on that for some time to move them to CCBG. So this is an overall strategy to maximize federal dollars.
As is totally the right and responsible thing, and I'm pleased that you're doing it. And to great effect, we've gotten the waiting list down to 0. But I think I would be remiss not to worry about the future day where those federal funds run out, and want to ask, is this administration committed to stepping up if when the federal spigot runs dry, to ensure that we can keep this waiting list down to 0 and continue to provide these essential vouchers?
This administration has been clear for us to continue to enroll families in vouchers and low-income vouchers especially, that's an important part of the Mayor's Child Care Blueprint. We're going to need federal and state support to continue at those rates, but we have clear direction for the next 18 months to 2 years to continue to do that. I think there are going to be very important conversations over those years about the vision and future of childcare.
Great. And just to affirm, as I know my time has run out, working parents who are not on public assistance can continue to apply, And without a waiting list, they should have an opportunity to access the vouchers that are available.
That's right, and thank you for that question, Councilmember. So it's important for working families to know that the current standard is now 300% of the federal poverty level. Right. Because of in the state budget, they went to 85% of SMI. So we already went from about 55,000 to 85,000 for a family of four. Now I believe it's about 95,000 for a family of four. So there's a lot of families out there that need to know that childcare is available to them, including many of our hardworking city staff.
Well, it's a real accomplishment. We are thrilled that so many vouchers are going to families in need in our community, and I hope communities across the city take advantage as well. Thank you for your work on this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you so much. Thank you and your team for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to hear from the Department of Veteran Services.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, quiet in the chambers, please. Quiet in the chambers. Settle down. Thank you.
Sergeant at Arms, are ready? Okay, good afternoon, and welcome to the final executive budget hearing of the day. We'll be focused on the Department of Veteran Services. I am still Justin Brannon. I am the chair of the Committee on Finance. And for this hearing, I'm joined by my colleague, Councilmember Robert Holden, who chairs the Committee on Veterans. We've been joined by Council Members Palladino, Ariola, Kagan, and Richardson Jordan. And I want to thank, obviously, Commissioner James Hendon and his team, of course, former Councilman Vallone for being here. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. So DVS's projected FY24 budget of $5 million represents less than half of 1% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This represents a decrease of $122,000 or 2.4% from the $5.1 million budgeted in the administration's FY24 prelim plan. The decrease comes from changes due to collective bargaining and the citywide PEG initiative. The Department of Veteran Services projected budget reflects a decrease in headcount of 4 positions. My questions today will primarily focus on the PEGs for the agency, headcount, vacancies and staffing, and of course, housing for our veterans. I'll now turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Holden, Chair of the Veterans Committee, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City Council Committee on Veterans Fiscal 2024 Executive Budget Hearing. My name is Robert Holden. I am Chair of the Committee on Veterans. Today, we will hear from DVS Commissioner James Hendon, Assistant Commissioner of Community Affairs Jason Logren, and Deputy Commissioner of External Affairs Paul Vallone. Department of Veteran Services, or DVS, fiscal 2024 executive budget totals $5 million, including $3.5 million in personal services funding to support 37 budgeted full-time positions. This is $1.1 million or 18% less than the budget adopted last year. DVS is a vital institution with a mission to ensure that the concerns of New York City's veterans are heard and addressed. Given that DVS does not have a budget to meet its mission fully, it is frustrating and disappointing to see DVS be reduced and not exempt from PEG reductions. With this in mind, we hope to gain a clearer understanding of DVS's efforts to mitigate the impact of these reductions, learn how DVS is collaborating with city agencies, and what actions the department is taking to confront the issues facing our veterans in New York. I have advocated for an increase in funding for DVS. Since my office has become a Veterans Resource Center, I have seen firsthand the positive impact DVS case managers can have on the veteran community. I also believe veteran service organizations should receive funding through member-designated initiatives. Our veteran service organizations play a vital role in the social safety net that helps our former service members in difficult situations. There's a lot of services that our veterans service organizations do, but one, again, is act as mentors. While veterans issues may make headlines in a few weeks because of Memorial Day and then again in the fall on Veterans Day, the good people at VSOs and DVS are working every day to improve the lives of our former service members. We must work together to make New York City more hospitable for the veteran community. And I want to thank financial analyst Ross Goldstein, Assistant Director Quillian Francisco, Poly Analyst Anastasia Zimina, Committee Counsel David Romero, and my staff for putting together today's hearing. I also would like to acknowledge some of the members of the committee who are present today: Councilmember Jordan, Councilmember Palladino, Councilmember Areola, Councilmember who else? Kagan is here, Councilmember Carr, Councilmember Velasquez, Councilmember Farias. Did I get everybody? Okay, did I get it? Okay. With that, I would like to now ask the committee counsel to administer the oath for testifying, the representatives that are testifying today.
Good afternoon. Can you raise your right hands, please? Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? James Hendon? I do. Glenda Garcia? Paul Vallone? Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Holden, members of the committee, and advocates, and Chairman Brennan. Thank you for providing the Department of Veteran Services with the opportunity to speak with you about our mission, services, and programs for fiscal year 2024. My name is James Hendon. I'm proud and honored to serve as Commissioner of the New York City Department of Veteran Services. I'm joined by my colleague, Paul Vallone, Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs, and Glenda Garcia, Deputy Commissioner for Operations. I'm excited to speak with you today and testify regarding our budget and our current efforts, which include benefits navigation, support, VA disability claims assistance, housing services, community outreach, employment, and entrepreneurship. Following our testimony, we welcome any questions that the committee may have. With each fiscal year, there is a new opportunity to look back on our previous accomplishments, both since the inception of our agency and since I've become commissioner. The decisions made during these budget seasons ensure that we continue to deliver the support and services that our nearly 200,000 veterans throughout the 5 boroughs value and depend on. Veterans are valued members of our community. Their service and sacrifice to our nation will not be forgotten. And it is now our turn to lend a helping hand. To quote President Abraham Lincoln's second inaugural address and the Veterans Affairs Credo, to care for him who shall have borne the battle. Our agency has served as a national model for how cities can offer comprehensive and holistic services to veterans. I'm confident that the upcoming budget discussions will produce a sound fiscal plan that will enable DVS and the City of New York to continue to provide our veterans with the necessary services they require. Since last year's budget hearing, much has changed throughout the city. The pandemic has subsided to near pre-pandemic conditions, and we have a few new members on the Veterans Committee. With the relaxing of COVID restrictions, DVS has been working hard, getting on the streets and conducting outreach to our city's veterans and continuing to provide the critical services our constituents need. For FY23, $5.7 million was allocated to our agency's staffing and programmatic budget functions. We're currently slotted to be allocated $5 million for FY24, $3.4 million of which will cover personnel services, $1.6 million of which will cover other than personnel services. $4.7 million of the DVS budget comes from city tax levied funding, the remainder being provided by the state of New York in the amount of $327,442. DVS's current authorized strength for headcount is 35, not accounting for 2 employees on long-term protected leave for a total headcount of 37. Currently, DVS is looking to fill 2 vacancies. Despite the changes happening around us, DVS stands committed to continuing and improving our successful programs and services while continuing to produce effective and positive outcomes for our city's veterans. New York City is home to approximately 200,000 veterans. Most of our city's veteran population reside in Queens and Brooklyn at 27.9% and 25.7% respectively. Manhattan accounts for 18.3% of the population. Bronx accounts for 17.9%, and Staten Island stands at 10.2%. Within these numbers, you will find mostly an aging population. 71% of our community falls within the 55 and over age bracket. Veterans are more likely to vote, volunteer, and are more civically engaged in their communities compared to their civilian counterparts. They are one of our city's greatest assets, and we should continue to improve, grow, and provide services to them and their families. Our boots-on-the-ground approach to serving New York City's veterans is spearheaded by our veteran peer coordinators and community service staff members. These individuals engage veterans, community partners, and other agencies to work toward ending veteran homelessness, providing veterans access to benefits and crucial resources, and helping them achieve their entrepreneurial and career goals. In the first 4 months of fiscal year 2023, 102 veterans and families received homelessness prevention and aftercare assistance from our team. Furthermore, in the first 4 months of FY23, DVS secured housing for 61 homeless veterans through our Veteran Peer Coordinator program. Compared to the same period during FY22, these numbers reflect an increase of approximately 196%. We predict that this increase is a result of our return to normal services post-pandemic, and we expect these numbers to remain fairly consistent in the years ahead. Housing homeless veterans is one of the foundational pillars of this agency. DVS provides a hands-on approach to better identify and redress the solutions that homeless veterans find themselves in. Of course, addressing the housing issue alone does not fix the situation as a whole. There are many reasons our veterans may find themselves homeless, and our goal is to not only find them housing, but to ensure they have long-term sustainability. Our most recent data shows that in 2022, a total of 482 veterans were homeless in New York City. Of them, 474 were sheltered and 8 were unsheltered. Compared to our data from 2019, this represents a decrease in homeless veterans by a total of 202 homeless vets recognized by our agency's outreach efforts. DVS, from July 1st, 2022 to the present day, has facilitated the housing of 102 veterans, representing an increase of nearly 100% from FY22. Thanks to our increased focus on communications and outreach, DVS has been able to engage and support 970 veterans and veteran family members out of a total 1,102 assistant requests made through our Vet Connect NYC program last fiscal year. These numbers represent increases of 156% and 183% respectively compared to the same time period during FY22. DVS contracts with JobPath to offer Vet Connect Pro, a digital employment tool to the New York City veteran community. This tool allows veterans to translate their military skills into civilian job specs while also providing a dashboard that supports resume building and access to transition services. In the first 3 months of FY23, 5,938 jobs have been posted to Vet Connect Pro, and during that time frame, 122 individuals have leveraged the website, yielding 58 job connections made. Currently, DVS contracts with 2 legal services providers through the Discharge Upgrades Assistance Legal Services program, known as DUALS, to help veterans in need of legal representation. The program provides grants to the New York Legal Assistance Group and Veteran Advocacy Project. Both services support discharge upgrade legal services to our community's veterans. To date, DVS has screened 284 cases for legal representation using our DUALS program. Identifying, promoting, and assisting veteran-owned businesses is a priority in stimulating entrepreneurship throughout our community. We fulfill this goal through 2 key programs, VetBizMap and the Veterans Business Leadership Association. VetBiz Map is our interactive map that geographically showcases our city's veteran-owned businesses and was purchased in FY21 through NYC Help Desk and MWBE vendor. In FY23, there were approximately 303 veteran-owned businesses on the map, and as of May of 2023, 106 new businesses have been added, amounting to a total of 409 establishments. DVS also initiated the Veteran Business Leadership Association, an initiative that hosts workshops and roundtable discussions to promote business development opportunities, access to capital financing options, supply chain diversity programs, and networking events. There are currently 3 upcoming events scheduled for the BBLA: a summit to help service-disabled veteran-owned businesses and MWBE vendors contract with JFK Airport, gathering to support veteran street vendors, and an event to help veteran and military spouses pursue franchise opportunities. In conclusion, the programs and services I've mentioned today are part of our agency's core offerings and will remain budget priorities for FY24. In closing, I'd like to thank the New York City veteran community for trusting us to serve you. While there's always more work to be done, we want each of you to know that we are here and that we care. It is an honor and privilege to serve all of you, and I thank you for allowing me to testify before you today. I'm pleased to address any questions you may have. And last thing I want to say, I want to give a special acknowledgement to our military spouses. Military Spouse Appreciation Day is this coming Friday. It's always the Friday before Mother's Day. So I want to just say happy Military Spouse Appreciation Day to all our military and veteran spouses.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to jump right into it, talk about PEGs. In addition to the PEGs in the November plan and the preliminary plan, the executive plan includes 1 PEG for DBS and 1 in the out years, totaling $193,000. While it's not a large amount, given the size of the agency, it would seem like there would not be much that could be reduced at DVS because it's so efficiently run. Can you walk us through how you arrived at that PEG and what the impact of these reductions would be, especially on outreach?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Chair, just to go, I'll start top line, and then we'll go into it piece by piece. 25,000 of the 193,000 is tied to our Vet Connect NYC contract. As far as the future amount to be paid for that, we estimate that's 25,000 Vet Connect NYC. 80,000 is money that was previously paid to consultants, which will no longer be paid, so 80,000 consultants. 53,200 accounts for sponsorships, one-time events, so 53,200 for sponsorships, one-time events. 15,000 information technology, so IT is 15,000. And then 19,800 was media marketing, specifically an iHeartRadio Christmas marketing campaign that we ran this past holiday season. So once again, it's 25,000 Vet Connect NYC, 80,000 consultants, 53,200 sponsorships, 15,000 IT, 19,000 Christmas marketing campaign. For the Vet Connect NYC contract, that contract is up to turnover as far as a new contract period will start this October. Through doing a market assessment, we've determined that we can still meet mission, if not exceed what we've done previously with it at a lower price point, just given where technology is. So we felt that we were able to account for that as far as a 25,000 reduction. As far as consultants, a lot of the work we do in our agency is 1 + 1 = 3. So it's direct services, referrals, and synergies. The consultants supported synergy types of work. We've been awarded with 2 AmeriCorps members who will work with us in this upcoming fiscal year, working with NYC Service to help us continue to do that, but not need to use money for consultants. So that's where the consultant money was, we could pull that away. As far as the 53,200 in sponsorships are things like a community board in Brooklyn, CB3 816 had a Veterans Appreciation Parade. We helped with a sponsorship for that. You had a group, Black Veterans of Social Justice, had a gala. We helped as far as an ad journal for that. Also, our Queens County Veterans of Foreign Wars did something. We did an ad journal for that. So that's when you think about sponsorships, it's the kind of things you do to make sure your community can see you and feel you. Our offsetting that is we're receiving, separate from all of this, $400,000 from the state through a veteran suicide prevention or mental wellness program called the Joseph P. Dwyer Program to end veteran suicide. And so for us, we're running an RFP process of our own to get that money out to the community. So as opposed to this being things that are sponsorship for us for city taxpayer levy, we're going to leverage the Dwyer money to be able to push things out so community can still, the same things you're going through right now with what you confer with nonprofits that reach out, et cetera. We want to do something similar, echoing it with the state's capital. And I want to add, we want to get to say we've vetted and chosen these organizations to receive. Let's see if our philanthropic friends can add money to it. So to take what would have been $400,000 and make it much more as far as its impact. With the $15,000 in IT, that's tied to, we hired new staffers earlier this year, and that was all associated costs with the new folks we brought on. So we anticipate that just was a one-time cost, not something that we'll be repeating because we don't have new folks right now. And then as far as the media campaign with iHeartRadio, it was $19,800. The value of that campaign was more than $150,000, so they really gave us a very good deal there to help push messages out on 106.7 through the holiday season that were pro-DVS. We will not be repeating that, and so that's where that savings came from. That brings us to the 193, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I want to talk about the peer coordinator program. Can you tell us how many peer coordinators you currently have on your staff, and were any of that staff, any of the budgeted staff impacted by the PEG?
First off, the budgeted staff was not impacted by the PEG. So the PEG hit our other than personnel services money. Our headcount wasn't reduced after this most recent budget cut.
Great.
And then when we think about the services team, we call it our community services team. It's the group that deals with VA claims, so helping veterans with claims. It's the group that deals with care coordination, so if you call DVS and need direct case management for whatever goes on, that group triages you as far as figuring out who to connect you with, how to solve it. And it's the group that does housing and support services. This is the group that works with our veterans who are housing insecure to help them be okay. Total is 13 people on that community services team. 6 are with the housing and support services unit. 3 are with the care coordination unit, and there are 4 with the claims unit.
Got it. What is your goal for placements in FY24?
So we've got 2 vacancies right now, so it's 35 ultimately. When we separate the 2 on protected leave, we got 35 total authorized strength. 2 are vacant. 1 is a housing support services, one of our housing coordinator positions. That job is posted not just nyc.gov/jobs, but also on our newsletter. So if anyone goes to nyc.gov/vet newsletter, you can see the job listed there. So that's one we're anticipating to hire within the coming weeks. The other opening is one we're looking to fill through the Civil Service Pathways Program that the Department of Citywide Administrative Services runs. That's a program where it will begin in August, and that's a situation where a certain number of fellows will be identified for the Civil Service Pathways Program. We're looking to bring someone on in the policy arena because there's a policy vertical, there's a data vertical, and there's a finance vertical. So we're looking to bring someone on starting in August, and so that'll get us to 100%.
So we know identifying individuals as both homeless and veterans is a challenge and something that the city and agencies, I think we all think, can always do a better job on. What are some of the main roadblocks for veterans for accessing housing?
I think there's so many different places to take this, and I want to caveat it with, I believe that the #1 issue that affects all of our New Yorkers is access to affordable housing. And so when we look at a lot of our people, it's how can we help folks who are seeking affordable housing identify it? And so, for us, we do what we can to help our veterans navigate the current Housing Connect platform and take advantage of the Mitchell-Lama Veterans Preference and things to speak affordable housing. When we speak to the veteran, those who are housing insecure, so once again, it's 484 was the most recent point in time count. That was the numbers from January of 2022. We don't have the numbers from the count for January 2023 yet. It's important to mention we were at 4,677 in 2011. So to go from almost 5,000 in 2011 to less than 500 most recently, we've made movement here. Functional zeros to get less than 400 as far as the total number. And for us, it's working to identify supportive housing opportunities for those veterans who are in the shelter system now for whom that's the right fit. And we've been doing a lot on that front to help seed new development, especially providing support letters to anyone who is a developer who applies to the state's Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative saying, I want to build veteran supportive housing. We've provided support letters to awardees which total more than 250 units in the pipeline. This will be similar to what we see at Surf Vets and Coney Island as far as that platform. And a lot of it is our HSS team counseling veterans to put them at ease for those who are elected to do supportive housing, to make it clear that this is something that there's certain impressions of it that we work to break down as far as in one-on-one engagements between our HSS team and the vets who are in the system.
Last question for me would be, Just in general, how could we make it easier for veterans to receive the support they need?
One of the hardest pieces of this job is the actual outreach. You know, members of the Veteran Committee know we always talk about issues with veterans self-identifying. I wanted to quote the newest numbers from the VA on this as far as those who are utilizing the services. It's 33.6% nationally, 29.6% in the state, and now it's 24.2% in the city. So about 24.2% of all veterans in this city, as of the most recent numbers from the VA, are utilizing services and effectively self-identifying. You see me, there are 3 people you don't see. And so for us, it's trying to have as many of our partners as possible, including all of you, within your capacities, ask the question. And it's not, are you a veteran? Because there are people who will say, I don't think I'm a veteran. It's, have you served? And so to change that. And so we've been working to do what we can to make sure that, and I mentioned this in a prior hearing, I'll say it again, that all of you have all the information we have when it comes to the veterans in your respective districts. So we've been in talks with the Speaker's office to sign a memorandum of understanding where we will share all of our information with Speaker Adams so she can then get it to you. You'll know everything we know as far as all the contact information to kind of amplify what we're doing. Doing a similar thing with the New York State Assembly and the city's delegation. Same thing with the State Senate and the city's delegation. And same thing with the 14 federal elected officials who represent the 5 boroughs. So, and with the VA as well. VA has come to us locally oftentimes and asked us questions about the veteran community, and so we want to make sure they have what we have too, so that all of us can put hands on this and get the word out. We've already done outreach, I believe, to many of your offices. You may have received packets from us. We've done this to every single community board likewise too, so that folks keep asking the question, and once you ask, recommend them to us so we can help.
Commissioner, mind if I jump in too?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I know, be sorry, Chair Holden and Chair Brennan. Thank you very much, and the fellow council members for allowing a veteran budget to be discussed and to be here today. It wasn't too long ago I was sitting in those seats and now sitting in this seat, and Justin, the question you asked is the number, what can we do better? How can we really help our vets? And you look at the size of our budget and you hear the commissioner give the amazing work that his team and now our team do with that small amount of money. There is a lot that can be done, but so much of it is the initiative that's not financial. Each of the 51 council members and so many of the council members that are up there, we say thank you for opening the door to DVS and working as a veteran resource center in your district. And your councilmatic office really becomes this resource center for the veterans in your council district. It's very hard to get to Center Street or come into Manhattan or to Queensborough Hall or wherever those small locations can be. But we've had tremendous success working with each of the council members, and the commissioner has brought staff, has volunteers, has been able to put the pamphlets of what DVS is about. I mean, so many of the veterans just still getting aware of that we have a city agency that does veterans work. So working together is something that we can continue to grow and work and not even be a budgetary item. Your $2.87 million budget that the council puts in too is tremendous for council resources. And there's an opportunity there, I think, to take a look at that, especially as finance chair, and say, are we utilizing that money the best way possible? Can we use an initiative in a different way that can serve each of the council members better? One of the things that the commissioner and I and the team put together was a way to look at the discretionary funding. One of them is you have $900,000 going for various community services. You might be able to put, say, another $100,000 into that and make it each of the 51 council members get $25,000, something we did for seniors, to allocate the need for the veterans in their district. Might be a better way to use the same money to then address each of the veterans throughout the city where the council members know best because they work hardest in those districts. There may be even a way just to look at the way the funds are used in a way that can be more beneficial for each of your districts to take a look at and how it can be used, because each district is so different from everybody else's district, and you know that best. So we're up here today to kind of work with you to say thank you for those fundings that are in the budget. Obviously always try to increase what we can do with it, but for a team with a small amount of budget that they have, I have been a blessing to work with Commissioner Hendon and his team to see what they do for veterans, still being the only city agency in this country. And this council did that, so thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Chair Holden.
Thank you, Chair. We've been joined by Councilmember Stevens, Schulman, and Narcisse. And nice to see Paul Vallone back in the chambers. Again, welcome back. And we thank you for all your efforts. And what you just mentioned, you took some of my questions already about the initiatives. And I'd like to make that 50,000 actually, more than 25,000. So I'm going to raise you now. Okay, but thanks. But Commissioner, again, thank you for your testimony. DVS is one of the smallest, if not the smallest, city agencies, and yet it took a 2.5% reduction for next fiscal year in this plan. And if we add the reductions in November and the preliminary plans, DVS has seen its fiscal 24 city funding be reduced by 20%. So I know this is a question, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but why was DVS not exempt from the PEG reductions in the first place? Because of the size of the agency? Because you're taking a bigger hit. Did you, was this something you expressed to OMB?
Well,
not to get you in trouble or anything, but...
No. We recognize the environment we're in right now and the situation that affects all city agencies. And, we looked to our left and right at our other agencies as brothers and sisters in the foxhole here. Everyone was asked to make certain sacrifices, and we joined in as well. And we found what we thought was the way to do this while still balancing being right with our constituents as far as our service members and their families.
But it doesn't seem that obviously your staff is small, so you were particularly hit hard during the pandemic. And that hit probably your agency harder than most. But I don't see that, with the PEG and the reductions, that it's not going to affect you more than some other larger agencies. So this is an issue that I think we will bring up, hopefully in negotiations with the mayor. But there has to be some common sense here, where you can't reach everyone. You can't even communicate through the mail like you should. We know that. So I think by nitpicking your agency, it's really harming the veterans in our city. So that's more of a statement than a question. But
if you wanted to put in something that says all agencies under 40 employees are exempt, it would only be us. We'd be happy to support that.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah, we really do, for what the commissioner has with the staff compared to agencies that hold over 13,000.
But I remember at a hearing, Commissioner, we had months ago that you had 4 positions available, and we weren't getting answers from OMB. You actually interviewed the people that the candidates. Had any been hired since? Because you did say a few.
Correct. I believe it was, and Glenda, please stop me if I'm off on this. There was a point when we had 7 that we needed to, we did not have those filled, and then in November we got the green light to fill them. By the end of the year we did fill them, just to speak to the turnaround on it. And so we are grateful for that, as far as just being able to get us what we've got right now, Mr. Chair.
Right, but it seems like it's taking a ridiculous amount of time to hire people, because I know that you selected the candidates and then OMB wasn't getting back to you, right? Am I correct on that?
I think for us it was the issue of getting the approval, and like I said, I'll defer to Glenda to add anything if I'm missing here, but it was getting the approval to be able to hire, and then we got that approval, and from the point we got the approval to when we were able to onboard those folks, it was less than 2 months. It was less than 8 weeks from when we got the green light to when we were able to bring them on. So yeah.
So using my office as a veteran resource center has proven popular with the veterans in my council district. And you mentioned that it would be nice if everyone had that. Can you talk to that, about the feedback that you've gotten from other council districts that are doing it?
We have been just thrilled to be able to go to the different council members' offices, particularly for yours and for Councilmember Palladino, to have someone there where the veteran can meet them in their community if they have any needs. And then, as Councilmember Palladino was mentioning, she's got folks who come out from, way beyond the 19th to see, Tanya Thomas, whom we've had come in. I know we've had her in your office as well. And so we know it has been effective. And that is something where, given, more staff, we would seek to expand that as far as more pop-up veteran resource centers so that you can have someone within your district office come on a day and just provide services to the veterans in your local community. So, yeah.
So if we did it for all 51 council districts, have you ever, come up with a plan if you did that, a veterans resource person in every council office, every other week, let's say? Could you come up with a budget on that, and how much you could, how you could serve the entire city that way?
We definitely need more.
No, but could you give us a number?
Well, I don't know about the numbers so much, but I think what you could do is obviously we need a larger team. But at some point,
well, that's what I'm trying to point out.
The council members' staffs themselves, I think they'll get to a point where we can train and work with you so that you can become an intake center and become a focal point for the veterans, whether there's a DVS staff there or not. And then we can help coordinate on certain days that we're actually doing applications or amendments or some type of service-related requests that they can't come to our office for. So it may not be that you need every staffing person to be at every council member's office. It could be a rotation. It would definitely need further staff, but I think we need a little more time to tell you the head count on how many.
But I think that should be our goal in the agency, right? Would you say?
I think in the near term, asking the question is so critical. And so just to ask that question, have you ever served in the U.S. Armed Forces?
But it's bringing services to their homes, to the district. That means it's much more convenient for the veterans, which I think we should be looking at. So I'd like if somehow we can do a plan that if we could do that, whether it's obviously in the next budget, but we can actually reach that goal. I would like at least your agency to think about that. You testified that there's 482 vets that are homeless in the system. Can you tell us where they are? I mean, I know some are at Borden Avenue Shelter, but do we know where they are, where they're located?
I don't have that down to the number on me, and that's based on the point-in-time count from last January. I know that we have 254 beds at Borden Avenue Veterans Residence in Queens. I know that we also have a good number of our veterans at Tillery, at Two Bridges, as far as one of the other shelters here, and at Barber Climate, as far as the top places where our folks are located. Once again, it's Borden Avenue is number one, and then you've got Tillery, Barber Climate, and Two Bridges as far as Department of Homeless Services sites. They're not all there, but the largest conglomerations of them are.
So the 482, how does that compare to the previous years in New York City, the homeless population of veterans?
We've got to get the exact number for you, but I know that it's oh, wait, we got it. So it's, the prior year was 625. The year before that was 688, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, it's my feeling, and this is a budgetary item too, but I don't think we should have a congregate shelter for homeless vets. There should be transitional and supportive housing. They should go right into it. They've earned that. So again, something pie in the sky, if we could use and do away with the congregate shelter, and we're already trying to do that with the private rooms at Borden, and DHS has, I guess, ordered that. It should come in June. I think you had mentioned in the previous, but again, what would prohibit our veterans from just moving right into supportive housing?
I think that there are two pieces of this conversation. One is the creation of the housing, but really another key piece is the openness to moving in the housing. Many of our veterans have a certain stigma, those who are in the shelter system right now, against supportive housing. We've had bad impressions, heard certain stories. So there's a piece of this that also involves working with the veterans to get them comfortable with this as well. So it's just as important as erecting these types of opportunities. I just want to be clear about that, Mr. Chair. We're in a place where now, as we approach functional zero, it's a more challenging piece as far as this particular community, and a lot of it goes back to convincing those individuals that, hey, look, this is this is doable. This is something that you can embrace. A lot of folks have certain stigmas.
No, I think we should work toward that. I think that should be our goals as my Veterans Committee and as your agency.
And Council Member, you could have additional help with additional council members in each of your districts as an affordable housing project becomes an idea and starts to grow in the district, there always can be a conversation of a certain percentage set aside for veterans to increase affordability and to get them into that housing. And that's always something we had always wished for, to create that percentage allotment specifically for veterans, and it's always very difficult to do, but that would be an immediate and a quick way to do that.
Let's talk about the Veterans Treatment Courts a little bit. And I know, I just want to get this on the record, but I know the answer to this, but does your agency work with all, work at all with Veteran Treatment Courts?
We have a line of communication with those who are involved in the Veteran Treatment Court process. We recognize that the program is run through the state, but we do have lines of communication with the various district attorneys' offices.
Because I wanted to talk about the mentorships, which they're unpaid now, right? They don't get a stipend from the city, so the mentorships are so important. Does the veteran peer coordinators, do they act as peers to the Veteran Treatment Courts?
They do not. There's a separate entity for this, which Herb Sweat, who testified a few months ago at a hearing, which he is the executive director of and founder. It's United Veterans Mentors Corporation. So you have a nonprofit now that didn't exist just a few years ago, but now is off the ground. That is the area where if I'm a mentor and I'm looking for support to just help me be able to be my best mentor. Everything from how am I getting from this conference to that to, I'm taking my mentee out to get something at the diner. How can I pay for it to even get there? That's things that are going through Mr. Sweat's nonprofit.
So if the members had some initiatives, we could fund the mentorship program.
Absolutely.
And because right now, there's only a few, and it's so important.
Barely any.
Yeah,
So that would be tremendous.
Mr. Sweat is the only nonprofit that we are aware of that has this. So he's active in Brooklyn and Manhattan VTCs, but that nonprofit, its goal is to be a place where someone who's interested in becoming a mentor can go and have the right support and mentorship.
So we could fund that,
yes. Yes, Mr. Chair.
We could fund that. And right now...
And the 5 district attorneys would support that.
Right.
That's their
But
number
right
one.
now, we had a hearing on that, and it is a problem, because they don't even get a stipend. They don't even get car fare. So that is an issue, and we do need the not-for-profit that we do have, and we need to increase the funding in that. So, I just wanted a few questions on mental health services for veterans. Does the executive plan add any funding to expand mental health services for veterans?
For us, with the mental health services, we've worked to use the state's funding, that Dwyer program, as a way to get that money out to the community so many of our veteran organizations can normalize help-seeking behavior amongst our folks. Beyond that, what we currently do in the mental health space is we have a crisis intercept mapping initiative. It's a community of practice amongst those mental health practitioners who believe in working to help veterans who are in crisis. Also, through our Vet Connect NYC platform, we are able to provide referrals when there are mental health emergencies that emerge from our veterans, so tying folks into the appropriate assistance. And then just one of those new hires was a licensed clinical social worker who is our Director of Care Coordination and Mental Health, and that's Dr. Lauren DeMello. So we've got someone on staff now, we didn't have just a few months ago, where if there's a mental health first aid crisis, we have someone who can triage that right away, who has that expertise.
So, when I visited the Borden shelter a few times, the number one complaint was mental health services from the men there at Borden. And the next was food. What can we do to better serve the mental health part of that? I know what we can do with the food. I'm trying to deal with that. But the mental health services, for instance, the NYU mental health program has a waiting list. They don't have enough funding. So I'm looking at initiatives probably from the council, but what can the mayors, what would the, in the perfect world again, what can we do to really support our veterans and make sure they're getting the mental health? Because most of probably the men at the shelter, like I mentioned, complained about that when I asked them. But it doesn't seem like we're addressing it with any particular funding. The mayor has designated mental health additional funds, but I just want to make sure that it gets to our veterans. So what programs, other than the state you mentioned, the city is providing our veterans?
Well,
mental health.
I'll start off and then hand off to the commissioner. I think when you were there and we were there together at Borden, one of the things that the veterans themselves said was coordination of care there at Borden. Like they had to continually go to other agencies for help. So in our eyes, a way to simplify things for vets, if they're in that time of need, is to bring those resources there so that they don't have to go to 17 different places to get an ID card, to get their mental health treatment, to get their the checks for the affordability, for where they need to go for a hospital treatment, to organize with the VA for their care. That was something that the commissioner, myself, and the council members who were there at Borden would be very beneficial, is to increase that directly to where the veterans are.
Thank you for that. I'm going to shift over to my, this is one of my priorities, the VFWs and the American Legion Halls, and trying to help them. How much funding has DVS provided to support the VFWs and American Legion Halls in the fiscal year 23, and how much is projected in 24, fiscal year 24?
We have to get back to you on that as far as the exact number, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
So we know, like, what are some of the expense and capital needs that VFWs and American Legion Halls have? I know I have different halls in my district, and then most of it seems to be capital, which we can't address. But we also need some expertise in how to run and how to, let's say many of them have this space for catering, and they need some advice, let's say, on how to successfully raise funds. Do you provide any service on that from?
So our Veteran Business Leadership Association is designed not only to work with veteran-owned businesses, small businesses, but also veteran-led nonprofits, to include our 501c19s. And so that is something that's available as a resource to our VSOs who need it. I feel like to me, the deeper issue is getting more young people into the VSOs. And that's something that's key to us as far as working.
Yeah, I think they eventually will. It's always, but in every generation that I spoke to, there was that gap.
Yeah.
And eventually, when they get older, they come to that. But I think, yeah, you're right in just trying to get some services and talk to them about, mentoring, even on that basis, mentoring.
And Chair Holden, you had, and all the council members that are here and were open to it, we had worked with you in January when you opened the door for discretionary funding and capital funding requests for the budget. A lot of the VSOs and the VFWs aren't aware of that process. So a lot of the council members were tremendous in helping to, like the commissioner said, start to become aware of that. So each of the council members can be very beneficial and helpful in getting that information and getting those applications to the veterans directly so they can make a capital request, so they can make a discretionary request. And a lot of them, whether it's through age or just not being aware or not having the technical capabilities of doing it, will shy away from that. We pushed really hard starting this January, DVS and with the council members, to make that awareness. It was on our website. We went to the council members' offices, and as a result, some of the VFWs and a lot of the electeds have agreed to help with the disability ramps, the funding for the heating, for the roofs, the green compliance that now has to happen. They don't have the funds for that.
Right.
So we can be a tremendous help in assisting going forward on that.
And that's NYC.gov/vet council funding. We've kept it up. It has the old information from this past February, but it's up for any of our veterans who are listening who want to look at that. NYC.gov/vet council funding. I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about defibrillators when we speak about our American Legions, our Veterans of Foreign Wars lodges. We had a gentleman at American Legion Post in Harlem last year pass away where if a defibrillator was present, that wouldn't have occurred. And so that's just something that, we're going to do what we can on that end to try to help, and even working with council to find ways to see to it that our veteran lodges, our VFW posts, our American Legions, that they have a defibrillators present.
It's a great point, and the council used to fund that 2 defibrillators for each district for a nonprofit, but as of last year or two, we kind of ran out of money for that. But if we were to bring that back, this could be a veteran-based focus, because every one of those VFWs and nonprofits do not have. They could be a tremendous help.
I just want to talk, I have a few more questions, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Has DVS coordinated with DOH, DCWP, or other agencies to assist veterans and disabled veteran vendors? Because that's been an issue for quite some time.
Well, with the vendors, I mean, that's one of the things I've been working on since day one, and a lot of that happens on unintended consequences for good legislation. Sometimes when we expanded the vendor licenses in the previous council, we forgot to take into account that veterans have a protected class. So there's to give immigrants a new opportunity to get vendor cart licenses was a great idea. But sometimes in that there are protected classes that sometimes get forgotten. The veteran vendors were one of those, and that's one of the situations that can be easily rectified, and it becomes one of the DVS's biggest assistants, and a lot of the gentlemen are here today, and to try to coordinate how we protect that class of vendors that are veterans and have a disability.
Well, it seems to be, though, there's a miscommunication between certain agencies in the city. Not knowing the regulations, not knowing the rules, not knowing what to do.
Now they just switched it to sanitation, so it's
right.
Enforcement's very difficult with vendors throughout the city. So we agree with you. DVS plays a critical role in trying to be the negotiator there, but that's not our regulation.
We just don't seem to be getting anywhere, though. That's what I, are we, so when was the last time a DVS staff member assisted a veteran vendor?
Oh, well, that's on a daily basis.
It's ongoing?
Yeah, that's the emails will come in, we'll make a call, we'll try to coordinate with the police department, who's the community affairs officer with DSNY to get the new who's going to be the facilitator. They're usually at the same locations. So having a good partnership like with the Times Square Alliance, with the certain 9 vendors that are there is critical, because then they can call up and we can call up, and then you don't have to get the police involved. And a lot of that is, like you said, joint effort. It's difficult. It's certainly difficult for DVS with 35 staff, but if we can highlight the need and make sure veterans are protected, if there's any future expansion of legislation, I know on a state level, they're looking to expand it again, and I had to bring that conversation up with the commissioner to say, look, if we're going to expand it, you got to protect our veterans.
All right. On that subject, though, is DVS in contact with any veteran who sits on the Street Vendor Advisory Board? And has DVS worked at all with the Street Vendor Advisory Board as a whole to try to solve some of these issues?
We maintain a lot of communication with SBS as far as our, SBS is seated at the table on that board, so we stay in communication with them.
SBS has been a good partner for that.
Yeah, but there's more we can do there, Mr. Chair. I want to add something to what Paul was saying, too. A key piece of this also is it echoes other conversations we have as far as who is in our community. And so, we were able to obtain from DCWP a list of all of our veteran street vendors. And so we are looking to hold some sort of event to bring them together so that all of our brothers and sisters in that community also know who one another are, know everybody, and to have even greater power and a greater voice on things as well. And so that's something that we are making it our goal to get off the ground.
It seems to be, it's an ongoing issue, and I think we have to address that. One more question, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. DVS did not receive any new funding for new needs, as I see it. Are there any new programs or services other than what we mentioned today that, if funded, could help in your work as an agency? I know there's a lot of things probably, but what would be, Commissioner, what would be your project, your pet project that you feel that you could do much better if you had additional funding, other than what we mentioned?
It's funny because I was thinking about.
I mean, I would say communications with our veterans, different.
A lot of it comes to the thing in the back of my mind with this job right now is the marketing piece, to get more of our veterans to use the benefits. And something to say, this came up last year, it's going to come up again. The VA is performing another market assessment of all of its properties here around the country, but including in New York City. Last time it did an assessment was FY2019. A result of that assessment was an initial recommendation to effectively shut down the Brooklyn VA and the Manhattan VA. And so that assessment will be performed again no later than the end of this federal fiscal year. The way to move the needle in that is to have more of our people use VA healthcare. And so for us, it's whatever we can do to help more of our brothers and sisters know about VA healthcare as an option so that we can still keep what we have. There are enough veterans to use the services, the systems here. A lot of folks just don't know about it, don't know about its benefits. We've got over 15,000 veterans in this city using Medicaid, for instance, who are not using VA healthcare, but who are eligible, just in New York City alone. And so I feel like that's like a larger thing in the back of my mind that we are working. It's another reason why we care about sharing information with all of you, other elected officials, and the VA, to do what we can to increase the number of folks who use these benefits so we don't lose them. And by the way, those veterans who do use the VA healthcare system bring over $1.8 billion into this city each year. So there's so many other pieces of it, but that's the the big one for me. And then things on the council side that we'd already discussed were, when the time comes, a nonprofit that does veteran treatment court support. I think that's a key piece. And something else that I think may also be able to be done on the council side, if and when it comes, is legal services for non-citizen veterans. Be remiss if I didn't speak to that as far as another need where the council, support in that area, which would be very invaluable.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. We were joined by Councilmember Brewer, Sanchez, and I believe Councilmember Williams was here for a little bit. Thank you. All right, back to you, Chair Brannon.
Thank you. Now we have questions from Councilman Carr.
Thank you, chairs, for putting together this important hearing. Commissioner, good to see you. A lot of the questions about the agency budget have kind of been answered already in the prior questioning. But I just want to thank Deputy Commissioner Vaughan for mentioning the Beating Hearts Initiative. 1.3 ADs a year per council district. It was a great program. I was sorry to see it not make last year's budget, but there's still very much a need, particularly with their VFW and American Legion posts. One of the biggest benefits the city provides to our vets is not through the DVS budget, it's the alternative veterans exemption. It keeps a number of veterans not only in their homes, but maybe even keeps them from selling and moving to other jurisdictions, and we very much want to keep our vets here, A, because this is their home, but B, as you say, vets contribute so much to the communities they call home, and we expanded that exemption in 2015. And one of the big things that was left undone last term was having the Cold War veterans exemption enacted. The state authorized the city to opt in a number of years ago. Actually, I think Deputy Commissioner Vallone was a co-sponsor of the bill last term. It is currently pending Intro 377 by Minority Leader Borelli. A number of us on this dais are co-sponsors today. I think one of the best things we could do for the veteran community is to allow those who served during the Cold War era, but not necessarily in combat, to access the same tax exemption that we give to combat vets. I know you're not the Commissioner of Finance, but I think that Commissioner Sutton, the inaugural commissioner, did a lot to advocate for the expansion of the alternative veterans exemption a few years ago. I think you have a unique platform to help us move this along and maybe get a commitment from the administration to support enactment of this bill. And I'm just wondering if that's something you think you could help us with and what your thoughts on that are.
Well, thank you so much for the question to Councilmember Carr. I think for us, when we talk about moving the entire bell curve of our people to the right, the largest swath of that bell curve is many of our folks who are within this affordable housing community, including those who own property. And we recognize that there's slightly over 15,000 of our veterans who who we estimate to be property owners who are Cold War era or who have not served in combat. And so, for us, it's a question of what can be done to look at this as far as in this current climate, how do we land the plane where we can be right by these more than 15,000 veterans who own property in the city, yet who are also who have not served in combat and therefore cannot take advantage of these different exemptions. So we're happy to talk, with the folks internally on these things, but just know that we've been monitoring this issue closely on the DVS side, Mr. Councilmember Carr. So yeah.
Yeah, we definitely support that initiative. That is a way, you talk about how do you get to affordable housing. One of the last ways you can do that is with the very small tax exemptions that are out there. Why it's not uniform for every veteran, it doesn't make any sense. You're a veteran, you should be entitled to the exemption, period. And the state has given the city the ability to do that. I think we should just do that.
Appreciate your answers. Thank you so much. And I want to associate myself with the comments of Chair Holden earlier about a member-designated initiative for our Legion and VFW posts. Incredibly important, and it's be a big step forward that we as a council could take. And I turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carr.
Thank you, Councilman Carr. Now we have questions from Councilman Kagan.
Thank you, chairs, for hosting this very important hearing. I would like also to thank Commissioner and everyone who is testifying today, and of course our great veterans. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your great service to our country. As an immigrant, I appreciate it even more than people who sometimes take liberties for granted. So first of all, I would like to mention that I would like to invite Commissioner to visit 47th Council District, including, you mentioned, Surf Vets on Surf Avenue and Marlboro Military Post on Avenue X. I would love to visit with you. But talking about homelessness, of course, it's not just Department of Veteran Services, but also Department of Homeless Services. Even one homeless veteran is an embarrassment and shame for our city. So I still don't understand why do we need to cut, even if it's a $0.7 million from what I see, it's still significant to me. I think it should be increased, not cut. That's my personal opinion, that it should be, budget should be increased. You mentioned that it's just less than 25% of veterans using the services. So this money could be used even for promotional campaigns. Of course, on my side, and every council member, of course, would be happy to promote all services that you're providing, but it should be even bigger than that, so that costs money, any kind of media campaign, so you clearly need more money for promotional services, so it shouldn't be just 25% of New York City veterans know about your services. It should be much, much more. And that's a second. So do you feel that you need increase of the budget, not decrease of your budget? That's obvious question. I believe you need more money, not less.
Thank you so much for the question, Councilman McKagan. Yeah, and I'll take you up on any opportunity to go and visit the 47th and go back to Surf Vets. Anyone standing here, in my spot who's an agency head is going to tell you they'll take more money, that they could use more resources, and so we're no different. For us, in the situation that we're in, it's been the blade of the guillotine sharpens the mind, in that we've been trying to be very intentional with what we are doing with the money that we have, and even thinking out of the box with what to go after. And so for us, things like, applying for funding from New York City Service to be able to have 2 AmeriCorps folks on board with us in the coming fiscal year, or things like applying for more VA grant opportunities that are available, including those that deal with homeless outreach. So another way to increase the size of the team that does these services. And so, and then the partnerships, even reaching out to, all of you to make sure you have all the veterans we have as far as supporting outreach. So we're doing everything we can to try to, even with this backdrop, meet the mission of being right with our service members and their families.
I would also say that maybe even press conference, and not just like with major media outlets, but also with all kinds of community and ethnic media, that would be also very helpful to promote your own services.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schulman.
Good afternoon. So I have a couple of questions. One, first, Deputy Commissioner Vallone, I want to welcome you back to the chamber. But I also think that your proposal about the budget in terms of each of the council members, I think is really important, because I think that depending on the district and getting from one pot, it's the services are uneven. So, and I would like to work more closely with you on that issue. And our veterans don't, I think, get enough services, to be quite honest. So, and I think that part of that is just a communication issue and figuring out what's available and all of that. So I personally want to work with you more closely. So that's one. I do want to ask, I know the chair asked very briefly about your interaction with Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, but can you tell me how you collaborate with them? Because as the health chair, I want to try and be helpful to our vets who deserve, they have a lot of needs in terms of health services. So.
Well, I'll let the commissioner tackle that part, but the first part, and thank you, Councilmember Schulman, it's good to be back. It's been a long 6 months of recovering from the surgery, and it's great to see my fellow council members. That just amazing job that you're all doing. The council funding that passed last year was 2.87. Almost half of that went to veterans community development. And of that, almost $1 million of that went within city agencies, and I don't know what accountability is done. And as you're once a council member, always a council member. You always want to have somebody get back to you and say, "What did you do with that money?" So if that might be the area where you can shift to each of the council members, so you can have direct supervision and what happens, or we can grow it, like Councilmember Holden said, to even a larger number, so that we can actually start getting into the communities for that. And yes, I'll turn over the second part of that to the commission.
Thank you so much for the question to Councilman Schulman. So it's a couple of different ways that we interact with the Department of Health, and I want to flag that in the last administration, we fell under a different deputy mayor. Now we do fall under Deputy Mayor Ann Williams-Isom, so we are within the, we're in health, we are where we belong, frankly, in Health and Human Services.
Great.
And so because of that, we've got good relations with the folks there and with Health and Hospitals and with Department of Ed, just other groups. It's just good to be under one leadership chain. So 3 examples of ways that we are in collaboration with the Department of Health. One is that state program that I mentioned where the state is sending us $400,000 per year that we're pushing out to the veteran community. That is actually sent from the Office of Mental Health at the state level to DOHMH, and then we work with them so we obtain it and then go to execute. That's one way we work with them. Another way is the Get Covered NYC program has an offshoot specific to veterans where it's Covered NYC Vet, and so that's something that Department of Health and Public Engagement Unit effectively own, but we've worked with them so that you can text Covered NYC Vet to 55676 and have someone reach out to you, ask you certain questions to help you with either VA healthcare enrollment, tying you into us, or enrolling in the New York State of Health if you are not eligible. And so that's something else we do with the Department of Health. And then last but not least, we've just started talks with DOH about how do you bill Medicaid for services? If there are any services we're providing where it makes sense to bill Medicaid for them, medically tailored meals is an example, or even aftercare, or follow-up, wraparound social services support to those who are homeless whom we house is another example. Right. We're working with them to figure out how we can best take advantage of that, to find different ways to still obtain water in the desert, so to speak. So.
Okay, no, thank you. And I'm working with DOHMH on trying to get a handle on a lot of chronic diseases, including diabetes, which I just passed the first citywide diabetes reduction plan. So the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene has a year to come up with a plan with set goals, metrics, timelines, et cetera, so that we can help people throughout the city get a handle on diabetes, which was a factor in COVID and is also something that is debilitating, and I'm sure for veterans as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Narcisse.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner James Hinton. I'm happy to see you again, and thank you for all your help. One of the things we spoke about earlier, about the veterans, any new development, I make it my business. Any things that come in front of me, I ask for the veterans, how many apartments I'm gonna get for the veterans in our city. One of the things I heard too earlier, to divide like $25,000 evenly, I forgot the name, sorry. We cannot, actually, I'm one of the person that don't kind of like for 51 city council, we each have, we're unique. We each have our own issues. So first of all, I would like to know how many veterans in each district, and accordingly, and for medical needs and different things, and then we can strike a balance. Because at the end of the day, we are here to address the inequities in our city. But evenly, it's not gonna work for some of our district. That's all I want to highlight on that one.
Well, the good news is each of the council members is getting a breakdown of within their district how many veterans you have. So that's a good first step. Identifying the veterans, like the commissioner always says, is the first step. And then this way each council member can see.
And their needs.
And where the VSOs
and their needs.
are. Yes.
Because some of them are more complex than others. Because I know some in a high, the needs area, like myself, I know I'm gonna have veterans that have a lot of issues at home, which I've been talking to some of them. When veterans come to your agency and needed medical attention, where do you send them? Do you send them to VA hospital?
It depends on the situation, Councilmember Narcisse. So if someone are we talking about a mental health first aid situation, or someone who has, I just want to make sure I understand the type of mental. If they're eligible for VA health care, yes. But if it's something where they are not, or they're not enrolled in the system, then that is New York City Health and Hospitals. So as far as, yeah.
Okay. So what do you think can be a roadblock right now for the veterans to get the services, the medical needs that they need?
I think a big piece of it is folks not knowing what benefits are available to them. That's the biggest issue, in that, many of our veterans the VA doesn't market its services. So you have many of our people who deserve and have earned certain benefits, just don't know about them. And oftentimes we have to wait for that veteran to reach out years after they should have gotten it, or it's a family member who reaches out to us. And so that's the key issue, is that our folks don't know about them. Councilmember Narcisse.
Yeah, because I do believe that veterans should get everything they need because they earn it and they deserve it. one of the things that I open up to you and I want to partner is to see more in the district, within the district, to see more of partnership and collaboration to bring services. And because right now I have different agencies that are coming in my district to offer a couple of hours within a week or a month, so veterans, we can reach out and send them emails so they can come to our office and then explore the services. I started my whole, I'm exploring. I'm doing the Dora Explorer things, like to make sure that the veterans knows where to get services, whether it is immigration, whether it is housing, because sometimes they have immigration issue with their family, or they're sending for a wife, or whatever the issue may be. I want to ensure that they have the support. So thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Okay, we got to keep it tight to 3 minutes each because they have to use this room. So we have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Richardson Jordan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the property tax exemption because my husband's a vet, so Vietnam, so we definitely appreciate that. My question is on the homeless. I'm fortunate to have with Harlem United and Bailey House 135, 140 permanent units for veterans. I was the one that pulled that off with Steve Banks. But my question is, what kind of dollars are associated with trying to get the veterans who are homeless homes? How much do they bring that's in addition to what somebody else who's homeless brings? And what dollars are associated, if any, trying to work with the services so that when people come to New York and could be homeless, we could find homes for them before they end up in the shelter. That's been talked about forever. And so I am focused on trying to make sure we do not have homeless vets in our shelter system. That's my question.
So thank you so much for that, Councilman Brewer. Forgive me for not having the numbers in front of me right now, but it's just speaking to our HUD-VASH vouchers and what they pay out, that there's parity between what HUD-VASH pays out and what City FEPS and other vouchers pay out. So that is there. So it's not something where one is less than the other. Okay. Also something for us, for a while we didn't have it, we have it now as far as being able to provide a unit hold for HUD-VASH. So there was a time where we would go to a landlord, and option one is to take something to City FEPS, you got a 1 month rent accounted for. Option two is to take VASH and not have that. We no longer live in that place now. So thanks to Commissioner Jenkins and now Commissioner Park from DSS, we do have parity there. And like I said, forgive me for not knowing the numbers offhand, but it's really, there's parity between the HUD-VASH program, which we have strong control over, and the other voucher programs from the city. Forgive me for not having the larger numbers. When you speak to helping our veterans who may be inbound, who may be housing insecure, the closest I can say is that anecdotally, our housing team will get a contact where, say someone for our team worked with someone, they had a good experience with her, she gets a call from someone saying, hey, I'm coming from Texas, I'll see you soon, so-and-so told me to reach out to you. So we don't have anything where it's ad hoc as far as how this occurs. And what's tough for us with the Section 8 vouchers, where HUD-VASH is like Section 8 but for veterans, just to put it out there. You have this requirement to be unsheltered for at least 90 days to qualify for the voucher.
Like everybody else.
So that's that bedevils us for that, as far as folks who are coming to New York City, us being right to shelter, and for our brothers and sisters who are detained and incarcerated. Those are the other ones that we very much, it's a challenge for us to help you get housing if technically HUD doesn't describe you as being homeless yet, but we all know as soon as you get out, you're gonna need a place to stay.
All right, so that's something for us to address. 90 days, we're trying to address it for everybody because we don't believe in it, but particularly for veterans. That is an outrageous amount of time to have to wait, when particularly if you could figure out a way that they do not end up on the shelter. Have you tried to come up with a more systemic discussion with the services as people are leaving the services? Or that's not, I know we've been trying for 20 years, but I just didn't know that's had any traction.
It's in progress because as of last fall, we started to receive the contact info for folks who are leaving military. So as far as those who are separating from the military, who've put on the DD-214 to come to New York. And so we're cultivating what it means to work with that group. And so we're gonna have one of our largest, our first major in-person transition seminar at Citi Field on June 24th. It's about 3,000 to 5,000 people leave the military each year and come to New York City.
Right.
Out of the 200,000, and so we know who they are, and so we're working to put hands on them so they know what's available and take advantage.
Okay, and then just finally, Veterans Court, I had a lot to do with making sure it exists. So my question is, do you have funding in that in terms of either peers or staffing, or is that just the state or somebody else, not veterans, not you?
It's a state issue. So we maintain lines of communication with the different DAs, but as far as other aspects of funding, it's a state issue, and we've had a lot to do with helping make sure a nonprofit exists now for those mentors who are part of the VTC program.
Okay, thank you.
Council Member Richardson Jordan, followed by Palladino for final questions.
Hi, thank you for your info, the testimony here today. I wanted to ask, circling back to the budget of the $80K that's for the consultants, the compensation for those outside professionals. And if I heard right, it sounds like the new plan is to go with instead AmeriCorps. Can you tell us a bit more about that? Because presumably AmeriCorps could have been used previously, and it does seem like there's going to be a big difference in services.
So thank you so much for that question. For us, as far as the one example of something went towards consultants, we've sent out the veteran community over 1 million meals. As far as since July of 2020 through the present, it was a 1 million meal that was released out of working with the Campaign Against Hunger and HelloFresh and Black Veterans of Social Justice. As of last November, so we crossed the 1 million meal mark. Every single Wednesday, 8,000 meals are picked up by anywhere from 19 to 23 different veteran organizations. We had a consultant who helped us with that, as far as herding the cats with that and making sure everything worked in its appropriate place. That's an example of something where, with the New York City service, we had to sit down with them and say, hey, what can we do to work together? And they said, look, this is a great program. And I'll take the blame for that in that I didn't know about the opportunity at the time, Madam Council Member. So as soon as I found out, it's okay, let's apply for this so we can find a way to just be more efficient. And so that was clearly on me not knowing about it as far as our folks to left and right in partnerships. And we've worked to triage that, which is great for us right now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that humility, though what you just described to me doesn't sound like something that in AmeriCorps, that someone in AmeriCorps would have that level of experience and or like expertise to necessarily coordinate. But I wanted to ask, and Councilmember Holden already touched on it, but just yes or no, if we wanted to do veteran resource centers in each of our 51 council districts bi-weekly, would your agency have the ability to do that?
No.
Okay.
Not at our current size, yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, not currently. If we wanted to do it monthly, would you have the ability to do that? Again, 51 council members?
So what's happening now and why it's been so successful, if a council member wants, as like a pilot program to start, we've been working with each individual council member to send a staff out there and start this program up. If we wanted to expand that, because it's been so successful, we would definitely need the ability to hire additional staff to bring that maybe on a borough-wide, approach with the council members and then down to this individual council members. But it's been tremendously successful, but at our current size, we wouldn't be able to go to each council members.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Council Member Palladino for final question.
And I get 2 minutes, that's it? Okay, here we go. First, $5 million budget, that's it. Okay, I'm very curious, we dropped you down from 80,000 we reduced you by 122,000 from the city. Then we reduced you again from the collective bargaining from 80,000 fiscal year 23 to 71,000. My question is, with 200,000 veterans that identify, God knows there's a lot more than that out there, they're just not identifying, and me having a resource center that works, we clearly know that $5 million is not enough. How many claims were filed this past year? Do we know?
It was two. Wait, let me make sure I've got the right number for you. I believe it's 205, but we're looking up. It's 205. Madam
So you
Councilwoman.
had 205. Now, out of my office alone, because you know how busy my office is, we file claims every other week. People come in from all over the place. $5 million is not enough money for our veteran services. I'm sorry. It's unacceptable, and they need more money. I don't understand why the budget was cut. So I think that question isn't really for you guys. I think it's more for my colleagues here, because I don't understand it. We also talk about reaching out. We need to reach out. Now, at the last hearing that we had, if you remember, I had mentioned about having an advertising campaign for these younger people, because you put a lousy $19,800 because that's what the budget allowed for you to do for a media campaign on iHeartRadio. I think if we took a whole lot more money and put it out there so that our younger veterans or people who serve, because that's another thing, veterans, you know, they get confused. The younger people don't understand that you served, you gave your time, whether it be in the State Guard or whether it be in the National Guard, Coast Guard, or whatever. They don't look at themselves as veterans necessarily. But I really think we need to increase your media coverage and get this going so that the message can get out there in the media that they look at, in the media that they watch, okay? They're, what, 50 years old, 45 years old, 30 years old, some of these guys, and women, they need to get what they're entitled to. But a lousy $5 million from the city of New York is a joke, an absolute joke. So I'd like to see more of these veteran services opened up throughout the district. They are a mainstay. They certainly have become a mainstay in my district, and a helpful tool, as you brought up, Paul, because it stops them from having to go down here to the city or to Borough Hall. But all together, increase our budget and let us do what we need to do for the people who deserve it most, and that's the veterans who serve, or the people who serve this country in any way, shape, or form. Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner, you and your team, thank you all so much. This was very helpful today, and we look forward to partnering with you in the next budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilor.
Chairs. Thank you, Chairs. Thank you.
Okay, with that, today's executive budget hearing is adjourned.